So we're waiting on two ministers, everyone. We'll get started shortly. All right, we'll get the session started. Welcome, everyone. Thank you for joining us for this session. A packed room for a discussion on EU reform. Times really are changing. We'll welcome to the session on the European Union, the decision maker, here at the Bled Strategic Forum. My name is Jörn Fleck. I'm the Senior Director of the Europe Center at the Atlantic Council, a foreign policy think tank in Washington, D.C. And it's great to be back in Bled. Always a great turnout. Thank you for the organizers for putting together excellent series of convenings. And I'm looking forward to moderating today's conversation. We're here to discuss EU reform at a time of strategic shocks and new geopolitical realities. I think anyone following the opening sessions yesterday, especially with the Prime Minister of Slovenia and Council President Charles Michel, realizes that those conversations, those keynotes really set the stage for our discussion today in many, many ways. There's a heavy focus on enlargement, the recognition that enlargement really has regained new urgency and momentum as Europe is responding to Russia's war in Ukraine. And looking at enlargement with a new sense of urgency as an essential tool for bolstering European security, stability, and ultimately, hopefully, peace on the continent. I think the news that stood out yesterday was President Michel's suggestion of a sort of loose target date for the European Union to get ready for large enlargement, especially for Ukraine, but also the Western Balkans. And that brings us right to our discussion today on EU reform, the EU getting ready for enlargement. Because with that new momentum on enlargement, we've also seen a new urgency on EU reform, preparing an EU, the EU and its internal processes and foundations for a membership of 30, 32, 35 even. And while there's growing consensus on the need for reform and making, as one of our panelists put it in her contribution to the Bled Strategic Times, making the EU fit for 35 in reference to the Green Transition program. There's little agreement yet on the nature, the scope, and the approaches to reform, maybe. Maybe my panelists will prove me wrong on that. We have a great panel, quite a large panel, and lots of ground to cover and very little time. So I hope we can have as much of a conversation here and explore with a great cross-section of member states and experts the thinking on potential EU reform. And so I want to dive right in. I'll run us through quick introductions and then, without sticking to protocol, go to individual panelists. And hopefully we will also have time for some questions from the audience, and look forward to engaging all of you as well. Starting on my left, we have Marko Čucin, the State Secretary for European Affairs, International Law and the Protection of Interests, the State for Slovenia. Welcome. We have Minister Laurence Boot, Minister of State for European Affairs of the French Republic. We have Daniela Schwarzer, member of the Executive Board of the Bertelsmann Foundation. I have on my left Gordon Garlic-Ratman, the Minister of Foreign and EU Affairs for Croatia. Minister Peter Szijjártó, Foreign Minister, a Minister for Foreign Affairs and Trade, to be precise, for Hungary. Maria Gabriel, Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Foreign Affairs for Bulgaria. Jeska Rusval, Minister for European Affairs for Sweden, fresh off the presidency. We'll come back to that. And then Tiago Antunes, the Portuguese Secretary of State for EU Affairs. Welcome, everyone. We'll dive right in. And I'll start with State Secretary Čucin. We heard yesterday from your Prime Minister in the opening about this real momentum, a new momentum for enlargement, a real push behind this, and the link to necessary reform. And he essentially said, we'll see EU reform in the next 12 months, either in the next 12 months or not for a long time. As we look at major decisions in the fall, as we look at the political transition elections next year, if we really are on that timeline, plus minus, how are you looking at priorities for EU reform from a Slovenian perspective?
Thank you very much, and in the name of host country, warm welcome to Bled. Sorry for the weather. If there's, should get used to it. If there's one positive side about it, is that this room is full. Last year, I remember the weather was better, and everybody was walking around the lake. So. But maybe it's also full because we realize even more that the reform of European Union is needed, what my Prime Minister said yesterday. Why the pressure? A couple of things are coming up. European elections are coming up. We'll have new Commission next year. We'll have new Parliament, European Parliament next year. 2025, we'll start negotiating new financial framework, which is really important start of a turn of events that will bring us to the question what we want from the European Union in the next decade. War in Ukraine started last year, and the war reminded us that we need to stick together, but also the president of the European Council yesterday said in his speech, and he framed his speech around the world solidarity, if we see one value that is, emerging in our societies, in European societies, in our countries, is solidarity, which is, by the way, not listed in the values in the Lisbon Treaty, but it's something that we all notice. When something terrible happens, when the terrible floods happened in our country, we immediately saw solidarity of European member states, of European Union. When the war in Ukraine started, we saw the solidarity really bringing results, and we all are trying our best to help. And solidarity is also something that we could connect to reform, because what solidarity means, it means that we wish for our neighbors, for everybody in this club, to not be in troubles, to be better off. And when we are thinking about what kind of union we want in the next 10, 20 years, we need to think what we can do to make the union better and what we should do right away, right now. Now, there are a couple of misunderstandings about the reform. We don't need to reform to change the treaties right away. We have many things in the current treaties that we simply need to implement. So the reform is possible very fast. We don't need to go to the convention like with the Laeken Declaration 2001 and then have the whole process of reform. We can just decide to do it better and faster and more efficient. And this is why we are meaning with this. We need to do it now. We need to, 10 years, the question is how this European Union will look like. It functions well right now, but as it is right now, it won't function good in 10 or 20 years' time. And that's why we need to act.
Thank you. Now, hopefully we'll get to a debate whether we need that fundamental reform or can have a more scaled down, more efficient process, maybe. I would like to move to Minister Boone and the French perspective here. You previously, earlier this summer, said there should be no more taboos when we talk EU reform. President Macron yesterday called for more audacious approach to EU integration against the backdrop of EU reform and enlargement. Can you walk us through, as you see this debate gathering momentum, about the French priorities, key components for you, and maybe as a part two question, you launched with your German counterparts a Franco-German working group on EU reform. Without giving away all of the secrets, because I know much of that is coming out later in September, but maybe I can tempt you to give us a preview of one or two things.
Thank you. First, thanks for the invitation. It's an immense pleasure to be back in Bled for the second time in a row, and it's an incredible sight to see how many people are here. I was already impressed last year with the night hall when the amount of people gathering, and I think it is a demonstration of how vibrant the last enlargement has made Europe. Because here now, it's indispensable to be every year to discuss the future and the strategic future of the EU. So thanks, and thanks to Marcus for being so kind as to having us. And you mentioned the president, and at the moment it is the annual ambassadors conference in Paris, and yet he wanted someone to be here because it is so important. I will come to what our challenges are, but I want to have a disclaimer first, because you mentioned the Franco-German group of independent experts, the German side being represented here by Daniela. I wouldn't dare unveiling anything, and anyway, she's keeping me away from her work. So perhaps you can ask her that question on the preview. Okay, I think a couple of things. Why? I think what Russia's aggression against Ukraine is demonstrating, as well as the misinformation and disinformation that we have into all our neighborhood countries of the EU, is that there will be no security and stability for the EU and the neighborhood countries without enlargement. And I think that's as simple as that. If we want peace, security, and stability on the continent, we need this enlarged EU. We need it for the candidate countries, and we need it for the EU. And I was impressed by Marcos repeating solidarity. I think I'm going to repeat as well security and stability a number of times. That's the first thing. And the reason I mentioned values is twofold. We are the largest democratic region of the world with 440 million citizens in the EU. And we are directly threatened because we are a democracy, and because what is the most important for all of us is the rule of law. We are being threatened by what Russia is doing against Ukraine, by misinformation and disinformation. It's a humanitarian disaster for Ukraine, but it is also a very direct and deliberate intention to undermine us, our democracy, the rule of law, the way we're living, our prosperity, security, and stability. And for that reason, we need enlargement, and we need an enlargement with a political commitment from all of us that what gathers us together. It's that belief in the rule of law and democracy. And that's the premise of it. And then obviously, and I think Marcos said it very well, and I'm sure when Daniela unveiled what she thinks, she will say it again. We're 27. We might be even more than 35. Hopefully as fast as possible. I know Charles Michel said 2030. Could be faster even. But what we need is to reform ourselves, and for the candidate countries to be also reforming themselves. Now, we may not have done that very well in the past, and we may want to be a lot more involved and helpful and dynamic in this enlargement process to avoid any fatigue, to make the benefits of being a future EU member much more tangible to the candidate countries. And I think that is our duties, so that the enthusiasm we are seeing when Georgians wave the European flag lasts throughout the enlargement and the accession process. We also need to reform ourselves, because yes, we do manage to find solutions, always. But perhaps we could be quicker, perhaps we could be more efficient, perhaps it could be less costly, and it could be more dynamic. And I think we've made tremendous progress, but we can do a lot better. Look at how fast some of our competitors can move. And for this, what do we want? We will want to be leaders in Ukraine reconstruction. We want to be the leaders in climate transition, and we are. We want to keep or to grasp a leadership position in digital transition. We will need something that will look like a different budgetary policy than what we have today to actually underpin these actions. And in a way, you alluded to it with the revision of our budget. We need to change profoundly if we want to be that, especially at 35, 37. So that's why we need to reform ourselves. And as Marcos was saying, we don't need, it's not about big convention or stuff like that. It's about the political objective that we want to achieve. That is what is the most important. And the last point I want to make on this, because you warned us that we would have very little time, is there is a huge window of opportunity. We have a favorable European Parliament. might not be the case after the European election in June. We should keep that in mind. We have a geopolitical environment that is putting pressure on everyone, and that is something also we should do. And I think there is unity. We might have some differences, but we've always managed to keep this unity, and we should make the most of it now, before things change. Thank you.
Itself and the integration process, and then reminding us of the politics, obviously, with political transitions and elections coming next year. We'll come back to hopefully all of those points. I want to move to my right and to Deputy Prime Minister Maria Gabriel of Bulgaria. Someone, we spoke just before the panel, someone who brings sort of a unique perspective here as a former commissioner, someone who sat in the parliament since elections were just mentioned, and now looks at this from a member state. How do you see the need of reform from Sofia with that vantage point there, but the experience from Brussels? And we talked about this a little bit, and it'd be interesting to hear you share some of those thoughts.
Well, first of all, thank you very much for the invitation. It's a pleasure to be again in Bled. Well, I must say that I see the European experience, my experience as member of the European Parliament, as former commissioner, as something extremely helpful. But it's true that you learn from your experience in every institution. From the European Parliament, you learned this culture of dialogue, understanding, and cooperation. In the Commission, you can see that we are able to take bold actions. And in the Council, that's this delicate balance between national interests, but at the same time, we are leaders, we want to anticipate, and we want really to affirm the role of the European Union in the world. So I must say that that's for me the challenge, how we can combine the long-term unity with bold actions. And here, if you'd like to ask to this question, is the European Union a decision maker? And before arriving to the question of the technical details of the reforms, I think that we need answers. We need answers. The European Union is a decision maker for whom? For citizens, but in that case, we have to increase the sense of belonging. We need to make much more visible our European success stories. What are these examples? We have shown only in the last 3-4 years that we are able to take bold actions. Remember the COVID-19 and the pandemic, the Green Deal, first climate neutral continent by 2050, Russia's aggression, we stay united, we took actions, the diversification of energy sector. So I think that it's really important now to give a little bit more visibility to these success stories, and especially to make them really useful to our citizens. And I very much hope here that's a message for young people, for that Erasmus+. It's one of those European success stories that we don't talk enough. So for me, it's one thing. And here maybe it's coming this idea of the progressive integration, because that can bring concrete benefits for citizens, for countries. And that's the link with my second point. Decision maker for citizens, yes, but for member states and the candidates. And here, for me, the challenge is how we can really have this sense of equal importance, how we can have the feeling of co-ownership of the decision-making. We have to address the fears of some of the countries. I'm very grateful that the working group is already addressing this, because it's true that enlargement is a driver of reforms, it's a driver of advancement, but it's true that EU should also be ready to act. We need to pay attention not to reinforce sometime this sentiment of second category of countries or citizens that some political forces are using in a perfect way. And with the disinformation, with all the hybrid threats, we have really to change even sometime our narrative and to innovate. I think that that's one of the key issues, that we need to innovate in our approach. And finally, yes, decision maker for the world, for our strategic partners. And here, yes, again, we need to work how we can promote this win-win partnership. What about our strategic partners? What are our common goals? And at the heart of all this, for me, it's our shared values. We have fundamental principles, and that was already said. Democracy, human rights, fight against corruption. Here, we need to stay very, very much united. So again, inclusive approach, be bold, but at the same time preserve the unity. How we can advance by preserving this unity, I think that that's a real challenge. And before, again, entering into technical details, that sometimes we have to be aware our citizens don't want only this kind of debates. We have to transform our success stories and our concrete proposals in something that is tangible, concrete, and beneficial for our citizens. And here, I think that we have to pay a little bit more attention in the process. It's not only a decision that is with a top-down approach from the Council, from the Commission, from the European Parliament. They all have a role, but we have to involve much more our citizens. And here, yes, we have to involve much more our young people. We need their voice to be listened and to be heard. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that reminder of an inclusive conversation on EU reform and also that balancing act that you described in terms of the long-term unity, but the efficiency of action on the other side. I want to move to my immediate right here, Minister Szijjártó. Hungary has been a sort of strong proponent for both more rapid enlargement, but also for strong member state competences in the European Union. As we look at a busy fall, key decisions on especially Ukrainian accession talks, this broader debate gathering speed, what are Hungary's priorities, and how are you addressing the key question of the need for reform with this positioning in mind?
Well, thank you so much. If you raise the question whether we are still a decision maker, then the answer is yes, obviously, we are a decision maker. If the question is being raised in a way that in what form is this decision maker, in what shape is this decision maker, then unfortunately, if we only base our answer on facts, then we have to say that this decision maker, namely the European Union, is in a bad shape currently. Why? Because we have lost a lot of power, a lot of strength in the recent years on three major areas: on security of the continent, no question, on our economic weight regarding the global economy, and our energy security. Three major areas. And the fact that we have lost strength and power is not coming from scratch. This is a consequence of decisions which we should have not made or should have made differently, or decisions which we have missed and we should have made. So if you allow me, with an initiative to describe and not to judge, just sticking to some facts. When it comes to security, I'm coming from a country which is a neighbor to Ukraine. So the impacts of the war are critical on us. Not to speak about the fact that I'm representing a nation, members of which are dying in this war. And this gives us a very unique approach and angle in this regard. But I have to tell you that I have been sitting there among the European foreign ministers for 9 years now. I've even started earlier than Federica took over. And on all the meetings of the Foreign Affairs Council, when we have discussed a war or an armed conflict situation somewhere far away of us, the major approach of ours was that we have demanded the stakeholders of the given war or armed conflict to resolve this issue or that issue on a peaceful basis, to sit around the negotiating table and stop fighting. And unfortunately, when a war takes place on our own continent, we are not able to follow this approach of ours, because once you speak strongly about the need for immediate peace, ceasefire, peace talks, whatever, you are immediately being judged and stigmatized as a Russian spy and propagandist of Kremlin or a fan of Putin or whatever. So I think this is the first problem, that in the last 1.5 years, we have not been able to move forward towards creating peace on the continent, to the contrary. Second, the economy. We love to look at ourselves as a strong economic stakeholder of global economy. And that's why I love to be not only Minister of Foreign Affairs, but economic issues as well, because their facts and figures count at least. And in 2010, when it comes to the share from global GDP, we were taking the lead against China 22-9. Our share was 22% when it comes to global GDP. China's share was 9% in 2010. Now China is taking the lead 18-17 to Europe. Last year was the first year that the share of China when it comes to global GDP was higher than ours. And in this regard, I do think that we have not really found the right way when speaking about decoupling and de-risking, because I really do believe that the real risk is de-risking. The risk is not the cooperation with a quickly, rapidly emerging economy, but the risk is being decoupled from it. Therefore, we think that a more rational approach and a stronger cooperation on economic issues with China would be something that would help the European economy to grow. Third and last, on energy. I'm representing a country.
I can interrupt you.
Yeah, please, of course, you can. I'm used to it. I'm on CNN pretty often, so it was a wonder that I could speak like 4 minutes. So
I want to bring you back, though, to the question of reform.
Yeah, that's why I want to say why it needs to be reformed. Yeah.
But in terms of the, some of the categories we've already heard, I mean, these will impact Hungary in major ways, not just Hungary, but as one member state. So how are you thinking about the need for EU reform? We can have and we're having at Bled discussions about competitiveness, China and energy, but back to that core issue.
Yeah, and sure, I'm coming there. And the third issue is energy, where we unfortunately have not been able to consider energy as it is, a physical issue, but we have approached it in a dogmatic, political, and ideological way. We should have not done, because energy is always a matter of infrastructure and physics. So how we should reform? I do believe that the first major step should be to see how we can be bigger and stronger. And how we can be bigger and stronger? If there are more countries being as member states of the European Union. So I think here, enlargement is a must. Enlargement must be accelerated as much as it is possible. We heard 2030 yesterday. Fine, but why not tomorrow? So what keeps us away and back from saying that now we have to include all Western Balkan candidates into the European Union instead of waiting until 2030? Let's open all the chapters. It has a very bad track record in the recent years because we have not been able to open chapters with the candidates in the recent years. We have to open the chapters, and we have to close them as soon as possible. We have to include the Western Balkans, and with the Western Balkans, we will be bigger. We will be stronger. There will be a much bigger economic room for economic cooperation. From energy security perspective, they are the most important transit area currently, at least to the central part of Europe. And then it will be totally unnecessary. It will be totally unnecessary to cry about the initiative or the intention of others to be involved in Western Balkans, because as long as we are not able to integrate the Western Balkans, all other stakeholders, whoever, will be heavily involved and will want to be heavily involved, and we can cry about it. So I think that reforms to be based on rationality, to be based on common sense, and the enlargement to be put on the top of the agenda and go as quick as it is just possible.
Thank you, Minister. We're still going to have to come back to the flip side of that and the,
All right.
getting.
I'm here for you.
getting the EU fit for 35, as Mr. Roosevelt wrote in your op-ed in the Bled Strategic Times. You just came through the experience of the EU presidency. Got hopefully a nice break after June 30th, I hope. But you spoke about hosting your colleagues, trying to get beyond just the necessity of reform as a common or growing consensus towards the content and the approach. What were your main takeaways, if you can go a little bit more into detail of those conversations? And then also as a part B, you're now out of the presidency. You're not just moderating in sort of a neutral way. How is Sweden positioning itself on those key questions around decision-making, budgetary reform, enlargement reform, and any other priority areas?
Thank you very much, and thank you for the invitation. And I know, Marco, I will not blame the weather on you, but it was really nice early this morning. I'm very glad. This is my first time here in Bled. I'm very happy to be here. Yes, I used the Fit for 55 sentence into Fit for 35. Of course, I hope there will be more than that. But EU sometimes have we have acronyms for a lot of things, and people, our citizens doesn't understand. So Fit for 55 is something that most of us now know what it is. And during the Swedish presidency, we worked very hard on making EU safer, greener, and freer, and we worked hard on closing the Fit for 55 package. Anyway. So I arranged this informal meeting starting in Uppsala and having a good intervention from Natalie Tocci and Alexander Stubb, and then we had very informal discussions in groups, and some of my colleagues here was attending. And the reason, I think, this is of all of us, we talked about it earlier, we need to be fit and ready, and that was very good. Not first, but a very good discussion form that I think that we had. My take from that meeting was that it's a very common view on that we need, it's not about if, it's about how. And we need to, this will not be easy, and also President Michel said that yesterday in his speech, this will not be easy for neither the candidate countries, but neither for the current member states. And we had discussions on difficult questions like decision-making, of course, but also budgetary questions. And so I think that we are in the start, and I'm looking forward to the report and looking forward to the next step of the discussion. And I think it's very important also from the European Council's meetings that it's on the top of the leaders' agenda, and it's also very important that all member states are involved in these discussions. I think, from my point of view, it's very important that the focus on what EU is very good at. That is the single market. Rule of law is important, as Laurence, for example, mentioned. All these things that we have to focus on and mention. But then we also, and then maybe there's an opportunity for me to put out competitiveness, because that was one of the things that we, during the Swedish presidency, worked very hard for. Being a small country in the north, export and import dependent, we know that this is something that we need to work on. And you, Peter, put out the figures a little bit. So I'm very optimistic that we now are discussing it for real, and I think the only way forward is, well, it's just one way forward. We need to go there, and that was the common view from this informal General Affairs Council in Stockholm and Uppsala. You also asked me now, yes, I have rest some during the summer, but this, I think, so now Sweden is going out of the honest broker to being, not a member state, of course. And we have no different view than we had earlier. Sweden has always been a country that is working for enlargement, especially, as I said, we see that we are strong in single market trade and so forth, but we have a job to do, but this is our strength. We need to build on that, and that will be the Swedish point of view always. And I can say this with trust, because I think that also our former foreign minister, Ann Linde, is in the room, so this is something that we've been working for a long time, and this will be something that we will continue on, and we see the benefits of it, of course, for Swedes. But I also lastly, I also want to point out something that President Michel said in his speech yesterday. This is something that we also need to talk with our citizens about. As I said, Fit for 55 was nothing, and nobody understood it for the first time. I didn't when I heard it, but now I know. But we sometimes use words and in short words to things, and we need to have the discussion with our citizens on this move on the path forward.
How do we do it? If I can ask a quick follow-up question there. What are some of the instruments? I mean, we've had the conference on the future of Europe. There's some suggestions of follow-up there. What are other tools that you think we should be looking at on that citizen engagement?
I think the upcoming European Parliament election will be one of the forums that you can actually speak European politics with the citizens. But I also think that the momentum that also Laurence talked about is now, everybody see the new geopolitical situation and the security that we need to do. So I think among citizens, we all see the necessity of having enlargement so that I think that is a momentum that we need to take. But of course, we need to talk about it home and everywhere. Thank you.
Thank you. Eastern frontier of the European Union. How do we use that momentum to build on Mr. Oswald's point? And you've also spoken about the need of focusing on content, less process and procedure. Can you expand on that? Even when we're talking decision making, there's content to be discussed there. Can you expand on that a little bit?
Sure, thank you. So first, I would like to thank Marco and Slovenia for the invitation. It's a pleasure to be here in the Bled Strategic Forum and to participate in this very important discussion on the reform of the European Union in order to prepare for the enlargement in particular. And I would like to express my solidarity to Slovenia for the recent floods and all the destruction they caused. So now going to your question, yes, we're at the western coast of Europe, and I convened recently, last May, a meeting of the Atlantic member states of the European Union, and I wanted to put this topic of the reform on the agenda of that meeting. So we had their first discussion on this, because at the time, this was not long ago, this was last May, there was not a lot of appetite to have this discussion. Since then, we've gone a long way. We've had this discussion already in Stockholm under the leadership of Jessica, the Swedish presidency, and it was very important at an informal setting to have this discussion among ministers for Europe. We'll keep on having this discussion during the Spanish presidency. Leaders will have a chance to discuss this in Granada at the informal European Council next month. And I believe that now it is a given that we need to reform in order to enlarge. But this wasn't so just 2 months ago or 3 months ago. So now, as we've heard President Michel say...
What do you think has changed in 2 or 3 months?
People started realizing that, indeed, we probably are not fit for 35, and so we need to create the conditions to make this enlargement happen. And this is now common sense, I would say. It's the conclusion. So going from the end to the beginning, I would say that this is the conclusion. We need to reform in order to enlarge. So now let's ask the questions that lead to this conclusion. I have 5 questions. First is why? Why do we need to reform? We need to reform because we know that sometimes it's already so difficult at 27 Now imagine doing things and deciding at 30-something. Just like President Macron yesterday said, we clearly need to create the conditions to be able to make decisions and function at 30-something member states. Then the second question is, what for? What do we need this reform for? And we need it not to create, this discussion should not be perceived as an obstacle to the enlargement, but rather on the contrary, as something that we need in order to create the conditions to have new members on board, to take in new members. So this is not putting obstacles on the way, this is rather a step towards enlargement. So the good news for the candidate countries is that you're not alone. It's not only you that have a heavy homework to do. We also, in the European Union, have a homework to do in reforming to create the absorption, so-called absorption capacity to prepare the enlargement. So it's not whether to enlarge or not, it's about preparing for the enlargement. Then the third question is, what do we reform, or what do we need to reform? And I would say that at least three things that are on the menu. We need to reform the European budget, because particularly if we consider some of the candidate countries, the impact of their entry into the European Union and into the European Union budget will be major. So we need a budgetary reform. We probably need some kind of reform in some of the major EU policies, like agriculture policy and cohesion policy. And we will need institutional reform on decision-making procedures and how we function. Then the fourth question is, when do we reform? And I would say ASAP, as soon as possible, and before the enlargement, in order to be ready for the enlargement. So we need to reform in order to create the conditions to then have new members coming in. And then the final, fifth question, the most difficult one, is how do we reform? And I don't have an answer to this one yet, because it's a given now that we need to reform, but we're not necessarily on the same page on how to do it. But I'm not able at the moment yet to say how we should reform, but I think I'm able to say how we should not go about doing this reform. And going to the issue that we're raising about content and procedure. We should not focus on procedure. We should focus our discussions on content. So we should not start having a discussion on treaty change. If we start saying, okay, we need treaty change, then that's a recipe for disaster. So maybe that will come at the end of the process. But now we need to discuss what we want for the future. We should not start discussing how many commissioners there will be, or how many members, how many MEPs each new country will have, or what decisions should be taken by what majority. That also makes it much more difficult. So what we need to discuss is what governance model, or what governance framework we want for a wider Europe. And we should have this discussion, I believe, based on three premises. That we need to discuss a governance model for Europe with more member states, with more diverse member states, and with member states that have different views on European integration, different perspectives, different aspirations for Europe and for the European Union in the future. And based on these three premises, we probably need to discuss a governance model which is more flexible, and allows for some degree of, some level of differentiation in order to accommodate all the 30-something and all their different stances regarding the European Union. So I think that this is more or less what we need to start discussion, what this model is, a more flexible, more differentiated, elastic model for the European Union. And then we'll see how the procedure that we'll have to follow in order to get that model to work.
Thank you. I hope we can explore the how and not just the how not to a little bit more with everyone. Maybe I'll pose that question to you, Minister Garlic-Ratman. As someone from Croatia, the most recent EU member state to join, a success story, having just joined Schengen and the Eurozone. So what is your take, and specifically on the how to reform, not the how not to?
Thank you so much. You mentioned success story. But first of all, let me thank the organizer and my colleague Tanya Fayon for placing this relevant topic high on this year's agenda. And we had discussion on this issue included in our Dubrovnik forum also in July, and we exchanged some views on the EU's ability to learn the language of power and to adapt to the new geopolitical circumstances, however. But I also just wanted to briefly touch upon this title of the very important, the solidarity for global security, and having in mind that Croatia, we have been severely affected by the storms, floods, and while Slovenia was struck, Slovenians were struck as our neighbors and by disaster overwhelming proportions, and then who is going to help their immediate neighbor, and Croatia offers assistance and help, and we reacted swiftly. No country can prepare for just fully for these types of catastrophic events, and we need to act together, because floods, fire doesn't stop at the border. Solidarity is very, very, very important. But you mentioned the success story. It's your explanation that, okay, we are very proud of the fact that Croatia proved to be a success story. But Croatia, as a last country, was exposed to not only to the established criteria, but also benchmarks. It was the new family of the conditions. It was not easy. And we worked hard to fulfill all the necessary criteria and benchmarks, and it testifies that hard work does pay off. And looking back and having in mind Croatia right now, and it's not so our goal, foreign policy goal, was not the membership in the European Union. It was because of our society, because of our citizens, because of the rule of law, because of all the values we are going to share with, and we belong to the European family. I do remember as a diplomat, and I use every opportunity also to express my also gratitude to Hungary, and who chaired in this very difficult time. It was the first half of 2011, and in this year also, thanks to the Hungary also, we finalized our negotiation. But of course, because not only, but Croatia fulfilled all the necessary criteria and benchmarks. But as of 1st January this year, we also entered the Schengen zone. It was also not easy work, and we introduced an euro as a Croatian currency. And what remains? Okay, besides the OECD membership, we have already your support of the 38 countries. It remains the stability and institutional functionality of the Western Balkans. It's our immediate neighborhood, and who more than Croatia is interested to have the Western Balkans in the European Union? And we are also, like Hungary, we are vocal proponent of the enlargement, however. But so the EU enlargement, from our point of view, should remain based on the individual approach and principle of own merits, and of course established criteria. But given the circumstances, Russian aggression against Ukraine, and so that led the European Union to speed up its decision making and take bold geopolitical decisions. Something changed the whole situation and Europe. And never in the history we testify how we can act unanimous, how we can reach a consensus, and nevertheless we don't have a majority and voting, there are qualified majority voting. First of all, we show that so we are ready to cultivate the strategic culture when it comes decision for example, to never in the history we helped in sending the lethal aid to Ukraine. And we found a common sense for that. That's good to join, to find a sense and of purpose, as we shown at the very beginning of Russian aggression towards Ukraine. And Croatia, really as a country who had a very, very difficult situation, and bearing in mind that the solution of former Yugoslavia was not easy work, and the tragedy, and we still are searching a missing person. However, it's overburden of the past. But in these 30 years, we succeed and to fulfill all the foreign policy goals, and like also to countries in the Western Balkans to do the same. As immediate neighborhoods, Bosnia and Herzegovina, we share the common border, more than 1,000 kilometers. The specific multinational network of Bosnia and Herzegovina is something that asks our support. You know, it's a country of two entities, three constituent people, Bosniaks, Serbs, and Croats. And we would like to see the Bosnia and Herzegovina as soon as possible to start with negotiations with the European Union, together with Slovenia and other countries, Hungary and others. So we are now supported to grant the candidate status in December last year for Bosnia and Herzegovina.
Thank you, Minister. I'll come to you, Daniela. You're better than a German government representative because you can hopefully speak a bit more freely about the state of play of this debate in Berlin. And Minister Boone also mentioned your role on the expert group, the Franco-German working group. She didn't take my bait of previewing anything, so I will try with you, especially on the, as Secretary Antunes mentioned, on the how-to on decision-making, the much more complex question on the budget, agricultural policy. How are you thinking about some of these key areas on this working group, whatever you can give away already?
Well, thank you very much, Jens. And the fact is that Laurence is right. She can't give a preview because she doesn't know what's in the report. It is indeed an independent expert group, and I can't give you a preview because the work isn't finished. So I can still give you a few lines of thought. And some of the points are actually public because this working group was mandated by the two ministers for European Affairs, Laurence Boone and Anna Luhrmann. So a few basic things that were really formed the start of our work and the start of our reflection. The task of this group is to prepare the EU institutionally for enlargement. So we are supposed to look at the mechanics of decision-making and at the question of how can the EU be better in acting, be more capable of acting in a scenario where all the current candidate countries and maybe even a few more will be taken in. We are not looking into policies. That's clearly not our mandate, but it's very interesting to see how over the past month the debate has shifted, and very rightly so, because one is to make the system work, and the other one is to make the policies adjusted to the new situation of new and large members that are willing, or candidates that are willing to come in. Another thing has changed since we started in late January, and that is really the urgency of the debate. The fact that we are here on this panel together and every single minister has said that there is an urgency to also debate the EU side and not only the candidate side is a huge progress. And why is that so? Because I do believe that when we had our first discussions in January, that was just before the first anniversary of, or the first year after Russia's full-scale invasion or aggression towards Ukraine. And I think the recognition now in Europe is very broad that there is no easy solution to this war because there's a clear aggressor that denies one European neighboring country the right, or wants to deny it the right to exist. And that we have to respond to that politically, and enlargement is one of the answers, but of course there are other answers before Ukraine can be a full member of the EU. So policy has moved much more to the center, and not only the security dimension and the energy dimension, but also other areas. So already I do believe that something has changed, and that is the thinking of the EU 27, accession countries, pre-accession policies, and then full membership. So I think this notion of thinking more flexibly definitely has to apply to the EU internally when we have 27 or more members, but it also has to apply to our thinking of applying our policies to our neighbors in view of preparing them for accession, or even if they are neighbors who will not be members of the European Union. So one of the other changes that we have seen now is 2 meetings of the European political community, which basically brings together countries on eyes level, which is not so for most candidate countries, that they actually have the chance to speak with other European leaders beyond the negotiation situation. So I do think there's a really fundamental political recognition that the geopolitics on our continent have changed, and that there's a real threat. Now, given the sense of urgency, I wish to give a few, because you asked so clearly, a few sort of insights into our thinking about how reforms can be introduced. Of course, the short term matters a lot, right? And so we are looking into any reform that can be implemented and make sense for, the goals that I've named, for the EU to adopt with the current treaty base. And quite a lot can actually be done. If you look into the treaties, the composition of the Commission and other things, they are treaty bases that serve to think through how can the institutions and also the relationship between institutions be adjusted. And then there are accession treaties. Accession treaties can add to EU primary law if you introduce certain changes that are directly linked to the fact that new members are joining. So that is sort of the second step where there can be changes to primary law. But of course, we also ask ourselves, should we look at the big picture and what are other goals? But that is really beyond enlargement, I would say. That is a longer term conversation if the EU wants to review its own functioning much more fundamentally. Now, as a personal comment, which I want to add on that notion of differentiation, I think this may lead us to a moment of truth, because eventually the differentiation is not only going to be countries are joining the EU but may not necessarily want to join all bits and pieces, so they might be less integrated. But at some point the political conversation has to happen. What is the actual core of the EU? Not only in terms of country names, but also what that core is defined by. And here, the value space, the principles that are enshrined in the EU treaties come to play. Rule of law plays a big role in our discussions. We do look at the problems the EU is facing at the moment internally in implementing its own principles. And there is, of course, a huge question to be answered politically at some point. If that consensus within the EU is no longer given, then how do you deal with that? That has to happen before accession, because right now I think the treaties are very clear, right? And the EU, in its negotiations with candidate, projects those values and norms, rightly so. So part of our work indeed focuses on the question, what can be done to make it clearer and more effective,
to protect those principles within the legal and institutional framework of the EU as it is today. Thank you.
Thank you, Daniela. For somewhat of a preview, I think that was a good overview, and I appreciate that. I know you can't. We're all looking forward to the presentation later on in September. We have about 15 minutes to go. Get your questions ready. I do want to push Minister Boone on the how-to one more time, and especially on decision-making. And the question of unanimity, qualified majority voting, and how you are thinking about that from Paris, and especially the element of the reservations of some member states, especially on the smaller member state side, about such a move into areas like common foreign and security policy, taxation, and other complex areas. So an easy one for you.
Thank you, I appreciate. So I also appreciate that you managed to make Daniela speak, and we get some sort of a preview here. I think there's one additional thing has shifted. So first, perhaps let me give you a bit of insight. The reason why France and Germany and many others the reason why we set up this group of experts was to start a discussion. It was to trigger the discussion across the EU. So Daniela and her co-worker started in January. Then we had a discussion in Brussels. Jessica, Thiago, Marcos has always been very also eager, and now here, so Denmark. So, you know, this is spreading, and I think it's an important discussion we need to have, a political discussion, as Daniela was saying. So that in that sense, I think we've already achieved something, and that is very good. And then I'm looking forward to the option. The second thing which I think has shifted is the importance of the rule of law. Before you said rule of law and people started snoring. But really what we're talking about here, it's independence of justice, it's plurality and independence of media, it's the fight against corruption, it's the funding of political parties. It's just crucial. And this, and my colleagues may disagree or agree, but this has risen in importance tremendously. And we're now putting that on top of the list. And I think that is something crucial because it comes to the discussion of the core that Daniela was mentioning. I mean, let's face it, we don't always agree, right? We don't. We do manage to find a consensus, but you're asking about qualified majority, you're asking about the defense policy or taxation. We do not want that, and Maya mentioned it. Every country has the right to express itself, but we have an issue when one country is blocking everything. And we do have to address this issue. That's why we need to talk about this voting, or that's why the way we take a decision. But, and I think Thiago and Jessica mentioned it, why do they block, right? Why does one country feel the need of blocking? But that perhaps because they don't have the same vision of the European Union as the others. And if that's the case, if it's a different vision of policies, of what the EU is there for, then we need to have a discussion of policy, about policies. And very frankly, I think we will have it. We want to avoid it. We will have it very soon, because not every country sees ever closer union. Not every country wants to be part of a core group. So, and in a way, I think Thiago mentioned differentiation. What do we mean when we talk about differentiation? We just mean simply that some countries want to do more things together, and others do not. And these others who do not, it's perfectly respectable, but they should not block those who do want to do more things together. That's when we are going to have a very interesting discussion.
I assume not in the next 12 months altogether. Okay. Would love to have questions from the audience. Be short and concise, question marks at the end. We'll start with Natalie.
Is there a mic, or do I just... There we go. Natalie Tocci. I just wanted to come back to this issue of reform and rule of law as an element. Because on the one hand, the reason why we're having this enlargement conversation now, as opposed to pretending to have an enlargement conversation in previous years, right, is because the security strategic rationale is back. So we know that there is no alternative, or rather the alternative leads to terrible things, right? Now, if enlargement is going to happen, in a sense, there is a strategic rationale driving it, which is different from a transformative rationale driving enlargement. So there is a tension between transformation, or a potential tension between transformation and a security rationale. Because if it's going to happen anyway, then one could say, well, it would happen regardless of what those countries look internally. So how do you address that tension which is inbuilt in these two contrasting rationales to enlargement?
We'll take one more question from the colleague to your left, immediately here.
Thank you very much, Sabine Lange. I'd like to pick up on something from Ms. Gabriel, and you mentioned the fear of the member states. And it's quite clear to me that in order to go beyond, or we need to deconstruct those fears in order to surpass them and to come to anything in the future. So I was wondering if the panel could tell us your observations, your sense of the fear of, and especially off the table and on the table by the member states. Obviously not your own, but your observations of which fears are there. It's quite clear to me that the perspectives are very different, and if Mr. Sciarto mentions that the enlargement could happen tomorrow, and I could see all your faces, clearly we have a variety of fears here, so I'd be very appreciative of that. Thank you.
All right, nothing like a little bit of fear. I think we're going to run to that question along the panel real quick as a closing, as we're running out of time. So starting with you, Secretary Stutzen.
Thank you very much. And I'll try to answer both, but I would like to go back to what Tiago mentioned. And we have discussion, reform in order to enlarge, or reform and enlarge. We have this discussion basically every month because we sit together at the General Affairs Council, and that's one of the rare points where we don't agree. And I would also agree with Sabina that yes, when we come to the question of the enlargement and reform, there are fears that we need to definitely address. But one thing for me here is crucial. What Hungarian minister said, enlargement process is actually failed in the last decade. It was very successful 20 years ago with the big bang enlargement and Bulgaria, Romania, Croatia then, but then it suddenly didn't work anymore. And the last opening of the chapters was 2 years ago during our EU presidency with Serbia. Since then, actually nothing happened. There were political decisions, yes. We gave candidate status to Moldova, Ukraine, and Bosnia and Herzegovina, but there were no very concrete steps. And in order to overcome those fears, especially regarding the enlargement, we have to prove that it works. And we have to prove very concretely that it works. So I don't know if this, perhaps it was mentioned, opening all the chapters, perhaps, I don't know. I mean, we need some new ideas to put on the table. We need to be innovative. Because, why? Because we need Western Balkan countries as much as they need us. And I think we realized this over the last year. We knew this, many of us knew this before, but I think everybody knows this now. So we should act, as I said at the beginning, we have a window of opportunity now. I think we should avoid big discussions and just start working on these processes.
Thank you. Very short, Minister Boone, and we can work down the line, 1-minute answers.
So I will pick up on the tensions between security and enlargement. I don't think there's a tension. I think we need to have a big European Union, an enlarged European Union for the security of the continent, but I don't think that European Union will be the European Union we'll have today. We will have to see where we put cohesion, agriculture, other policies, the reconstruction of Ukraine, which part of it. And for that, we will need to move away from a petty budgetary policy that is very national with rules to protect the money, to something that is actually designed to support the objective of the enlarged EU and perhaps of a core group of EU who wants to go into more integration. So no tension, but we need to work on a vision of the EU.
Daniela.
Yes, one additional point on that. I emphasized what has happened beyond the EU accession process in terms of stabilizing countries and relationships on our continent. And I think that is key as long as the EU has not gone through that process. Because at some point, the question will be, what is then the EU? And if you say the EU, or Natalie, I mean in that conversation, the EU may not be the EU we know today, then who owns the treaty core? Where is that base of a mutual primary law that has values and principles enshrined in it, and to whom does it apply? I think that will be the most crucial question, and at the end of the day, this is where member states all have to make their choice, and candidate countries as well. So which part do they integrate into? One point on the fears. So interestingly, our group was created on Franco-German initiative, and the composition is Franco-German, but our work has been trans-European from the start, because our own group meetings were very often enriched by guests we had. And in the beginning, we invited the guests, and as we got, as the political situation changed, as we discussed, more and more people wanted to speak with us and wanted to share their views, experts, decision makers, former decision makers. So we had a really European conversation throughout the month. Now, the fears that came up, in particular, sometimes from smaller member states, was really, if the EU grows and decision making is made more efficient, how can we protect our national interest? Where are we? And this is not a comment on the work of the group in terms of recommendation, but just issues that were raised to us was composition of the commission. Will we have a commissioner? Should we? And of course, every country wants a commissioner. Then the question of qualified majority voting. Who can be overruled under which conditions? And how can safeguards be built into the process to protect core interests? So questions like this came up, and I think they partially respond maybe to your question. The other set of concerns was, indeed, if we enlarge too quickly, given our own internal fragilities, is there a risk that enlargement hollows out the union based on rule of law and democracy? So those, I would say, were the big topics that came up in conversations.
Thank you, Daniela. Minister,
so it's
maybe pick one.
Yeah, it's evident that so we have to invest in enlargement, and we have to spread the space of freedom and security in the area of standards and values. But first of all, having in mind the situation and with Russia, and alignment with the common foreign security policy, including the sanctions against Russia, has become increasingly important.
Minister, your key concerns.
Well, our understanding is crystal clear. Nowadays, because of our shape, the European Union needs the Western Balkan more than the Western Balkan would need the European membership. So we have to be quick, and we have to give priority. We have to give priority to enlargement, and we are not doing very well because we have not been able to let Bulgaria and Romania join the Schengen area either, which is a shame, I have to tell you.
Thank you. Deputy Prime Minister Gabriel, your key concerns as you look at this process.
Well, first about the fears and tensions, maybe two things: not to create expectations that will easily become disappointment, and second, have the same conditions applied to all. And the example was just exactly said. What about the accession of Bulgaria and Romania to Schengen? There is technical criteria. The European Commission said it for many years. It's really time now to advance and to show that the same criteria are applied to all. But when we talk about the fears, I think that we have just to simply to insist on from, through, for. We want to protect our citizens from what? Instability, unpredictability, dependence, influence. We have to address, we have to name these fears. Second, we want to address them through what? Policies, budget, legislation, and here I have a personal point of view. EU should stop to be only regulatory power, should be innovative power. And third, for strategic goals. That was one of the main issues here. We want to protect the interests of our citizens, and we want to be ready to adapt in a very fast-changing world. And that's our strategic autonomy, actually.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I just want to add plus one for what Tiago said about the institutional treaty reforms. That was one of the fears in Sweden. And so I was very glad that the discussions in Stockholm was more or less, everybody agreed, so, well, focus. So that is one, and the tensions is very different. Of course, I know all about the tensions in Sweden and amongst Swedes. And they're similar in other countries. But I think that is why I think we need to focus on what the EU is best on. For example, as I said, single market, the rule of law, and we need to focus on that because it's in a hurry.
Thank you. 15 seconds, otherwise I'm in big trouble.
Very quickly, just on Natalie's question, yes, I would say that maybe the trigger for the sense of urgency on enlargement and on reform was the whole security issue. But then when you start discussing it, you realize that we need to transform in a whole range of issues. And there, the more transformative dynamic comes in, because you do realize that in order to take on board more members, there's lots of things that you need to transform and need to be serious about reform. It's just not, some twists here or there. It's really about a transformative approach.
Thank you so much. Really appreciate our panelists' discipline, insight, and contributions. We've run out of time. I hope we made a small contribution to the debate and moving the ball forward ever so slowly. Lots of big decisions coming up this fall, and thank you again for joining us. We'll follow this space, and if the audience could give the panel a round of applause, please.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats that we can start because we have only 70 minutes. Thank you. Thank you. So good day to all of you, and it's extremely nice to see such a full room. So I says that there is a big interest. I'm extremely humbled to have this privilege to moderate this panel titled New Security Architecture, Who? So my name is Sabina Stadler-Repnik. I am ambassador and a member of Slovenian Diplomatic Service. And currently I am the chief strategist at our ministry. So we have an amazing group of panelists here. But can we please close the door? Thank you. But maybe just to warm up our panel, I would like to ask you, dear audience, do you feel more secure today than 20 years ago? Hands up, who feels more secure today than 20 years ago? One, two, three. You see, dear panel? It's going to be a big challenge for you how to actually convince our audience that the world is still secure. So, but talking about security, we all know that there is no 100% security. And things change through time, also security and the perception of security. It seems that we debate and talk about security more and more, which is good. Which is good because we need to understand it, we need to embrace it, we need to contribute to it. Because we all know that without security, in the situation of insecurity, we do face not just problems, but potential chaos and catastrophe. Because insecurity means less rational decision-making, less rational behavior, which is a potential problem. So what is actually security, or even better put, what is the future security? Is it a value? Is it a commodity? Can it exist without multilateral cooperation? Can it exist without proper dialogue, with the lack of trust, with the lack of predictability? Can we talk about security without partners, without international organizations? And we also have non-state actors. How do they actually impact the security nowadays and in the future? So you didn't come to listen to me, so I will actually go downstairs and challenge the panelists to see where the future of security lies. But before I do that, I will present our speakers, our distinguished panelists. If I start here on my left now, we have Secretary General Jonathan Vseviov, and he assumed the office as the Secretary General of Estonian Ministry of Foreign Affairs in February 2021. Previously, he has held the positions of Estonia's ambassador to the US, Permanent Secretary of Estonian Ministry of Defense, Undersecretary for Defense Planning, and Acting Undersecretary for Defense Policy at MOD. Vseviov has had a leading role in shaping Estonia's foreign and defense policy and is the author of several policy papers. Very welcome, sir. Then we have Nathalie Tocci, who is a director of the Istituto Affari Internazionali, honorary professor at the University of Tübingen, independent non-executive director of ASEA, and Europe's Futures Fellow at the Institute for Human Sciences. She's been a special advisor to two EU high representatives, to Mogherini and to Borrell,
And when he served in that position, she did the European Global Strategy. She was also a member of different boards and researcher at several think tanks, institutes, and universities. So welcome. Then we come to Poland, the Deputy Minister of Poland, actually the Undersecretary of State at the Polish Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Wojciech Gerwel, who is responsible for economic cooperation, United Nations, Asia, and the Americas. He's a career diplomat who served, among other duties at the MFA, also as a Polish ambassador in Vietnam. Prior to his diplomatic career, Mr. Gerwel worked as a researcher and analyst at the CEPA in Washington and cooperated with other major think tanks in Washington. Then, welcome, sir. And then it's a big pleasure to introduce the Minister of Armenia at this panel. So, Minister Ararat Mirzoyan actually became a minister after the elections in summer 2021, the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Armenia. And before, he held several high-level positions in both legislative and executive branches. In 2017 to 18, he was a member of Armenia's parliament from the opposition. And after the democratic revolution in Armenia in 2018, he was appointed as the first deputy prime minister of Armenia, and a year later became the president of the National Assembly. He holds the PhD in history. Welcome. Moving on, it's my honor also to present Adel bin Ahmed Al Jubeir, a Saudi Minister of State for Foreign Affairs, member of the Saudi Council of Ministers since 2018. In May last year, he became the kingdom's envoy for climate affairs. Earlier, he worked as Minister of Foreign Affairs advisor in the Crown Princess's Court, advisor at the Royal Court, and ambassador to the United States. Welcome, sir. Following is the Deputy Minister, Mehmet Kemal Bozay, who is a very experienced and distinguished member of the diplomatic service of Turkey. He headed the mission of Turkey to the EU and embassy in Belgrade. And among others, he also served in Tel Aviv, New York, Sarajevo, Ljubljana, and Tehran. And in Ankara, he held several high-level positions at the ministry, from head of Middle East Department to Deputy Undersecretary for Europe and EU Affairs, among others. Welcome, sir. And moving on to Ambassador Michael Carpenter, who is U.S. Permanent Representative to the OSCE. Prior to that, he was the managing director of the Penn Biden Center for Diplomacy and Global Engagement at the University of Pennsylvania. And from 2015 to 2017, he served in Pentagon as DAS for Russia, Ukraine, Eurasia, and conventional arms control. Previously, he worked in the White House as a foreign policy advisor to then Vice President Biden, as a director for Russia also in at the NSC and in the State Department with many important responsibilities. He holds a PhD in political science from Berkeley. And last but not least, we have, welcome, sir. And last but not least, we have Feliciano de Sá-Guimarães as Associate Professor of International Relations at the University of Sao Paulo and Academic Director of SEBRI, which is a Brazilian Center of International Relations. Feliciano was also visiting professor at the Political Science Department at Yale University between 2019 and 2020, and associate editor of Foreign Policy Analysis from 2021-2023. So very, very welcome all of you, and not to lose too much time because I've been speaking for too long, I suggest that we move to our panel. So we'll try to do 2 rounds, and I will move from the stage because you came to see the panelists. I think it will be easier for me to moderate from the floor. Please be crisp and concise, that we hope we all manage to speak like in 2 rounds. So maybe I will start the first round with Poland. Deputy Minister Gerwel, you are Deputy Foreign Minister of an EU, NATO, and OSCE member you are Deputy Foreign Minister of a country which served recently in the UN Security Council. And you are also representing the country neighboring a direct conventional conflict or war, which is a disgrace, by the way, in 21st century and actually happening in Europe. But how do you see the development of the contemporary security architecture in this multipolar world? Please.
Can you hear me? Yes. That's, good morning, good afternoon, I guess. But thank you very much for the invitation. Just before, I know I could speak about this, I guess, the whole day. But I guess we have like, what, 3 minutes or something? 3 minutes, okay. So in a telegraphic way, just wanted to thank you for the invitation, and I wanted to express the condolences for all those who suffered in this terrible flood here in Slovenia. And then, and also wanted to congratulate you on this Bled security dialogue, and really such a permanent feature now in the global dialogue on security. And I can even now, I have a hard time kind of not to smile as I recognize some faces of some friends from years ago that actually their paths cross here in this room, and I see them for the first time in years. So it's a really kind of a hub now for dialogue. But coming back to your very important question, you know, I liked how you started this meeting, actually, saying, you know, how many of you feel less secure. And, you know, thinking about us, our feelings, and about our children, and about our children's future, and what kind of world they are facing, I think you can kind of understand that in Poland, going back in history to a situation, you know, which is less secure, for us it's a traumatic experience, it's a traumatic prospect. So we take very seriously the challenge we are facing, obviously. With the key element of it is Russia, the permanent Security Council member, violating the most fundamental principles of the international law and the UN Charter, and you know, the principle of non-use of force, no threat of force, and so on, violating the territorial integrity, the sovereignty of a country that was not you know, responsible for any kind of provocation. So we in Poland, we see that we are really in a kind of the global security architecture. We are facing a pivotal moment where whether we can defend this system of based on the international principles of the UN Charter and so on, or not. And here we think that it is not just the issue in Ukraine that is happening of the Russian aggression, but it's also actually the whole international order which is at stake, and we have to be firm, and there has to be no benefits from using military force these days globally, and so talking about, you know, for instance, some kind of unjust peace or something would be something of a mistake. Also, we are, as Poland, we are, as you said, we are bordering the countries that are directly involved in this Russian aggression. So we also very much appreciate the role of NATO, the transatlantic bond. I think it's very much we all recognize that this was a wake-up call for those who thought maybe that this is not important. It's extremely important. So NATO, transatlantic bond, the European Union integration, and also in finally, just to finish, because I know the time is very short, on a national level, we had to undertake steps to strengthen our own security. So, you know, investing in the military infrastructure, but also all other forms of cyber warfare, right? In information, cybersecurity, and so on. So it's and I think it's not only us. I think we are all in the same situation where we are really back to a turbulent times where we have to invest in this kind of resources.
Excellent. Thank you. talking about the war, Ambassador Carpenter, you were U.S. permanent representative to the largest regional security organization. And of course, Russia's invasion of Ukraine is challenging the existing European security architecture. So what should be our response? What should be the response of the OSCE just before its 50th birthday in 2025?
Well, thank you. That's a great question. So at the OSCE, we talk about a comprehensive concept of security that embodies both a human element, so we're talking about human rights and democracy, we're talking about an economic element, and we're also talking about a political military element. And I very much agree with the Polish Deputy Foreign Minister who just said that really what Russia has done with its invasion of Ukraine is a fundamental shock to the system. I mean, it's taking apart all the basic tenets in each of these areas. I mean, if you think about withdrawal from the INF Treaty or the CFE Treaty in the political military sphere, if you think about the bombing of grain silos and grain storage infrastructure on the Danube River Basin, in the economic dimension, or the blockade of the Black Sea ports, and then also if you look at the tremendous degree of both internal but also transnational repression that is carried out by the Russian state, we are talking about a fundamental assault on the basic principles that undergird the rules-based international order. So where do we go from here is essentially your question. I think in the near term, there is an element of relying on deterrence capabilities that has to be part of the equation. And this is where NATO comes into play, and where some of the capabilities that we're building up on the eastern flank of the alliance and some of our allied states is critically important to prevent that aggression from spilling over, both in the conventional sense, but also in the hybrid sense, because as we're seeing with some of the instability from Belarus coming with, cutting of fences on borders, this takes many different forms. But then over the longer term, it is very much my view and the view of the Biden administration that we need to launch into a process of multilateralism to rebuild some of these institutions. And this is not going to be easy, and it's not going to happen in a matter of years. It's going to take decades, frankly, to get this accomplished. We see the OSCE as one of those platforms where this can happen. But frankly, we need to look even beyond the OSCE. And so, for example, the fact that our Saudi friends recently hosted this meeting in Jeddah to discuss some of the proposals that the Zelensky administration has put forward for peace in Ukraine. This is important. We need to engage various different actors, including from the global south, but not just, across the world, to find those solutions and to rebuild, I guess most importantly, the institutions that will then guide us forward. And this is going to be complex and messy, but it's the only way forward.
Thank you. This gives me an excellent thread to actually continue our conversation. And there is a question for Minister Mirzoyan. You come from the region of quite a history of conflicts, but also some frozen conflicts still ongoing in the region. And as Ambassador mentioned, the structures, the institutions, international organizations, how do you see the security potential of the existing structures? And can they efficiently assist you, or we would need something new? What would you think?
Well, first of all, let me join my colleagues in expressing appreciation to Slovenia for organization of this very important forum, despite all the challenges, despite the natural catastrophe. For us, this is not only an opportunity to exchange thoughts, but also it's yet another opportunity to express our solidarity with the Slovenian people. So coming to your question, it isn't an easy one to answer, as it might seem at first sight. On one hand, we have all the institutions that are needed. They have, through these recent decades, they have accumulated all the tools and the instruments that are need or might be needed to manage the crisis and the conflicts. On the other hand, when it comes to real crises and conflicts, we see that these tools and institutions are not efficient. So to make sure that I succeed in drawing the picture in a proper manner for you, I would describe the situation on a real example. You all know about Nagorno-Karabakh, a region in South Caucasus. So as we speak at this very moment, there are 120,000 people who are under a real medieval siege now due to the closure of Lachin corridor. This corridor was established to ensure the link between Republic of Armenia and Nagorno-Karabakh and to ensure free movement for people. This is the only lifeline, the only line that could connect this region to the outer world. And since Azerbaijan blocked this Lachin corridor, now it's already 8 months, and since June 15th, they completely closed the corridor. And now no food, no medicine, no fuel, nothing passes through this corridor to Nagorno-Karabakh. So again, to make sure that you really understand the situation, approximately 2,000 pregnant women, 30,000 children, 20,000 elder people, people with diseases are left without food and medicine and fuel. Azerbaijan already cut the gas and electricity supply to this region, and there are numerous reactions to this situation by the international organizations, individuals, independent experts. Like we have the statements of Secretary General of United Nations, we have statements by UN special experts, special rapporteurs, we have statements coming from reputable organizations like Human Rights Watch, Amnesty International, many others. We have voices of independent experts like the former Prosecutor General of International Criminal Court. We have Council of Europe. We have so many institutions, so many reputable organizations, bodies, individuals who stated very clearly that Azerbaijan blocked Lachin corridor, and as a result, we have a humanitarian crisis in Nagorno-Karabakh with the potential to have a humanitarian catastrophe there. So what's next? Nothing. We have 2 orders of International Court of Justice. This is the highest legal body on this planet. We all, as nations, united, we created United Nations organizations, and within it, or in parallel to it, our countries, we created this highest legal body, International Court of Justice. And this court issued 2 orders ordering that Azerbaijan should ensure access through this corridor. And what happens? Nothing. So the problem are not the institutions. We don't have lack or absence of institutions. We need something else. To me, there is lack of political will, and there is lack of respect for the rules. And not only by the one who violates the rule, by all of us. We should feel responsibility for respecting these rules, because alternative is chaos. Because alternative is a situation when might is right. And you know, there always can be a force which is stronger than you.
Thank you.
And I'm sorry, answering to your question, I would like to come up with another question. Are we okay with this situation? What are we going to do with this situation?
Thank you. Let's try to tackle this question at the very end. I'll now pass the floor to Deputy Minister Bozay, who comes from Turkey, who's been a major geopolitical player. And this is a country embedded in a very super interesting region just between Europe and Asia, but you also neighbor many fragile countries. So how an important country like Turkey can project security in the neighborhood and broader?
Thank you very much. First of all, I would like to also join all others who expressed their gratitude for arranging this important forum in difficult times. We understand it's not that easy, and we are very grateful to Slovenia in our difficult time. After the earthquake, you were next to us. The solidarity you have shown to us will never be forgotten. And also, we will do the same, and we are working on that. And after that, I would like to emphasize that this is our centennial as the Turkish Republic. And the founder of the Turkish Republic, Mustafa Kemal Atatürk, had the motto, peace at home, peace abroad. This is the project, security project of Turkey. And as we are also, our Polish colleague referred, this should be the main task of everyone, as in the Charter of the UN, it says that to unite our strength to maintain international peace and security. But the environment now we have, you said super interesting, but it's post-interesting geography for us. And we do our best to challenge the new security issues. What are the new security issues? The new security issues, we experienced it after the Cold War, post-Cold War period, and we are having it more deepened with the war. For Turkey, the main security issues are now to secure the food and energy supplies. Supply chains and value chains became priority, and because of our geographical situation, we are in the middle of it. When I was serving as Turkish ambassador to the EU, we had not our best time with the EU, but all of a sudden, when pandemic started, I received so many calls. They called me from Commission, from Council, and they asked me to have a task force because the supply chains to Europe was cut. And we had to bring our DG Trade, DG Customs, and everything. And I realized with the pandemic, we might have this thing again. And then this is number one security issue. The second issue, I believe, we see with the war, food security. All of a sudden, when the grain supply chain was cut, the general in the world, global number of the increase for the wheat prices was 37%. And Turkey immediately involved. And today, the travel schedule of my minister shows what we are doing. He was in Ukraine. Tomorrow he'll go to Moscow, and we'll work for that. This is a priority for us. Energy issue, you know, the Europe also had some problems, and top coming from the other parts, we are also at the center of all these issues. But there are also, there is an algorithm and there is a matrix of these issues connected with climate change. This is also an important aspect of all these issues. Yesterday at the opening, Deputy Prime Minister underlined two things, global inequalities. This is the main challenge. And she also mentioned about populism. I totally agree on global inequalities that we should work on. And this is also the main problem, what's happening in Africa, happening in other places. Populism, I should go further, because populism is a lighter word. It is nativism. We should be very careful. It is not populism. Populism can change, but nativism might stay. We should be very careful about that. Turkey is working on all these issues. UN reform is also one of the necessary things for the security, and also to respect the territorial integrity of all the countries is one of the main subjects in our region, in Caucasia, in Middle East, everywhere. And I believe Turkey's contribution to security based on its geographical situation will be higher in the coming times. Thank you.
Excellent, thank you. You mentioned many pertinent issues of nowadays, and also the international organizations were mentioned. And now I have a question for the Minister of State, Al-Jubeir, that apart from these pertinent issues and the multilateralism in a crunch or in a crisis, we do witness a trend of raising centers of power, and like Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, but also the rise of informal gatherings like G20 and similar. As the previous speaker mentioned, there are also new brands of security. My question would be, what, in your opinion, what drives and shapes the modern security? Is it size? Is it wealth? Is it geopolitics? Is it technology?
All of the above. And I want to go back and also add my voice to those who expressed their thanks for the invitation, and also our condolences for your losses, and our admiration for how you've been able to bring it all together and move forward. I think I would start by saying I'm an optimist. I'm also a pragmatist. There are more than 30 conflicts that are taking place around the world today. How many people in this room can name 5 of them? I believe that what happened when the conflict happened in Europe, it focused the attention of our friends in Europe and made them believe that institutions didn't work, that security was collapsing, that we need new architecture, that we need because it happened in your backyard. In other parts of the world, conflict is a normal event. I'm not saying it's a good event, but people are used to wars and ethnic conflicts and territorial conflicts and ideological conflicts and so forth. Having said all of this, I think that our world is in a much better place today than it was 50 years ago or 100 years ago. And I think that what we are looking at now as policymakers is a multi-level chess board, where on one hand we have the world moving towards a global culture. Whether we like it or not, we are interconnected. A 9-year-old in Saudi Arabia can communicate with a 9-year-old in Sweden, and they can communicate with a 50-year-old in Australia, and the boundaries are disappearing. The values are becoming more similar. We both have icons. We all admire football players like Ronaldo and Messi and others, not to give them shortchange them. We all admire the same pop culture. We all also are beginning to learn from each other. These are positive developments. So that's positive. We also have an issue where communications is easier, transportation is easier, we interact, we have migration, and that also blends us into a culture. But as this is happening, it also triggers nativism, where people are afraid of the unknown, and we have to find a way to make people feel secure that this new world that they're seeing that's different from the world of their parents and grandparents is not evil, it's actually positive. So that creates tensions, and those tensions lead to the nativism that was addressed earlier. So that's something we need to watch. The other issue that we have is, so we have this happening whether we like it or not. We're moving in that direction towards a melding of the world. We also have a situation where we have a conflict between ideology and pragmatism. Pragmatism is about building better societies, empowering youth, empowering women, attracting investment, domestic and foreign, diversifying your economies, improving standard of living, focusing on your, and everything that is involved with this, improving education, improving laws, improving transparency. We're trying to do this in Saudi Arabia. That's our Vision 2030. And the other side of that is ideology, where people want to restore long-lost empires, they want to acquire territory, they want to dominate capitals. To what end? So you dominate a capital, then what do you do with it? How does this put food on your table? So you have ideology versus this. Then you have the issue of international cooperation, where there is a recognition by everybody on this planet that unless we work together, we will not be able to meet the challenges that affect us all as human beings. We could not have dealt with the pandemic if we didn't work together. We cannot deal with climate change unless we work together. So there are issues in our world today that force us and cause us to work together. There are issues that tear us apart, and there are issues that confuse us. And so how we deal with these, we have to be pragmatic, and we have to be inclusive, and we have to be sensible. And I think we shouldn't just look at it in terms of security architecture, institutions, and so forth. All of this is important, but we should step back and think of ourselves as living in a period of historic transition, where we are moving from one era to a new era. And this is kind of where the gears are shifting. And when you shift gears, in any car you find bumps. And we shouldn't see those as the end of the world. We should see them as challenges that we should all tackle moving forward.
Thank you. This is an excellent kickoff for Nathalie's intervention. She carries a big burden today of gender balance in this panel. What is your prediction of the future security chessboard? You wrote a wonderful piece for our Bled Strategic Times. You initiated some ideas there, but who would you see as the main security players for the future? Who are the emerging ones? Or is it who, or do we also can talk about what is a security player in the future?
Well, firstly, let me start with the premise. And the premise is that for reasons that Minister Zubayd was mentioning, and for reasons that have to do with players, and I'll come to this in a moment, I actually don't think that this is the moment to actually talk about architecture. If by architecture we mean the building of something more or less fixed, it's difficult to build a house in the middle of an earthquake, right? So in a sense, we are at a time of transition. And so the question then becomes, if it's not about building something fixed that lasts for the future, because we don't quite know where is it that we're heading, how do we deal with governance in the period which foreseeably will last not just a couple of years, but probably a few decades. Now, I think the difficulty has to do partly with the contradictions that Minister Zubayd was mentioning. Yes, so we live in times of globalization of risk and localization of response. We live in times in which pragmatism and ideology coexist. So there's a question of navigating contradiction. And then there's also a question, and here I come to your point about players. Who are the players? And the relationship between these players will fundamentally determine what the system is going to be on which eventually an architecture sometime in the future is going to be built. So I think as we think about the question of players, I think it's useful to try and think about what kind of categories we're talking about. So it's clear that we know what we're moving away from. We're no longer going to be living in a unipolar era. So that is gone. We don't quite know what we're moving to. Is it going to be a new form of bipolarity, largely revolving around the United States and China? There are clearly elements of that. Is it multipolar? We've been having a lot of these conversations, especially over the last few weeks, in relation to the whole discussion of the BRICS and the BRICS Plus. Or is it simply going to be non-polar, where you have a large swath of the world that simply does not want to belong to one pole or another? And I think we see elements of all of this coexisting. It's relationships within these different categories which I think are going to represent the principles on which an eventual order can be built. So to give some very obvious examples, US-China. Are we going to continue? So I am assuming, sadly, that there's not going to be a radical improvement of the relationship. I think that's fairly safe to assume. However, are we going to continue as is with, in a sense, an economic, technological competition and figuring out exactly what is the level of whether we call it decoupling or de-risking? I mean, it becomes, to an extent, semantics. Or, and no one can, sadly, tragically exclude this, could there be a war sometime in future? Now, if there were to be something like this, we're not going to be having this conversation about de-risking and decoupling anymore, right? We're not going to be having a multipolar conversation anymore, because there is going to be a very radical decoupling basically going on, and countries will not have the ability to choose to basically fence it. Now, this is relevant to players, and here I come to a second category, which very clearly tilt towards one side or the other. The European Union. In a world in which there is war between the United States and China, there's not going to be a conversation about strategic autonomy in Europe. In a world in which there isn't going to be a war, there is going to be that conversation. Russia, basically a vassal state of China as a consequence of its invasion of Ukraine,
again, if there is that deep decoupling in the international system, its very marginal room for maneuver is going to be eliminated altogether. Then we come and we have kind of representatives here on the panel. We come to, I don't call them fence sitters, I call them blade runners. So we have, you know, Saudi Arabia, we have Turkey, you know, sort of players. We have Brazil, you're not an official representative, but, you know, basically players that, and here we get to the multipolar conversation, in which there is an ability to, in a sense, be multi-aligned rather than non-aligned, because I think this is essentially what we're seeing. But again, the ability to do this will depend on what that broader system looks like. And then we have, in a sense, the most tragic category of all, which is, in this respect, we can call them fence sitters. It's those countries that simply want to be left alone, that want to be left alone, that have other sort of issues that no one is really bothering about, and as we're all worried about, you know, big global issues, which we have, you know, sort of local quote-unquote conflicts that no one is really doing much about. And I say a tragic category because that is the category that requires institutions most. But institutions that, unless the system stabilizes one way or another, it's very difficult to figure out how to address those questions.
Thank you.
The state of the world in 3 minutes.
A little bit more, but it was worth it. It's kind of scary what you said, but with all this fluidity going on in the contemporary world and in the security situation, Secretary General of Seville, it's pretty obvious that the security greatness and power is not about the number of tanks and the number of missiles anymore, not only about that. So how to achieve this security greatness? And is deterrence nowadays enough to ensure security?
So first of all, I want to extend my condolences to all those who have suffered in the floods. I also want to extend my gratitude for having me on the panel. I understand as the northernmost representative, I'm the one who's supposed to be blunt, and Natalie probably took that job from me. I'll get to your question in a minute, but I just want to say that I really, really like the way you described the situation and made the point that it's unwise to build or attempt to build a house during an earthquake. The problem is that it's not as if we're walking around in the wilderness. There is a house. We're paying mortgage. The house was not only supposed to save us from the effects of earthquakes, it was supposed to also help avoid earthquakes in the first place. The United Nations, the OSCE, international law, were paying the mortgage. I think it's fair to begin by saying what I think many hinted at. This house is broken. The international system is broken. And it's not only because Russia is attacking not just Ukraine, and not just in Europe, but attacking every core principle of international law and European security that we know of, every single one of them. Furthermore, the very international system that was built to help avoid this in the first place, that was built to help us stop this and was built to help us get to accountability is clearly not functioning. Clearly not functioning. Now, most of you voted for the option of being less safe today than, 20 years ago. Ladies and gentlemen, I have bad news. The 21st century is going to get worse. It's going to get way worse. You think this is bad? You haven't seen anything yet. We have gotten used in Europe to an era of stability that much of the world has not experienced. So what do we need to do to fix the system in order to survive the 21st century? First is obviously recognize that we have a problem. Recognize that we have a problem and start an open discussion on how to try to fix it. Knowing full well that there is no perfect solution, there is no perfect house that can avoid earthquakes or save each and every one of them. For decades now, we as the international community have had discussions on the problem that the United Nations Security Council does not adequately reflect the geopolitical realities of the 21st century. That discussion has been ongoing. My prediction is that that discussion will only become more active. However, the war that Russia unleashed has, at least to us, exposed another even more important fundamental weakness in the system, and that is the fundamental vulnerability of us to a situation where a P5 veto holding power itself turns out to be the aggressor. It turns out to be the aggressor. So what is to be done? Well, first of all, let's recognize that this is a problem. Let's call it out. Let's start a discussion. Who should be the security architects? Now, it's obviously clear that we need partnerships and dialogue amongst ourselves between the great powers. I'd also like to advertise the role that small states can have in this debate. It's not because small states are in any way smarter, more informed, or more virtuous than the larger powers around the world. Not certainly the case. But we're more free. We're less tied down by geopolitical considerations, economic considerations, that force us to moderate our positions. We're more free in black and white situations. And yes, ladies and gentlemen, some situations are black and white. In those black and white situations, small states are freer to call black, black, and white, white. So I would like to advertise not only the role of small states in pointing out the fundamental flaws in the system, but also predict that as time goes by, we will see more small state cooperation, no matter whether they are European state agents, Africans, Latin Americans, because we have a lot at stake. In a world where might makes right, everybody will lose. We're going to be the first ones. The small states are going to be the first ones to lose. So I think, to paraphrase the headline of the panel, if not us, then who?
Thank you. Thank you very much. It should be us. That's why it's important that we discuss and we establish dialogue and come back to dialogue, actually, to share and to try to understand each other. But coming from small states to big states, Feliciana, you come from Brazil. I know you don't represent officially Brazil, but still, let me ask you a question about BRICS and the BRICS summit that just finished. It just wrapped up last week with an invitation to enlarge by 6 and with a statement of the Chinese president talking about strengthened global management and international legislation. So what is this difference from multilateralism and rules-based international order? So is this a myth or a potential international-based order? And coming from the so-called global south, I don't like this term, but still, where do you see the main security players in the future?
Thank you. I extend my gratitude to the Bled conference organizers for granting me the privilege to speak at this esteemed event. This is my first time here. I hope it's the first of many to come. And also my heartfelt sympathies to go out to all those in Slovenia affected by the recent floods. Coming from a country where floods is a very familiar issue, I empathize with the suffered impacted Slovenian. Reflecting on the recent BRICS summit in Johannesburg last week, the query regarding future global security providers, which is the title of this panel, prompts a shift from a global to a regional standpoint of view, and that's where Brazil comes from. Diverse regional security frameworks make it challenging to envision a comprehensive global security provider, with the exception maybe of the United States. South America is a little different from the rest. So we exist in a state of what we call a hybrid peace, marked by resolved border disputes, democratic systems with robust cross-border economic ties, and regional institutions, both old and new, that facilitate peaceful dispute resolution. Despite this, persistent tensions stemming from issues like drug trafficking, organized crime, and resource conflicts challenge the region's stability. In this context, Brazil's global aspiration to be a security provider are noteworthy. In the 2008 National Security Strategy approved by the National Congress in Brazil, the country publicly acknowledges that regional threats to the country's national security are minimal or non-existent. No country in the region is able or will invade Brazil or question its borders. So the Brazilian military in Brazil prepares primarily for a remote extra-regional scenarios, particularly within the Amazon. So far, no extra-regional power has shown a real intention to invade the Amazon. I don't think that's going to happen. Given the distant likelihood of such events, Brazil projects its security influence within South America first and toward the southern Atlantic and the coasts of southern Africa in countries like Angola or Namibia. So Brazil obviously benefits from a region where security concerns lean toward policing matters rather than interstate power dynamics. Therefore, any discourse on Brazil's global security aspiration, including its conflicts like the war in Ukraine, must consider Brazil's regional context. Brazil seeks to project power while prioritizing peaceful intentions. In this sense, I argue that on the issue of war in Ukraine, Brazil has strategically embraced the role of a provocative fence-sitter. This stance involves the nation ostensibly positioning itself as a neutral party within the ongoing conflict and diligently endeavoring to mediate potential peace accords or cessation of hostilities. However, beneath this veneer of neutrality lies a subtle yet calculated strategy. Brazil leverages its perceived neutrality to articulate criticism of Western countries' involvement in both the war and the broader global order. So the fact that Brazil belongs to a region that poses no immediate security threats from other parties allow its political leadership to position the country in global security issues like the war in Ukraine with little or no direct consequence to its own national security. So Brazil is sort of allowed to play the card of neutrality. While Brazil's mediation efforts is near in geopolitical complexities and concern about bias, the outcome of its endeavors will have domestic and international reverberations. These outcomes will not only shape Brazil's role in global security resolution, but also influence its position on the broader global stage. So to finalize, one can only understand Brazil's position in the war in Ukraine, which has been very controversial since the start, if one looks at the security of its domestic, of South America and its neighborhood. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So this was the first round. So dear audience, you feel more secure now? Maybe what comes first to your mind when we say security? Any ideas? No? Climate? Absence of international law. More ideas? Multilateralism. Human security. Army. Okay, so here it's hard security. No human rights. Okay. International. Okay.
There you have it.
Fair enough. We still have, let's say, 20 minutes, so we'll try to do another round. So please try to limit yourself now to 2 minutes. And this round will try to be even more visionary. Let's start with Ambassador Carpenter, with you. Can international organizations be geopolitical players today?
They can, but look, to get collective action within an international organization like the OSCE, which has 57 members, including Russia and Belarus, not exactly like-minded, one has to focus on core groups, coalitions within the organizations that can advance the ball on a particular issue from a principled perspective. So I think discussions like these, we often talk about the importance of mutual understanding, dialogue, and diplomacy, all of which is extremely important. But when you listen to someone who's a true expert and can articulate their country's position on these sorts of issues, but from a different vantage, so you listen to someone like Sergei Lavrov at the recent Moscow International Conference, talks about the importance of multipolarity and a diversity of systems in the international order. What is he talking about by diversity of systems? He's talking about making the world safe so that autocracies can also play in a role, so that imperialistic powers can also have their say. Is that what we want by diversity of systems? So we have to ask ourselves, in an international system where we're dealing with such countries that are breaking all the rules and are not pursuing a principled policy, how do we achieve principled results? It's painstaking. It's not easy in an organization like mine. It takes working with coalitions of, as I said, like-minded countries, as we have done in Ukraine, we've established in the OSCE the first ever non-consensual field mission to support Ukraine, with about 75 staff now operating in the country to do demining, to do psychosocial support for children and families that have been separated and some of them deported involuntarily across the border. These sorts of things. When I say non-consensual, it sounds bad to the audience because it means we don't have consensus among the 57 on doing this. Is it worth doing nevertheless? Yes, it is worth doing because it helps to promote human security, human rights, what we just talked about, international humanitarian law. And we can replicate this for other issues in other areas, including some of the issues alluded to by some of my fellow co-panelists here, right? But it takes this sort of action and not the expectation that we're going to operate necessarily always on consensus, including within the P5, where it is increasingly difficult to find that consensus.
Thank you. So when we talk about consensus, of course, this brings us back to multilateralism, which seems not in too bright period of the existence. And multipolarity on the rise, Deputy Minister Gervel, what could be new security guarantees for the world?
I guess in part, in my first answer, I kind of answered this, that the effort we put into the UN system, into international law, this is really something that is so pivotal. When you analyze the debates after the Second World War, I had a privilege to spend some time in the past kind of more academically looking at it. It was just impossible that all those interest groups and experts from all around the world, from different cultures, would come together and come up with this system. It was just beyond their expectation, even when they were traveling to those discussions. And yet, in the wake of the trauma of the Second World War, the millions of people dead, it was just a kind of a fluke of history that it was possible. So now we are facing a situation where we really do not have an alternative. We have to, I really like this, this comparison to a house. We have that house functioning, we are paying the rent, we have to make sure, and just because one of the pillars of one of the countries that was supposed to safeguard the principles of this international order is trying to redefine this order. President Putin blatantly was putting forward a vision to move back to the 19th century idea of spheres of influence, gray zones, the kind of neo-colonial, neo-imperialist vision. But we do not have to agree to this. Despite all our differences, despite, and I do not like the kind of West versus, global shouters. I mean, it's not that. It's especially when you come from East Central Europe, we were never a colonial empire. We do not have the interest of, we understand that it's important to build a just system. We should forget just to give up to the idea that we have to be the realists. Of course we have to be realists. We have to attain the goals that are feasible. We cannot just talk and so on. So in this sense we have to be realist, but we cannot give up the idea that we are seeking justice, we are seeking goodness, and within the frame of this we cannot violate other people's rights, principles, and principles, but the dignity. So I think we have to, as an international community, really work together to make sure that Russia does not redefine our rules, but we are strong in both in terms of our attachment to those principles, but also strong, in military terms, in other terms, to draw the line and say, you should not be tempted again to redefine the reality like this.
Thank you very much. Mentioning dignity, that's a really important point. And I think that feeling secure and ensuring security for people is also delivering on their rights and their dignity. So, Secretary General of Sevio, how to perceive security or feel secure if so much happens actually in the world we don't see? In cyber world, hybrid world, we cannot see it, we don't know it very well. Are we ready for it? Is security ready for such an unseen world?
Well, thank you. It's a very good question, and Estonian diplomats have been discussing this for the past, 20 roughly years. And I know it's extremely complicated. Technology is very complicated, and I realize myself, the older I get, the harder time I have understanding how these gadgets work. But if I were to impress just one thought upon the audience on this matter, it would be this. War and everything related to it remains a human endeavor in every domain. In the cyber domain, in the air domain, in the naval domain, it is a human endeavor. It is never the computer that is attacking you. There is a human being behind the computer pushing the button. There is a human being giving orders to the human being pushing the buttons. You want deterrence to work? Don't worry about the computer. Worry about the human being. You wanna deter attacks? Affect that human, identify the human being, and affect that human being's cost-benefit analysis. Now, you don't need to limit yourself to that particular domain. The person has a lot of things going on. Economic considerations, political considerations, naval, air power-related considerations. What you want to do is affect that person's cost-benefit analysis. Once you realize that war and everything related to this is a human endeavor, the whole technological complexity just disappears. It's easier to think about cybersecurity, hybrid issues. You can then take your institutions, you can take international law, you can make sure these apply in the cyber domain as they apply in the air, naval, land, and space domains. There's one thing that I always, the one question that I always get when I make this point, and it's attribution. You mentioned it. Isn't it harder because you cannot see things? Maybe it's country X attacking you, but maybe it's country Y. How do you attribute? How can you be sure? I think it's much less of a problem than we make it out to be. Just to simplify, I mean, we had, back in 2014, we had the most conventional of attacks. Soldiers with rifles moving from one country into another country, annexing a province, coloring that province a different color in their textbooks. I'm talking about the Russian invasion of Crimea. And we had an attribution problem. In much of the West, in much of the international community, in the international press, for months and months, we had an attribution problem. So I'd argue that the attribution problem does not stem from the complexity of the domain, but from between our own two ears. If we want to have an attribution problem, we're going to have an attribution problem. You don't need complex domains for that. If we don't want to have an attribution problem, we're not going to have an attribution problem. Back in 2007, when we became the target of the world's first major strategically directed cyber attacks, we knew from day one who was behind the attack. Not the computer, Putin.
Thank you. So the most important subject in the security is always human, right? So with this, I would like to go to Natalie and to ask you a question about the link between the security and democracy. With all the increased attention to security and investments in the security, is democracy in crisis or is jeopardized?
So I'll address this question in a slightly broader way, because in a sense I could address it in a rather boring way of basically saying, well, security is achieved by cooperating amongst like-minded countries and all the rest of it. And there's lots of, obviously, truth to that, right? I don't want to belittle it. However, you immediately get into incredibly complicated conversations about basically, who's in the tent and who's out, right? And democracy, it's not like, capitalism, communism, and there's really a stark divide between the two. Democracy is a continuum that can go forwards, backwards. Who do you include, who do you exclude? So I take the democracy bit to kind of broaden it up to the, sort of more general question about principles, right? So what is the relationship between security and principles, and what principles we're talking about? Let's forget democracy because it doesn't apply to everyone. But presumably there are principles like sovereignty and territorial integrity that everyone agrees to. Everyone has signed up to it. I think the way in which this war has exposed, it hasn't created divisions, it has exposed divisions, resentments that already existed has actually the potential of bringing greater honesty to this conversation. So much of the so-called, for lack of a better term, global south has been, in a sense, in a slightly sneering mode. Yeah, now you know how it feels. Yeah, we've been through it, and now you know how it feels. This is a European war. And, here you are concerned about one war as opposed to having neglected many others. On the other hand, I think it's also fair to say that it has also exposed a lot of the hypocrisy amongst countries in the global south. And the Brazil example, I think, highlights it. Brazil is not being threatened by everyone. Its national security, its territorial integrity and sovereignty is not being threatened. Is it willing to pay a price for those principles being defended elsewhere? No, it's not. So I think it has exposed a lot of the hypocrisy also amongst the global south. Now, in all of this, I think that sort of the good that can emerge is that, in a sense, we can not necessarily start from scratch, but return to basics. Are these two principles that everyone agrees to? Yes? Yeah? What is the price willing to pay, that everyone is willing to pay for the defense of these principles?
Thank you. That's, let's stay with the humans and what they can do for better and more security in the world. Feliciano, you are an expert for public opinion and foreign policy. What is the role of people? What can society do for a more secure world?
Thank you for the question, Ambassador. So, as you mentioned, I've been working with public opinions and foreign policy for the last 15 years at the University of São Paulo and the Brazilian Center for International Relations. And we've been asking Brazilians in South America what their view about security, right? So, of course, in South America, the main concern is never, ever interstate wars. It doesn't happen in South America. It's never in their horizon. So when it comes to security, it's always drug trafficking, organized crime, things that affected their daily lives. So Brazilian people tend to see security issues in general through those lenses. When it comes to the war in Ukraine specifically, which is something that is everywhere in Brazilian media over the last year, not only there, Brazilians tend to see the Russian invasion in a very negative fashion, although the perception about Russia is very positive, right? All BRICS countries in Brazil, all of them, are seen very positively, including China, and the same level of the United States, which is by far the most positive one. Right? So Brazilians have no beef with anyone, I guess, so it's not a problem for us. However, when you ask them if Brazil should actually join the Ukrainians in the war effort, something that Europeans are asking Brazilians since the inception of the war, they're obviously going to say no. Because for most of them, the war doesn't matter much. It's too far away from their pressing life. So answering your questions, I think this is something very important. When it comes to public opinion, what you will see most important is that specific issue of international relations directly affected people's lives. In the case of South America and Brazil, the war in Ukraine, any European war at this scale does not affect it, although the prices of food go up, and that will obviously affect their lives, they tend to see domestic issues much more important. So the Global South perceives conflicts through the Global South lens, right? So that's very different. I know that from a European audience, this strikes a little odd, but that's with the position we are in the world. Thank you very much.
Thank you. It's important also for the European audience to actually leave the European bubble a little bit and try to understand a little bit of a broader and global picture. Talking about the global picture, Deputy Minister Bozai, you are an experienced diplomat. So where do you see the primary role for diplomacy in ensuring future security? Are we facing securitization of diplomacy or even our lives?
Thank you. Definitely, securitization of diplomacy is on rise. The reason for that is every actor sees all the issue or any issue as a zero-sum game. And then when you approach an issue like that you inevitably make it a security issue. What is missing is also the forum's name, solidarity there. Solidarity means also burden sharing. Burden sharing in climate issues, burden sharing on migration, burden sharing whether least developed countries will benefit from disruptive technologies. And if we go to this trend, if we change the trend, we might have some more space to de-securitize through diplomacy. We can do that. And in addition to this discussion, we see that countries or actors like Russia, China, they live in plural temporalities. The time interval of Russia, as we are talking about the war, is different than time interval and time temporality understanding of EU. And we should find ways to synchronize these temporalities, and the international efforts should concentrate on that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Coming to Minister Mirzayan, you're an experienced politician now. So where do you see the role of politics nowadays in security, and do we need to change something in the approaches that politicians nowadays actually exercise?
Well, I wouldn't call myself an experienced politician, but yeah, thank you for that. But dear participants, I'm so sorry to spoil this very beautiful conversation, discussion, but my impression is that when we say security, we mean security only for major powers. When we say dignity, we speak about dignity for big players, or at least you should have the size of Poland to have the right to be part of this conversation and to have expectations. I'm very much impressed by your intervention, Secretary General, but if I may, you can't fix the house. You can't fix the house until you acknowledge that the problem is not only the war in Ukraine. I'm not a doctor. I'm, as you heard, an experienced politician. But I know that the first and probably one of the most important steps is the diagnosis. You can't fix if you do not make the correct diagnosis. And probably the very direct and sincere and obvious answer to your question, because everybody knows the answer in reality, is a real value-based policy, a real human centrism, a real one, not a diplomatic game which we play, everyone plays, everybody sitting here, all our governments, everybody is playing games. It's not, this game is not about human beings, but solution is politics and policies focused on human beings. I think this is the answer.
Thank you. Again, the human element and how important subjects the humans are. Let's conclude this panel with Minister of State Al-Jubair. Hearing all this and about the human factor, about the volatility and fluidity of the situation, that we don't really know what is there, out there for us in 10, 20 years. We are complaining about the lack of predictability. So what determines predictability for you?
Transparency and clarity, knowing where the other person is coming from, whether you agree or disagree with them, whether they're a friend or an enemy. You can build your logic and you can take steps knowing that if you have a better sense of where the other side is coming from. So I think clarity is important. I think the discussion that we have had here and that we have around the world about what the future of the world and the international system should look like is very positive, and I think helpful whether we agree with it or not, whether we have, irrespective of where we are on the spectrum of that discussion. I think just having it out there helps clarify the different opinions, the different perceptions. The old saying of where you stand depends on where you sit. If you're in Europe and you haven't had wars in 60 years, you think, though, everything is fine, let's solve things by talking. If you're a country that has been invaded, it's a different perspective. If you're a country that has ethnic issues, it's a different perspective. If you're a country that is dealing with criminal elements and drugs, a different perspective. And so having that global conversation, I think, is important. The question in terms of, if not us, who? I think it will be us, because it has to be us. There's nobody else on this planet except us. And the key is really to be pragmatic and to be realistic and to be honest in terms of identifying the problems and coming up with solutions. Whether we agree or disagree is secondary. The important thing is to know exactly where we stand, so that we can relate and we can come up with ways of bridging any gaps. So again, I conclude by saying I'm very optimistic, because I think in the end human beings will come together and do what needs to be done, and I have no doubt we will, just like we did with COVID, just like we're doing with climate change, just like we're doing. The problem is, as we go through it, we're going to be pulling each other's hairs until we recognize that there is no other way to overcome a problem unless we work on it together. And I'm confident we will, like we have over the many, many centuries that have passed. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Minister of State, for concluding actually this panel on this optimistic note. I think we are running out of time, so unfortunately, dear audience, there will be no time for questions. But I would like to use the last minute to express my heartfelt thank you to the panelists. It's been an amazing panel. And if I try to summarize in only a few words who actually are the new security architects, it's us. It's actually us to take care of the house that we built, to make common decisions, are we going and how are we going to refurbish it, on the basis of mutual understanding, on the basis of proper diagnosis put forward and agreed upon, more dialogue, admitting the vulnerabilities with more solidarity, and building on the principles and paying the price for that. I probably missed many of good ideas, but the recording of this panel remains available. So again, thank you very, very much. And thank you for all the expressions of your words, your expressions and words of solidarity. Slovenia appreciates that very, very much. And on this happy note, although I think the panel could last on and on and on, I wish you all a very good day and stay safe and secure. Thank you.
En, dva, en, dva. Je to dvigam. En, dva, test, en, dva, 6, test. 1, 2, 1, 2. Mogoče sam tega malo bolj gor. Tega bolj dvigam. Unga imaš sam, taj pa bolj ke. Ti gleda, gun je problem. Taj pa bolj nazaj ga lahko. Ne? En, dva. En, dva, 3, en, dva, 6.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm going to encourage you. As you can see, there are very few of you. So if you feel, don't worry, there's no trap here, you'd like to come and join us and make it a little more intimate, that would be very helpful rather than talking to some empty seats. It would be much appreciated. Because we've only got half an hour. If you want to stay looking at your handsets, that's fine by me. Anyway, welcome. We've got half an hour and we're running a little bit late in the hope that some people can be persuaded to come away from eating their cream cakes and having their coffee. But we've got half an hour in which I'm going to be talking to Michael O'Flaherty, who's director of the European Union Agency for Fundamental Rights. Let me just remind you, because we've heard right from the get-go yesterday from Peter, from the President, from the Prime Minister, from the Foreign Minister, the use of the word human rights. There was a session earlier incorporating human rights as well. Let me just remind you, certainly those who are not 100% fully zeroed in on human rights, what is in Article 1 of the Declaration of Human Rights. All human beings are born free and equal in dignity and in rights. So that's what we're talking about for the next half hour. Michael, for those who don't know you, what is your own background? Because I think it's important that people realize it's not just you in Vienna with your colleagues as part of the European Union. It's also about you and your background.
Thanks, Nick. But just before I get to that, you quoted Article 1 of the Universal Declaration, all human beings free and equal in dignity and in rights. And it's so crucial to never lose sight of those words, to remember that they're a statement of fact, we are free and equal, and they're a statement of ambition, because we have so far to go in reality to deliver that fact.
Well, I'll come to that in a minute, but just underline what your own background is and where you've been operating and what you've seen.
Yeah, well, I've spent my whole life working in the field of human rights. I came into it internationally in Sarajevo in 1993 during the siege. Worked there for a number of years. I've been in West Africa, Sierra Leone, also during its war. Worked in another number of other post-conflict settings, including my own island, Northern Ireland, where I ran the Human Rights Commission, a big part of implementing the Northern Ireland Peace Agreement. I've done lots of other stuff. But I think the point about going back over the biography is that I've also multiple grounds of hope. Everywhere I've been, even in the darkest, most awful situations, and there were plenty of them, I found some basis to keep going, some basis to say this human rights project is worth the investment. It will make a difference for our societies. When I was working in Sierra Leone, we didn't know why we were monitoring. It was the most hideous war you can imagine. But we were sending our reports off. They were going to the UN Security Council, but the amputations were still happening. The babies were still being murdered. The rapes were still being propagated. We'd despair often in the evening. But it was 5-6 years later when I gave evidence in the trials, the Sierra Leone trials, including of Charles Taylor, the Liberian president. That's when I knew the point. That's when I saw why we had invested the effort. That was the basis for hope in this kind of work.
Give me 90 seconds, because I've been through some of the remarks you've been making publicly in the last few months, because you don't sound optimistic. You don't even sound positive. Let me quote to you some of the things you've been saying. Human rights violations persist. Shocking abuses of people are perpetrated or tolerated by governments. The practice of human rights violation is worldwide. Patterns of violation are matched by widespread neglect to weave human rights standards into law, policy, and practice. Even states that champion some rights can disregard or under-engage others. Witness violation accompanied by repudiation of human rights law. And so it goes on. The marginalization of human rights is, your word, overwhelming here. Many disadvantaged members of our general populations are not even greatly interested in human rights. Human rights are about others, not about me. And inaction, you keep saying, is not an option. It's difficult to take honor to human dignity. These are quotes from you, and I'm putting this to you because there's what I wrote down when I was reading this. Wow, when you said this. Many states could strengthen their government and lawmaking the human rights mechanisms. For instance, there are still some parliaments within the EU that lack human or fundamental rights oversight committees, and even where they do exist, scrutiny is often limited. Now, I put that to you because while you have hope, the evidence, it would seem to me, quite apart from Ukraine, is moving in the other direction. What's going wrong?
The situation is dreadful, and in many ways it's getting worse, but let's not devote the time today to everything that's broken. We've heard that from other panels.
But if it's broken, you can then work to fix it.
We need to fix it, so we need to look to the future, and I think there's a lot we can do. Let me give you a few suggestions. The first is, to quote Stéphane Hassel, the French intellectual, indignez-vous, get furious. Get indignant, be outraged about the extent to which we've lost this achievement of human rights. Pope John Paul II described human rights as modernity's greatest achievement. This astonishing story of emerging out of the Second World War and establishing a network of standards and institutions that brought us where we are today. And so much is working from a human rights point of view. Indeed, the way in which we focus on what's broken reminds us of what's fixed. We only talk about rule of law because the violations of rule of law, rather, are the exceptions. It's working in so many places. So we have to protect this precious thing. We're in danger, for all the reasons you've just given, of squandering it. And so we need to be indignant at how we are risking throwing away what we've achieved. Second,
let me just follow up on that. There are many governments, though, who are saying what you've said in one of your speeches, which is human rights is not about me, therefore it doesn't matter to me. Therefore, I don't expect the government to take a stand of principle.
Yeah, and this is a commonplace thing. It's very commonplace. If you go home to your family, just test this. Human rights is about somebody else, probably somebody I wouldn't welcome at my dinner table, a prisoner, somebody that I don't like. And this is a huge neglected and an oversight. We have failed to demonstrate through standing up for jobs, for healthcare, for security, for education, that human rights is about everybody in our society. For sure, it's about the people on the edge. It is about the prisoner. It is about the migrant, but it's also about the person right beside you. And we have to rediscover that through the way in which our leaders frame the big initiatives, through the ways in which we talk about human rights in a more respectful manner. There's a lot that we must and can do.
You've got a great phrase where you say many governments treat human rights like a buffet. They take those rights, that's useful. I'll leave those rights behind on the buffet. They're just inconvenient.
And that's a problem, because human rights is a set of legal standards. It's non-negotiable. It's not a set of absolutes, and this is part of the misunderstanding that we have to overcome today. There's a commonplace sense out there that human rights is about my absolute entitlements. Of course it's not. Most human rights are subject to limitation in the public interest. Yes, we have free speech, but it's not absolute free speech. Yes, we have freedom to do this and to do that, but it's not absolute, because community and society matters. And so we have to do the give and the take. So this is another dimension of how we have to reframe the conversation. And as for governments and the buffet, the big issue here in Europe is the choice of civil and political over socioeconomic rights. Despite the fact that we have socioeconomic entitlements, I gave you examples earlier, there's a great reluctance in most of our governments to frame social policy using these categories and this language. And that's at the expense of doing the best possible job, above all for the people least able to stand up for themselves on the edges.
You're based in Vienna, but when you hear, and you've said it, that some parliaments within the EU lack human or fundamental rights oversight committees, and even where they do exist, scrutiny is often limited. That suggests they turn a blind eye consensually. They don't want to yet enter this area where you say things are going backwards, or certainly not going forwards fast enough.
It's not just about a deliberate neglect. It's about genuine misunderstandings and a limited sense of where human rights apply. Human rights apply everywhere you are a human, in all aspects of standing up for your human dignity. And yet we put human rights in little boxes. We put it in the boxes of the justice system. We put it in the box of prison conditions. It's about every aspect of who we are and how we thrive as humans in society. So I don't think a parliamentarian is often deliberately saying, I will exclude human rights from this issue. It's rather this, that they carry into the parliament, frankly, the same prejudices, the same misunderstandings that are out there on the street.
We are talking about human rights, and here I would suggest many people have said human rights because it's fashionable to talk about human rights without giving the second and third sentence, even in the last 24 hours. Do you think many people, when they talk about the aspiration of improving human rights, human dignity, not just about Ukraine, but about so many other areas as well, they really understand the enormity of the task that they are discussing and talking about?
I'm not sure I'm answering your question, Nick, but There's a huge amount of discussion about building better societies, building fairer societies. There's an enormous amount of goodwill. I've spent the last 8 years traveling around Europe, meeting with governments, meeting with ministers, meeting with parliaments. I meet so much genuine motivation to build a better world. But what is missing is knowledge of the vocabulary to build that better world. There is only one universally shared language to build a better world, and that's the human rights system as reflected in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. This is the 75th anniversary of the Declaration. Now is the moment to just throw it open again, put human rights back at the heart, get people excited, get them energized, get them focused, use it as the way to build a path forward. And by the way, human rights is not going to solve every problem in the world. Take the climate crisis. We absolutely need to recognize the human rights implications of the climate crisis. We absolutely need to bring human rights into the how to fix it dimension. But human rights in and of itself, that's not going to stop the rains. It's not going to stop the desertification. It's not going to stop the heat waves, but it's an essential part of going forward if we're determined to keep humans at the heart of the solution.
Are you suggesting that actually, as a human right, tackling the climate emergencies are vital for the following reason, that actually people don't realize the enormity of the impact it's having on their lives? We are in a nation which 3 weeks ago has had a shock of mammoth proportions, the
Yes.
kind of don't look now. It's coming from the sky, the meteorite, if you like. I'm doing a lot of work on thinking the unthinkable, whether it's in Slovenia, whether it's in Tuscany, whether it's in Sicily, whether it's in Spain, whether it's in Texas, whether it's in Canada. People don't believe it's going to happen to them.
No.
And they don't believe it's going to happen to them when it comes to human rights and abuse of human rights.
Yeah. No, I couldn't agree with you more. The last couple of years, we've just had a firestorm of drama in Europe that brought home to people, my God, my future is at real risk. It's existentially at risk. We have that through the war. We had it first, I think, through COVID. Then we had it through the war next door.
Do you think people realize that?
Yes, I do. And I think, because let me just finish, with the extraordinary summer we've had, finally in Europe, the coin is dropping, that our future is hanging in the balance. Now, if you live on a Pacific island, you got that ages ago. If you live in a desertified piece of sub-Saharan Africa, you got that years ago. But here in Europe, I don't think it landed until now. And in its landing, in the insecurity, in the fear, in the need to find a way into the future that'll carry us all in all of our dignity, human rights is that map. But we need to rediscover it, as I said, breathe the oxygen back into it to show a way forward.
You've talked very clearly in recent weeks, we've got a big job to do. We have got to find ways to restore the promotion and protection of human rights. How do you mobilize? Because you've talked about 4 issues here: waking up, wising up, acting up, and joining up. Easy to write here, but what does it mean?
I'll give you a few examples. First, wising up. What I mean when I use that term is that the human rights actors have stayed at the periphery of the great dramas of our time. Take the climate crisis. Until very recently, human rights was knocking on the door. Please let us in. Please pay attention to us. We should have been seeking instead to embed human rights at the very heart of the response. Artificial intelligence, exactly the same. But I see a change now, a recognition that we need to get into the middle of the debate. And for that to happen, we need to learn the vocabularies. I need to learn how to speak to the economist. I need to speak to the meteorologist. I need to speak to the tech expert. They and I need to understand each other mutually. That's only then will we be effective in moving forward. So that's one aspect. Another aspect is reviving old partnerships and building new partnerships for human rights. I'll take an old partnership. I first came into human rights, my interest rather, in the 1970s. And I was motivated by what I saw in Latin America, where I saw Catholic bishops, frankly, out there on the front line, at least in a number of cases, being assassinated for standing up for human rights. And so I grew up in a context where the faith world and the human rights world were partners in working towards a better future. That somehow got lost over the years. We don't have time to go into it. But we need to reestablish some elements of that partnership, recognizing differences, that's fine, but also recognizing the vast common space where we can work together towards that better future. There's many other partnerships we need to either revive or start from scratch. I'll just give one example, the sports world. This week we have presented to us in an astonishing way the extent to which the sports world can be the vehicle and the channel for the most important human rights discussions. Right now in the Spanish context, violence against women. Now, that happened...
Would you have expected that 2 weeks ago?
No, I would not. I wouldn't have expected the outrageousness of it, but also I wouldn't have expected, and again it reflects the decency in society, the outrage that has been expressed in terms of a response to what has happened, which I find very encouraging. There are many other partnerships. I'll name just one. This morning I was at the President's panel, the first one in the conference this morning at 9 o'clock. In here, in this room. And I was awestruck by the young people in the panel speaking to the presidents. And look, to cut it short, they are the reason we can be hopeful. It's not about tomorrow. It's so annoying. If I was young again, I'd hate that everybody says, I'm the tomorrow. I'm not, I'm the today, I'm the right now. And we need to listen to them and involve them and help them show us the way forward. And again, it's another example of a partnership which will bring enormous dividends, but it's one we're squandering. We're still giving lip service, token service to young people in many of our spaces, not necessarily suggesting Bled. But we have to give meaningful spaces of consultation where we will do active listening and genuine cooperation in finding the fixes to go forward.
Michael, let me invite anyone in the room who'd like to say anything. We've got about 16 minutes left, so if you'd like to say anything, put up a bit of paper. And is there a microphone we can get to them, or they can speak up? So if you want to come in, we've got 15 minutes. It's up to you. I can keep talking to Michael, and you can keep doing, or your mind can be wandering, or you can be listening. So just make your intentions clear. Let me just put one thing to you, which I shared with you from yesterday. It was in the Financial Times, about whether working on human rights actually now involves, for example, trying to persuade banks not to lend money to countries which are seen as violators of human rights. Is that the kind of progress you think you are now looking for?
It's an essential element of the future. Just think about it. It's commonplace and obvious that most of the risks we face in our lives these days don't come from the government, they come from the private sector. And so therefore, if we cannot get the private sector compliant with, respectful of human rights, we frankly don't have much of a future. The role of the business world is absolutely vast, be it for us or be it for anybody, anywhere in the global supply chain.
Have you got leverage there already?
Leverage is coming. The toolbox is improving. The European Union, for which I work, is developing tools. We have a taxonomy set of regulations emerging, which will over time impose human rights compliance requirements on the business sector. We're not there yet, but we're going in the right direction. We have a lot of other tools. In the context of artificial intelligence, we have an impressive effort at regulation, which will tame which I believe will in large part tame the industry. So we're going in the right direction, but we cannot forget that controlling the private sector is critical to ensuring respect for human rights in the future.
Do you think there's a willingness? I've been doing all this work on thinking the unthinkable, thinking the unpalatable, and that's where we are with a lot of human rights. Do you think there's a willingness by those at the top of big companies and smaller companies to actually engage in these issues?
To some extent, yes. And in fact, I found
what
the curiosity.
Needs to persuade them?
I found the curiosity that the higher you go in the bigger companies, the more of an interest there is in pursuing these pathways. But what I find often is nobody knows quite what that means in practice. Take for example, the tech industry. I have many conversations with tech leaders, and they get human rights, but they don't fully understand it beyond privacy. They get the point that privacy is a human right. But then once we get into discrimination and how AI, for example, can discriminate, they get lost quite quickly. But the goodwill is often there. What's more, we have evidence, and I'm no economist, so I won't go too far with this, but we have evidence that investing in values in the pursuit of your financial interests brings a more sustainable financial yield, a better profit. And so therefore, the smarter companies are recognizing that attention to human rights is also good for the bottom line.
Because there's a comparison and a parallelism with nature and what we've seen too with sexual violations and so on, and what we're seeing with Me Too. In other words, can you see almost a pincer movement developing in which human rights becomes a real pressure on institutions where they've got away with stuff up to now, but it ain't going to last much longer?
It can be a pincer, but it's not a given. It'll only happen if we stay incredibly focused, smart, and tactical, also choosing our battles.
Right, take the microphone there, please, for the lady. And do introduce yourself.
Yes. Hi, my name is Katarzyna Van Elliot, and I'm from the Ministry of Foreign and European Affairs here in Slovenia. Thank you for this really interesting debate. I feel a little bit conflicted about talking about human rights and business and private sector, because I feel that I used to work in North Africa, actually, up until last year, and the local authoritarian elites, who are also business elites, they hijack the notion of human rights in order to promote themselves as, particularly in Morocco, for example, in Tunisia up until very recently, not so much in Algeria. But they sort of hijack the notion of human rights in order to promote themselves as this island of liberty in the sea of authoritarianism in the Middle East and North Africa.
Could you put a point quickly, because
yes.
we're running out of time?
And so they hijack the notion of human rights in order to sell exactly what you said in terms of the right to sort of ownership and so on.
So can I put that to Michael, the hijacking of human rights,
yes.
so I got it right?
And I just wanted to say, but we of course forget about the most existential human right, which is the right to life, which means the right to clean water, the right to be able to go to school, to have quality and,
But I think, Michael, what you're saying is there is a real abuse of these principles.
Yeah, well, look, thank you. And
thank you very much indeed.
I completely...
Anyone else? Please, at the back. Keep going.
Okay, I get your point, and I don't disagree with you at all. But what's the alternative? Yes, some bits of the private sector will exploit human rights to get an advantage, which is purely commercial. But we need to talk to them. You mentioned clean water. How are we going to get clean water if we don't get the water companies on side? So we have to have the conversation while aware that we're sometimes being manipulated. We had a massive manipulation in recent times where nasty people were suddenly invoking human rights over the COVID restrictions. The fact that nasty people were invoking human rights, sometimes very cleverly, was not to somehow undermine human rights. And in fact, they probably did us some service. But again, it's a further example of the type of exploitation with which we have to live. We have to sit down with the people who are impacting human well-being if we're to deliver for human dignity.
Michael, are they pulling wool over your eyes? You have the evidence. Do they believe you don't have the evidence, and therefore they try and make clear, in their view, that they are whiter than white on this?
Well, a lot of business is extremely well-resourced and can mount very effective arguments. What we have to do is invest in the evidence ourselves. That's what my agency does. We do the world's largest surveys on the lived experience of what it is to be human in Europe from the human rights point of view. And we, with our colleagues in the European Commission, are constantly rebutting the sort of false claims or the mischievous claims to the contrary. And it's effective over time. But you have to play a long game and recognize that your adversary is very well resourced.
Because I was listening to Friso, your communications advisor, in a separate session about hybrid warfare as well, making that point. We've got to check.
Yes, and another speaker on the same panel talked about how you have to invest the most enormous resources in countering misinformation and disinformation. It can't just be 10 people in a ministry lost somewhere. It has to be a recognition of a vast campaign across a breadth of areas over an extended time, and only then will you be successful.
Please introduce
yourself. 2 short questions. My name is Petre Claudiu Platon from Romania National Administration Association. So, first question is what we can do more to stop the human rights violations in Ukraine, so to stop leveling the cities, bombardment of civilian infrastructure, and so on. And the second is how your agency will increase the presence in the Balkans in order to promote rule of law and in order to make the leaders in the region to understand that if they want to integrate in the EU, they have to fully comply with rule of law.
Can I modify that first half of the question? How worried are you about what's happening in Ukraine being repeated by many other authoritarian, autocratic regimes who now believe they can get away with it?
Well, let's just make sure they don't get away with it. Let's make sure that the sustained, united front against the barbarity of the Russian regime holds steady. And in answering your question, we must maintain criminal accountability for crimes. And I welcome the fact that the criminal accountability dimension has been there from the beginning. We have to keep that there. We have to keep investing in it. We have to keep investing in the institutions that will deliver the necessary justice. Putin wasn't able to go to South Africa this week for the BRICS conference because of the arrest warrant. That's positive. That's encouraging. We have to record what's happening in Ukraine to ensure a global justice, a fair and a proper reconstruction, but also a justice delivered. We have to remember to take account of what happens to the most marginal, forgotten people in Ukraine. I think, for example, of Roma. Everywhere, by the way, Roma get pushed to the edge, forgotten. And we have to remember them in the context of doing an assessment, an understanding of the reality in that country. That won't stop the fighting, I give you that. But it's part of the contribution of the human rights actors towards navigating through this hell towards a better future. And then the Western Balkans. Western Balkan countries that are candidate countries to the European Union can apply to be observers to the Fundamental Rights Agency. And so we would strongly encourage those that have not yet done so to do it, because once that happens, we can engage with them on the territory, just like they were an EU member state, and we can offer the capacity building support, the data generation, all the things we do to try and make things a bit better. We can do that in Ukraine and Moldova also, if they choose to become observers to the agency, something I'd really very much welcome.
But again, picking up the spirit of the first half of that question, when you look at the horrors, and the BBC is running a long piece today about the number of bodies which are being discovered, who are victims of the war, Ukrainian bodies. It's ghastly stuff.
Yes.
And we know what's been happening with things like mortuary, railway cars, and so on. My point is, when you look at what is there is in parts of Africa and parts of the rest of the world, there are those who can say Russia is getting away with it. We can probably get away with it too.
Yeah. I mean, that's, what can I do but share with you the huge concern. And if they do get away with it, then it's an existential moment of failure. It's not just a failure in terms of what's happening in the rest of the world. It's a failure here in Europe. It's a statement that you can repudiate everything that has been achieved, every value that's been reinforced, every standard that's been gained since the Second World War, that somehow they stand for nothing. So we have no alternative. The aggression has got to be halted, and Ukraine given every support to rebuild itself as a fully functioning state in full respect for human rights. So I'm not telling you we're going to succeed. I'm not telling you we're going to win. I'm just saying that the issue is existential.
Finally, what about your thoughts? Is there someone else who's got their hand up? Please, just very quickly, because we've got 2 minutes only.
Yeah, I have two quick questions. I was part of Young PSF. And my first question is, do you see cancel culture movement as something useful for human rights or something dangerous? And why is it more popular in America and not in Europe? And my second question is, are there human rights without animal rights?
Okay, difficult questions. Cancel culture is it's a kind of a popular term that doesn't have a fixed meaning. It can mean different things to different people. Expression of outrage against human rights abuse is really welcome. I was very impressed in the context of Me Too and so on, the extent to which human rights came onto our streets, which then triggered important changes in policy. It's in response to the killing of Mr. Floyd that we now have an anti-racism policy in the European Union, and that's because of the outrage on the streets. That's very welcome. The new attention to colonialism, the impact of colonialism, the legacy of slavery, that's incredibly welcome. This is all good for helping us go forward. But at the same time,
and the reparations that have been
and the
paid.
reparations discussion that's suddenly moving quite quickly. But look at how the initiatives on reparation are actually by the families of the slave owners, not by states.
Including in Ireland.
Indeed, Ireland hasn't even begun to discover its own background in this context. We may have been a colonized part of Britain, but nevertheless, we supplied the civil servants for the Indian, Raj, and for so many other settings. So we haven't even begun the conversation in my country. But what I wanted to say was, in terms of cancel culture, that we have to be very careful to respect human rights in this context. We do have freedom of expression. Freedom of expression is subject to limitation, but it shouldn't exclude every voice that we don't like. The great thing about universities, used to be at least, that you could get the full diversity of views, even frankly outrageous views, which helped me form my own views. And I would hate to see that put at risk through some exaggerated application of this phenomenon. And now the colleague mentioned animal rights. I have a pet, and I adore that little dog. And I would throw myself in front of a train rather than have the train hit the dog. And so I do find myself having to challenge myself. I focus on human rights. That's what I know. That's what I do. But I'm not going to dispute anybody who tells me that we need more attention to the rights of animals.
All right.
In the context also of the ecology, the environment, saving our planet, that's a discussion we need to have, though I have no expertise on it.
Michael, we have 1 minute, literally. I'm just going to summarize, and you can comment about the 6 proposals you have. Get back to the law. We need to evidence our claims. Third, and this is interesting, go local. Yep. Fourthly, get the message across. Build alliances. And above all, create new education opportunities for the next generation. How much of that is achievable?
Oh, so much. First, get back to the law. What I mean by that is everybody's talking about human rights, and we need to recognize we have legal standards. Don't just claim things and label them as human rights. Point to the standard. That's how I've been successful everywhere I've worked, because it's objective. It's not just my opinion. Second, go local. I was a few months ago in Poland, I was in Lublin, I was in Warsaw, I was in Gdansk. I was so impressed by the mayors, a reminder that there's so much energy for human rights, for decency at the level of our cities that we have to exploit. And finally, put human rights back in school. We don't have civics, as we used to call it, in many classrooms anymore. We need a shared ethic, something that will bond us as societies oriented towards the good for our communities. Human rights can provide that, but only if it's given a chance, right back to what we said at the beginning, and the key to that is children. So teach them about human rights. They don't have to become human rights lawyers, but they have to get fired up by the Universal Declaration, and then we can make a better future.
Michael, you've made clear it's a long haul ahead, but there are some early wins possible. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you. Thanks.
Press. Good afternoon. I think we can slowly start. Very good. So, Your Excellencies, Madam Tsikhanouskaya, dear friends here in the hall as well as online, it is my honor and pleasure to open this panel and to be your moderator. My name is Milan Nič. I work as a senior fellow at the German Council on Foreign Relations based in Berlin. Originally, I am from the other country starting with Slovakia, but not our hosting country, Slovenia. I would like to say a few remarks at the beginning. Our panel is entitled The EU's Eastern Partnership at the Crossroads. New reality, new approach. So allow me, before I introduce you, my distinguished speakers, to frame our discussion. We are also lucky not to have 7 or 8 panelists at other panels. That was still the case, by the way, before the weekend, but 2 speakers declined. So we have more time also for your questions at the end. The Russian aggression to Ukraine sent shockwaves through the European continent and also through the entire international community. Facing full-scale war at its borders, the European Union and its leaders had to fundamentally adjust their security policy and take strategic decisions related to its eastern neighborhood. The most important one, of course, was granting candidate status to Ukraine and Moldova, with the prospective candidate status to Georgia in June last year, which effectively meant opening a membership path for them. It's clear that the European security for the next decades will be decided in the eastern neighborhood and will be determined by the outcome of the Russian aggression to Ukraine. You can even say that because of this, the EU neighborhood will shape the future of Europe in a similar way, and let me underline this in Slovenia, in a similar way as in the 90s, the future of the European foreign policy was determined by the succession of wars after the breakup of Yugoslavia and the outcome of the war in Bosnia. It's not easy for our Balkan friends to realize that they are no longer at the center of European security, that they are actually playing, let's say, a side role to Eastern partners. This is fundamental change for European neighborhood policy, but the big questions still remain. Where does the EU go from here? Granting candidate status, as our Balkan friends know, is an important step, but it does not guarantee a smooth and transparent accession process. How will the European Eastern Partnership or EU's Eastern Partnership policy adjust to such a differentiation among its participants, where you have a membership perspective to the Eastern Trio and a commitment to upgrade bilateral relations with all Eastern partners, with the exception of Belarus? How does this differentiation work in practice? How can the EU expand its engagement as a geopolitical actor in this region? How is the ongoing war impacting other unresolved conflicts in this region, including persistent tension between Armenia and Azerbaijan over the unresolved issue of Nagorno-Karabakh, about which we will hear more in the panel? Also, what can the EU do with the, if you allow me, Deputy Minister, to mention it, backsliding democracy and poor shape of good governance in Georgia? How to deal with the Belarus exception, as this is the de facto Russian vassal in the region that is sliding into a more vassalship of Moscow. And last but not least, what are the expectations from the upcoming Slovenian non-permanent membership in the UN Security Council from January for the next 2 years, the expectations in the region? So without further ado, let me introduce my distinguished speakers. Coming from the right, Jan Marian, Deputy Foreign Minister of Czech Republic. Vahan Kostanyan, Deputy Foreign Minister of Armenia. Svitlana Tikhanovskaya, national leader and head of the United Transition Cabinet of Belarus. Lasha Darsalia, the first Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs of Georgia. And Denis Mančević, a partner in the consulting NC3 Global here in Slovenia, who, if I may say so, is a preeminent commentator of Eastern neighborhood affairs in Slovenia and who was born in Minsk. So, let's start with the EU member in this panel. Jan Marian, you were not only having a successful EU presidency 1 year ago, after the outbreak of the full-scale war of Russia in Ukraine, you also managed to keep the EU unity and also start discussion among EU27 on this differentiation of Eastern Partnership. So decision to keep the Eastern Partnership in place as a regional framework, but to upgrade bilateral relationship. How will it work with such a different trajectories among groups of members?
Okay, thank you, Milan, and thank you. Well, it's great to see that there are still so many friends of the Eastern Partnership. There are still people interested in this policy. Well, everything has changed with the Russian aggression against Ukraine. And obviously, now the Eastern Partnership is very much, or the Eastern policy of the EU, the neighbors, it's very much about supporting Ukraine. And it's about doing more of the same as we do to support Ukraine. And many things, including the Eastern policy of the EU, will be shaped by the result of the war. And, well, we managed to find a common ground for the Czech presidency, and obviously, I must say, unfortunately, Russia has been helping us for years. So now, with all the Russian atrocities, you have great level of unity in the EU. Even those EU member states who used to be quite skeptical, or one might say naive about Russia, are now on the same page. We have unity on sanctions, we have unity on support to Ukraine, and unfortunately, Russia continues to wake us up all the time.
Thanks for being very short.
No.
Thanks for being very short, which brings me to my short question to everybody. If you could advise the EU decision makers to change one thing, what should change in EU approach? You know, we are talking about new approach. We are supposed to talk about new EU approach to this region. What should EU improve in one word? And let's take everybody in the panel, starting with you, Madam Tikhanovskaya. And you can address this question from the perspective of your own country. And please keep it into, if you can, less than 1 minute.
Look, I hardly can answer what to change in approach towards Belarus in one word, because you know, there are many problems and difficulties people are facing right now. First of all, I'm sure that Belarus shouldn't be overlooked at the moment. I see the tendency that Belarus is left for one day later. So first we will help Ukraine to win, and then we'll help Belarus. It's a wrong approach, because Belarus is part of the problem, but it's also part of the solution. Free and democratic Belarus will speed up victory of Ukraine and will be the best sanctions against Putin. So the European Union should adopt dual strategy on Belarus. On one hand, isolate Lukashenko economically and politically. On the other hand, help people who are fighting with this regime, who are fighting with imperialistic ambitions of Russia, to return our country back.
Thank you. The same question to you, Deputy Minister. What should EU change in its approach to Georgia, in a few words?
Oh, well, is it one? No, thank you. Well, I will not talk about what to change, but because I think what I want to say EU is doing it, but maybe to more strengthen this and to have more strategic vision and strategic approach to the things when we are talking about region, because it is, I mean, there are a lot of things are changing, and maybe later we'll have a chance to talk in more details, but despite the fact that we have now increased insecurity, we have now significant deterioration of the security environment in our region, especially because of the Russia's war of aggression in Ukraine as well. We are not far, and we are part of the wider region. On the other hand, there are some opportunities, and these opportunities are exactly to be used, and the EU needs to be more strategic and to be more strategically present in a region and more visible in South Caucasus. That's what I would wish
Thank you. Your answer to the same question, Deputy Minister of Armenia?
Thank you very much. I guess if I have no one word, but even 3 words, I will repeat the same word: value, values, and values. I guess the European Union should stand for the very values which are in the fundamentals of European Union: democracy, rule of law, and human rights. And European Union should not compromise the values that it has, and should build the policy in its eastern neighborhood, both bilaterally with Armenia, but also regionally when it comes to South Caucasus, based on the values and the protection of values that we in Armenia believe that European Union believes in.
And to close this first round, Denis, what should you do better, differently?
Thank you very much. In my opinion, what Europeans should do is to be much, much faster. In terms of integrating the region to become first to get a negotiation status and then to integrate as a full membership. Why I believe this is crucial. Milan, you mentioned in the beginning that the war in Yugoslavia pushed some processes within the EU, but then we see how long it takes to integrate the West Balkans into the European Union. And what I'm afraid of, if some things will not change quite fast within the European Union, within the decision-making and the strategic geopolitical decision to integrate both regions, that we will see countries on the eastern side after 10 years or hopefully after the war in Ukraine with similar very long process of the integration, which of course can create a new free space for other actors, which can create additional problems because we, in my opinion, we didn't move fast enough in eastern side until the war in Ukraine. We had several problems before that. We had 2014, we had migration crisis on Belarus-Polish border. But this unity and this fast reaction, which we saw after the start of the aggression, is now needed much more further.
Very good. So we have put together a broad picture. There are several ways how to go into focused conversations to individual countries. And for lack of other organizing principle, I agreed with panelists that we will do it in the geographical way. We don't have all Eastern partner countries represented in the panel. Ukraine, Moldova, Azerbaijan is not here, although the Deputy Foreign Minister of Azerbaijan originally was part of the setup, but he couldn't come at the short notice. Those of you who come to Bled regularly know that last year we had panel on Eastern Partnership focused on a European perspective for Ukraine, Moldova, which provoked, I think, Ambassador of Armenia from the audience to protest that there needs to be a discussion about Armenia, which we will have. But moving on from the principle of geography, let me start with Madam Tsikhanouskaya. And we will come back to one, I think, constant topic in this discussion about Eastern neighborhood, and that is Russia. Russia is still there. It's waging full-scale war. It is putting pressure on the dictator in Minsk, who pledged to stay out of the war. But first we had a decision to accept nuclear warheads in its territory. Then the Wagner Group, as an agreed outcome of the mutiny, announced that they will move to Belarus. Now the leadership of the Wagner Group is dead. What will happen with this Wagner Group base there in your understanding, and how do you also deal with this new situation of your country, which is now a security threat to Europe and to Poland in particular?
First of all, I can't agree with your statement that Putin puts pressure on Lukashenko. They're full of lies, and Lukashenko shows his loyalty to Putin since 2020. Putin saved him during our uprising, saved him politically, economically, and since then they're in full alliance. So we have never had any evidence that Putin created pressure on Lukashenko to send Belarusian troops to Ukraine, for example. Lukashenko gave our country as launching pad to send missiles to Ukraine. The fact that Belarusian army hasn't participated in the war is not thanks to Lukashenko. It's only thanks to feeling of Belarusian people towards Ukrainians. We don't have, Belarusian people don't have imperialistic ambitions as Russians. We have a very close relationship with the Ukrainian nations. And just even in case Lukashenko has given this order, Belarusian army would defect, would hide, would change sides, but will not fight with Ukrainian people. So since 2020, Lukashenko is accepting thousands of Russian military on our earth. Then, after March of Prigozhin on Moscow, Lukashenko played a role of peacemaker, that as if he saved Kremlin, saved Putin, you know, from Prigozhin, and adopted thousands of Wagner groups on our territory. About 4,000 people, 4,000 Wagner fighters now in our country, but after Prigozhin deaths, we see that camps of Wagner groups is being dismantled, and partially they are sent out of our country. So Lukashenko can't control these people. So, but of course, you know, the presence of Russian troops, presence of Wagner fighters, presence of possible presence of nuclear weapon in Belarus creates a threat to our Western neighbors. But we have to understand that we have to solve the problem, but not to treat symptoms, you know, of this problem. We have to understand that only dismantling the regime in Belarus will make Belarus a stable and a secure partner for our neighbors, but not a source of threat. So we have to make everything possible to weaken Lukashenko and to strengthen Belarusian democratic forces. For example, let's take sanctions that should destabilize economic situation in Belarus. They can't work in full because there are so many loopholes in the sanctions. We are asking for several years that the European Union has to create a special mechanism of sanction enforcement. It's not still there.
A quick follow-up question, if I may, on domestic stability of the Lukashenko regime. They're moving into elections early next year. Before presidential elections in Russia, or so-called elections, because we heard from Kremlin spokesman Dmitry Peskov that they are not the real elections. But what is your take on that supposed elections, given that you participated in one presidential elections in the summer of 2020, which were manipulated, which you probably won, but was not recognized? What will be your advice from exile to Belarusians once the elections will be prepared and announced?
Any, how you call it, elections in Belarus is farce and fake. Because in 2020, elections were fraudulent. Lukashenko didn't win these elections, and I ask international society, use correct language. Don't call Lukashenko president. He is not. And, the policy of appeasement failed, and you have to recognize this. And Lukashenko is not recognized as legitimate president in our country. So any further elections, proto-elections, whatever, will not be recognized by European and democratic society as free and fair. We have thousands of people in jail. 500,000 of Belarusians had to flee Belarus because of repressions. We don't have any political parties, only pro-Lukashenko. Leaders of political parties are in jails. What elections are we talking about? We ask Belarusian people not to participate, not to support this, this ritual, like in Stalin times. Like it's not elections; it's only ritual. So it should be strong position of the European Union and other democratic countries. Any elections is farce, and they are not legitimate.
Let me bring you, Jan Marian, into discussion. As a deputy foreign minister of a member state that had the presidency recently, do you accept this comment and this charge that Belarus is neglected in the EU approach? And what else should be done, could be done by the EU or by member states, except isolating the regime, sanctioning it, and redirect financial support to the exiles and the civil society, to the extent possible?
It's working, yeah. Well, my country is among those who've been helping the Belarusian civil society and opposition basically since Lukashenko came to power in the 90s, and we continue to do so. I think on the EU level, you need this dual track. So you need support to Ukraine because this might influence the whole situation. You need sanctions, more sanctions, and we've been trying hard to get the 11th package on the table. And we are in favor of more sanctions, both against the Belarus and Russian regime, of course. And of course, we need to try to close the loopholes, which is very much in the hands also of the EU member states. And we need to reach out. I think we had the meeting in Jeddah on the Ukrainian peace plan. You need to reach out to those countries who still believe that this is some kind of regional conflict in Europe. But this Russian aggression has global impacts on food security, trade routes, international orders. So I think we need to do more of the same. And as to Belarus, both the current policies against or vis-à-vis the regime, and then, of course, continued support to the civil society, democratic forces, activists, although, of course, the situation on the ground is now even more complicated, so many things have to be done from Vilnius, from Prague, and elsewhere.
Quick follow-up. Denis said that EU should do what it's doing. You said more of the same, but he said much faster.
Well, definitely. I think we used to speak about the EU as the geopolitical player. This is in the EU global strategy that was coined many years ago. But I think now we finally started to do this, to behave like this. Of course, you might argue that it takes time, although I think now, when necessary, the EU institutions and member states are so fast as they can. But of course, this is about EU27. It's about unanimity. It's about the member states' position. But again, facing the current Russian behavior, I think the level of understanding and awareness is much better than it used to be 5 years ago, for instance.
With this, allow me to move to the South Caucasus and start with you, Deputy Minister Darsalia. How is the war, Russia's war in Ukraine, impacting Georgia? Your unresolved conflict over Abkhazia and Ossetia, and the future of the disputed territories. You were leading negotiations on behalf of your government with Russia before the war in Geneva. Where are these negotiations now? And how do you see actually Russia as a factor in the South Caucasus? Are they, sorry to say so, but are there some benefits for sovereignty of these countries from Russia being fully engaged in the war up in the northwest and distracted?
Thank you much. And there are so many questions inside one question that I think we will need additional panel to answer. But I'll try to be very short. And there are several things I really want to respond. And I started that we need to talk and think about the strategic presence of EU in South Caucasus, which is part of the answer to your question. And in this regard, I just want to mention that when we are talking about strategic presence, it's really important we are also talking about the concepts rightfully. And within this question, well, before there was the backslide of democracy or something, there was the disputed territories, there is the conflicts in Georgia. Maybe first I answer this, why they are not conflicts in Georgia, and this is conflict between Russia and Georgia, why there is no backslide of democracy, if you about this as well.
I understand you have to react to that.
No, it's really part of this issue, because this is very important concept. About the backslide, I really short with one sentence, that there is no any figure which supports this statement. It's more political concept rather than the statement, rather than the reality. Because, for example, European Union's human rights report of this year just very clearly says that, I can quote actually, one sentence only, overall Georgia has a solid human rights framework, including legislation and policies in line with international and European standard. And the context also matters later. You can read this, or when we are talking about, for example, Freedom House human rights, Freedom House rankings, Georgia is ahead of all Eastern Partnership countries with due respect to our partners, or in any other ranking. And this is just more sounds that sometimes incapability of being strategically present in the region sometimes sounds the attempt to blame it to Georgia rather than to our partners itself. But this is the other issue. When we are talking how it affects Russia's aggression in Ukraine about the situation in Georgia, that's also part of this, because we now started to think about the concepts and rethinking the concepts when we are talking about disputed territories or breakaway regions. Why it matters that they are occupied territories, not the disputed and breakaways. And this is not what Georgia is saying. This is what the European Parliament is saying. This is what the European Court of Human Rights said in at least 2 rulings. And why these concepts are important? Because there is behind the concept. When we call it conflicts of Georgia and give it the ethnic connotation of this conflict, or when we are saying that these are disputed or breakaway regions, we in Georgia think that there is intentional attempt to decrease the role of Russia in all this, and it's not the role of Russia. We are really talking about Russia-Georgia conflict and Russian occupation of the Georgia's territories. One day when the conflict in Ukraine is finished, and I'm sure it will be just fully finished with the defeat of Russia, and we as an international community come back to a table, there will be the other question, how we are finishing now all this situation, how we are restoring the European security architecture. Will we limit it only what was happening only in Ukraine, or will we just restore the European security everywhere where it is? And that's where these concepts matter. We really don't want to see the 90s where we were when we fought the war with Russia, when Russia occupied our territories, but we were told that Yeltsin is good guy now, and we need, and Russians are peacekeepers in your occupied territories, despite the fact that they were the one who was occupying these territories. So
have you detected a different approach from your Russian counterparts in the recent? Have you detected a different approach to
well, I don't know. Well, if I tell you, if I tell you what happens in Geneva, this will be a matter of interpretation. But you can see publicly as well, very recently, the so-called former president of Russia, Medvedev, very clearly said what these territories are for them. I'm referring to recent interview when he said that so they are thinking to annex these territories or not. So it's very clear. It says that they are toy in their hands. And it's really interesting when the European Court says that these are occupied territories, when Russians say that they are the one who control these territories, why people still repeat the breakaway or disputes? I really don't understand what is behind this concept, unless there is the attempt that in future just to leave this space, not to deal with these issues when time comes. So, this is what is concern of Georgia when we are talking about. So that's why the terminology matters, and it's just concepts. These are not just words. So that's why what we say today will matter tomorrow, and that's why I really want to challenge this. And now, second part. So this is part how it affects our situation in Georgia. That we really are in a place when we have to discuss Georgia's issue as well. And it is important now, otherwise, if you mean how it impacts on the ground, situation is unfortunately not even static, but it's even more deteriorating, especially when we refer to humanitarian and human rights situation inside of the occupied territories of Georgia.
If we have time, let's discuss it further. I cannot avoid asking you, please for a brief answer, about the upcoming enlargement package of the European Commission in the end of October, where Georgia, just to not to enter into polemics with you, but the reason why Georgia was not given a full candidate status was a huge question mark over its democracy and media situation. There were additional tasks to be taken. What do you expect from the end of the year? What is the goal of the current government in Georgia in its EU path?
I really expect that decision will be merit-based, not like the previous time. And if we are talking about the concrete steps, concrete criteria, there is, for example, the same European Commission's analytical report, which shows that Georgia is quite ahead in a lot of these criteria, including and when we are talking about, for example, these 12 priorities, which was set, so we will continue working. It's still some time left, but most of them we are already implementing. So we really expect a merit-based decision, and if it is about what we are doing and about the merits, I'm sure that we will get the candidate status.
Before we move on to Armenia, Denis Mancevic, do you want to enter with a short comment on this?
No, maybe just to answer the previous statement about that EU is moving faster. Yes, this can be seen from the operational side, but on a strategic level, we are still, in my opinion, of course, and I'm not an official, so I have this liberty to speak probably more freely, we are still too slow. And if we are comparing the decision-making within the EU from the last maybe decades, yeah, we are faster, but if we are looking at the global players, because we should not forget that it's not only Russia, it's Turkey, we should talk about this region, it's China, of course, and some others, I'm afraid that we are still losing the pace, let's say.
So moving on down in the South Caucasus to Armenia, I understand we will not avoid to discuss the humanitarian situation in Nagorno-Karabakh. I also have to point out that there is no Azeri panelists or speaker in this panel, but I know that there is Ambassador of Azerbaijan carefully following this panel, and I expect him in the Q&A to come back. But please, if you allow me to ask you about bilateral relationship between Armenia and the EU in general, and the EU perspective for Armenia, which, until Russia's war in Ukraine was maybe stagnating. The SIPA agreement. There was a war before the war. So there was a war between Azerbaijan and Armenia over Nagorno-Karabakh before the war in Ukraine, which was ended by Russia in a sort of facilitated deal that they were supposed to guarantee, which included also safe passage to Nagorno-Karabakh, but Russia is no longer capable of guaranteeing that, and it seems, to me at least, that there is a big disappointment in Yerevan over expectations of Russia and your security. So does this open a new European perspective for your country and for your Prime Minister Pashinyan said so several times. We hosted him in Berlin when he was to visit a few months ago, and he seems to be moving full speed towards Brussels with the consequences in the relationship towards Moscow, and there is very difficult sort of balancing. I wonder how you comment. I would comment that before coming to Nagorno-Karabakh.
Thank you very much. So I guess it's very clear the political will that Armenia has to enhance the relations with the European Union, and the SIPA agreement that we are consciously implementing in Armenia is one of the pillars on which we can further enhance our cooperation. But it's not only a matter of Armenia, how deep we want to go with European Union, and also about the European Union, how deep they want to go with Armenia and with the South Caucasus in general. But before coming to the other part of the questions, a couple of remarks. First, maybe we can provide a chair for the ambassador here, not to have Azerbaijan excluded from this panel, though the deputy minister is not here. But to confess on EU starting to be faster. In this case, in case of Armenia, I can say that at least last year, after the infiltration of Azerbaijani troops to Armenia, the reaction from the European Union was quite fast, and was even faster than we expected, frankly speaking, when the European Union deployed a monitoring mission to the interstate border between Armenia and Azerbaijan, and we greatly value the EU's presence in Armenia, although it was not shared by Azerbaijan, who openly stated its dissatisfaction with the deployment of EU monitoring mission to Armenia. The mission, who has a role to play a key function to protect stability and to support the peace process in our region. When it comes to Nagorno-Karabakh, Just again,
I'm very sorry to stop you there, but let me bring in again the Czech Deputy Foreign Minister on the question of speed. This is interesting sort of counterpoint. You said the EU reacted faster than you expected on the EU security mission.
When the European, is it working? Yeah. When the European bureaucracy usually works.
And I should also correct myself, it's EU monitoring mission, not security mission. So these are monitors.
Civilian missions.
Civilian, and they are not directly involved in Nagorno-Karabakh, but you were, Czech Republic had the presidency.
And it was on our interstate border, not in Nagorno-Karabakh.
Right, so border between Armenia proper and Azerbaijan. You were, Czech Republic had at that time EU presidency. What was different, what was new in that decision-making that it took, a few months, actually few weeks, to take to a decision to deploy a mission?
Well, Milan, I don't know what to say. First, I'm happy to hear some positive feedback on the EU flexibility. Second, again, this is about the member states willing to send the monitors, for instance. And third, I think this is about the change context. We see what Russia does. We see, I think, and you mentioned that in Yerevan, Russia is perceived somehow now. It's not only about this capital, it's about other, it's about Central Asia. So we see many partners looking more to the EU now for assistance, for norms and standards. The same go for Central Asia. Maybe the future of the EU Eastern policy, once we have the membership perspective for some, the future might be extending this offer of the EU standards, norm, whatever, roaming, market, to others, both Caucasus, both Central Asia. But many thanks for the words about the EU.
You can see Czechoslovak, solidarity on the panel after the happy divorce. That's possible within the EU. But coming back to Nagorno-Karabakh, I understand that you have to draw attention to the situation.
Before going to Nagorno-Karabakh, just a remark on your question to my Czech colleague, what was different? I guess this is again about values. And here European Union clearly showed that the values that I was talking about were respected, and the territorial integrity of Armenia, which was violated. European Union gave a clear signal to drawing a red line for our neighbors that they cannot go on with the infiltration to our sovereign territory. Coming to Nagorno-Karabakh, just again back to the terms as my colleague Lasha mentioned, there was not a conflict over Nagorno-Karabakh because Armenia never challenged the territorial integrity of Azerbaijan, and we clearly stated, and it was reaffirmed by my Prime Minister a couple of times, that we respect the territorial integrity of Azerbaijan. But Nagorno-Karabakh, this is about people and the rights of people to live in their homeland. And I guess all the actors, including the European Union, who is interested in peace and security in our region, has their say to ensure the guarantees for these rights and securities of people living in Nagorno-Karabakh, for 120,000 people who live there, who are unfortunately today very close to humanitarian catastrophe, who are close to starvation, and unfortunately till today the European Union didn't succeed to support or to send the humanitarian aid who are living there. But I believe in current circumstances that the statements, and I would say that quite strong political statements which are coming from European Union are not working, and the side who blocked the Lachin corridors is not respecting or following the statements, just vice versa. They are openly criticizing European Union for the position that they have. I guess in current circumstances, the European Union and EU member states should think about other tools in their toolbox which can be exercised to support the peace and stability in our region. Because if humanitarian catastrophe breaks out in Nagorno-Karabakh, this will negatively affect not only South Caucasus, but wider Europe as well.
President of the European Council, Charles Michel, was here at the Bled Strategic Forum yesterday. Does his facilitating role, hosting the direct talks between President of Azerbaijan and Prime Minister of Armenia help? And where is it? They were hinting that there might be a comprehensive settlement or agreement, but it's not coming.
Talks are always useful, but to have fruitful talks, we need the commitments and agreements which are reached, and some of them are reached with facilitation of Charles Michel, to be implemented. For example, in the presence of Charles Michel, or even to Charles Michel, there was given a promise to release 10 prisoners of war, Armenian prisoners of war, which are kept in Azerbaijan. It was 1 year ago. This promise was reconfirmed a couple of times again in Brussels during these meetings, but it didn't happen so far. So I believe we don't need EU or an EU official as a facilitator, but we need to have EU as a strong third party, and for that, EU member states should give a mandate, should give a clear signal that if the agreements are not fulfilled, then EU can come with concrete actions to push a side who is not following the right path or who is violating the international law to abide them, to come back to constructive order.
We will hear positions of the Azeri government in the Q&A.
Sure.
And now, before we open Q&A session, Denis Mančević, if you can comment the role of other geopolitical powers in this neighborhood, especially the United States and China. Turkey has a regional power, and also Russia will stay there. I mean, it remains a revisionist power, although it's waging war in the different part of the neighborhood. It will not give up on its near abroad, which is seized as a part of its vital interest. EU is just one of its actors. You said that it needs to act faster, but before we come to the UN Security Council and Slovenia there, are we on the upgrading? What's your view? This is a huge task in front of the EU, which is not really a security power. It's not NATO, which is a very complicated foreign policy structure that still decides in a unanimous way. So what are the right expectations from them, even towards the Azeri-Armenia situation?
Well, it's really a tough question. First of all, when I'm talking about the speed and EU, of course, I'm not talking about only about the Commission, but also the member states. So, and also, I believe that the majority of people in the eastern neighboring countries are also expecting, when they are saying EU, they're expecting, of course, the whole EU as a member states and also the Commission to move faster. What are the other players doing is, if, of course, European Union is not a security union, as you said, but majority of EU member states are also members of NATO. While EU has the ambition to become a real geopolitical global superpower, or at least very, very important global power. If some concepts will not change, and this is when I'm talking about the speed, I'm talking about also the change of concepts, then I believe that time will fly, and in the meantime, other players will take the empty space that is created. Here again, we can look at what is happening in Western Balkans, so we should make some parallels. What is happening in Western Balkans, you could hear yesterday, but on the ground is that we see, since the European Union is moving too slow with the enlargement in the region, not only Turkey, but also China, also Russia is still using instruments, economic instruments, political instruments to influence the political dynamics in the region. And this might become, again, security significant security threat to the whole European Union. And I only hope that we will not wait until the new war will happen in the Western Balkans until we will make a final moves. And like we moved now very fast at the beginning of the war in Ukraine. So definitely, and I here fully agree with Ms. Tikhanovska, the solution to the more stable eastern border is not only with Ukraine, it's also with Belarus. If this will be an approach, let's make a fast peace under which whatever circumstances there are with Ukraine and leave Belarus into the influence of Russia, which they have today, we will still have the same security threats in the eastern, on the eastern borders.
And I cannot leave the question of Slovenia's membership. Or do you? Okay, very briefly, Jan Marian, and then please leave some space to address the expectations from Slovenia's UN Security Council non-permanent membership.
Thank you, Milan. Very briefly, first, we didn't mention one country, Moldova, which is in a very complicated situation, also part of the eastern neighborhood, and they do a lot now on limiting the Russian influence, energy dependencies. So we need to do more to support Moldova, which is also basically on the front line. And second, just to subscribe to what you said, I think in order to be credible, we need to go on with the enlargement in the Western Balkans, because obviously the two groups are now looking at each other and they need to see that we deliver. Although the enlargement for Ukraine and Moldova will not be easy, it will take long, we need to make sure that we get them as closer to the EU as possible in the meantime through internal market, digital markets, roaming, transport, etc.
No, thanks for mentioning it. Also, this is what I think was purpose of the leaders meeting in Greece a few days ago, when together with the Greek Prime Minister, with the EU Commission President, invited, I think for the first time in that setup, the leaders of the Western Balkans and leaders of Ukraine and Moldova to sort of rough the edges and prevent some kind of competition between the two tracks. Now, Slovenia, our host for this Bled Security Forum, and also as a token to organizers, let me throw this question. First, Denis, to you, how important it is for Slovenia to, and for Slovenian diplomacy to be, to gain this non-permanent membership in the EU Security Council for 2 years starting in January? And what they want to achieve with it, what will be their focus in terms of Eastern Partnership?
Well, definitely it's a huge success, and so it's first of all, it's recognition. Slovenia gained 2/3 of the votes in General Assembly. So in the first round, this should be also said. So this is really a very strong recognition about the role of Slovenia, also about the first such position, which was 20 years ago. So Slovenia already had the membership in this UN Security Council 20 years ago, and it will have the second time. For second, of course, this is an opportunity for Slovenia to promote values, to promote some activities that we are doing. For example, there is one great initiative that I believe all Slovenia should be proud of, and Slovenia can play, or already did play, a significant role. This is demining. Demining as an ITF international institution, which was established by the first initial by Slovenia after the war in Yugoslavia for demining the Bosnia and Herzegovina. And now, of course, we see that the largest mining fields are in Ukraine, which are significantly larger than those in Bosnia. And this will be a horrible thing, still a lot of tasks. But also the third, this is huge responsibility for Slovenia to be at the table. There are some signals also coming from the Slovenian leadership that Slovenia would like to be a so-called honest broker, trying to establish peace in Ukraine. There are some critics saying how Slovenia can be an honest broker since we are members of the EU and NATO. But we should not forget that the first meeting between the Russian President Putin and President Bush at that time was done in Slovenia, actually in Bled, more than 20 years ago. So Slovenia played some role. And we hope that we will manage, and the Slovenian diplomacy will be able to challenge and to be an honest broker and to play some role in making peace in Ukraine. Maybe a few words also about the Slovenian support of Ukraine. The Eastern Partnership wasn't at the front line of Slovenian politics due to proximity to Balkans and due to limitation of the tools that Slovenian diplomacy and politics have. This is like normal, this is objectively speaking, but after the war in Ukraine, this shifted a lot. Slovenian support in Ukraine in terms of equipment is, if we are looking per capita, is one of the largest within the EU. So we are really doing whatever we can to support in terms of humanitarian demining, so some administrative support, but also political and also support in with the equipment.
What are the expectations of countries in the Eastern neighborhood from the Slovenia in UN Security Council regarding these files that are dealt with New York and the UN Security Council, starting with you?
Well, Slovenia always was and is a strong supporter of sovereignty and territorial integrity of Georgia. And today, with a colleague, I also was discussing this, and we are just supportive to this. We supported this decision, and we really, we are sure, not hope, but we are sure that we will have one more additional strong supporter inside of the Security Council.
Armenia?
Yesterday, Foreign Minister of Slovenia was talking about value-based policy and value-based approach. And we believe and we expect Slovenia to act accordingly in UN Security Council. As for Armenia, UN Security Council is one of the important platform where the issues related to Armenia, Azerbaijan, but also Nagorno-Karabakh are frequently raised. And unfortunately, recently we had cases when a state, a member of UN Security Council from European continent, was not positioning himself based on the values, but based on the economic interests, undermining the truth. And we believe that Slovenia will not be the case.
I guess we are talking about one neighbor of Slovenia, but let's not name it. UN has also a mandate over human rights situation in Belarus, in your country. Your husband is still in prison. What do you expect from Slovenia sitting in New York at the UN Security Council in this regard?
You know, I want Slovenia to be our voice on all the possible events and fora during decision-making meetings, to be a voice of persons who don't have voice. I want Slovenia to launch at last special investigations on those people from Belarusian regime who committed crimes against humanity, crimes of aggression in Ukraine, crimes of abduction of Ukrainian children to Belarusian territory. Accountability is our pain because we can't get it on national level. We need international efforts. Also to be our voice on the issue of threat to independence and sovereignty of Belarus, because now Russia is subjugating our country and ruining our national identity. And we need this voice, to be heard. Also about nuclear weapon, about presence of Russian troops on our territory. So give us voice, or if you can't, be our voice.
Quick follow-up, Denis, but really quick, please. A few seconds.
Yeah, sure. I will try. So there was a question about what can member states do and EU do to support, I don't know, for example, this specific situation in Belarus. There are many practical issues that I am aware of, but probably Ms. Tikhanovska knows even better. For example, there is still cases about national states taking serious Interpol requests about the Belarusian citizen. But this is nonsense, please. There were some cases in Slovenia. We tried to mitigate this, but Belarusian citizens, because they were in protests, in 2020 are now being prosecuted by Belarus Interpol, Belarus authorities, then to Interpol, and national states authorities are taking this serious. For example, one Belarusian person was in jail for 1 month because Slovenian authorities took it seems that serious, and he was put in front of the judge until we made, let's say, some noise. And here there is a lot of practical things that member states on the EU level, national states, ministries can do to support. And these are small steps, but the whole picture is like a puzzle. You cannot say, we are just solving the big picture without solving also small pictures. And this is also what I'm meaning with fast reactions.
And to close the panel discussion, Deputy Czech Foreign Minister.
Thank you. Just follow up on Belarus, of course. Let's continue supporting free media. European Radio for Belarus, Belsat, Radio Free Europe, Radio Liberty. And on the Security Council debate, the problem, and this is what we heard on one of the previous panels, they said that Russia is permanent member. So this is the problem, the structural problem, and even Slovenia, I'm afraid, will not be able to change this, although there might be hopes from Free Belarus, etc.
Yeah, and talking about honest broker in this war is not really what sounds plausible. But we can debate it during Q&A. Sorry, I have to close it now and open the floor. I will put my glasses so I can see better if somebody raises his hand. Please introduce yourself, and we can take more questions, not only comments. Starting with you first, the mic there, please.
But make sure that Azerbaijan investor.
I'm sure he will. He will raise his hand later. Yeah. Please try again.
Yes. 1, 2, 3. Okay.
Yes, we can hear.
Hi, I'm Olha Boyko, coordinator of Climate Action Network in the region of Eastern Europe, Caucasus, and Central Asia. Basically, we are a network of NGOs in this big region. Happy to hear Central Asia mentioned as well at this panel. I think it would be great to invite them next time, maybe as well. But my question mainly is about my main field of work, which is civil society. And my question would be to representatives of Georgia, Armenia, and Belarus. What is the role of the civil society of your countries in making either the reforms that are already ongoing or the ones that you are hoping for and planning for the development of your country and potential accession to the EU? So what is the role of the civil society? Thank you.
Thank you. I think microphone over there, second row, please. And we can take one more later. One more question.
Thank you very much, Milan, for giving the opportunity to say a couple of words. I will try to
But please do introduce yourself. Not everybody knows you.
Okay, I am ambassador of Azerbaijan to Slovenia, Austria, and Slovakia as well, and also perm rep to OEC in Vienna. So first, I would like to refer to what Deputy Foreign Minister of Georgia said. Terminology matters. There's no such term as Nagorno-Karabakh in Azerbaijan. We have Karabakh region of Azerbaijan, so I would kindly ask you, Milan, to take that into consideration, and other panelists as well. Second, it was indeed peculiar to hear from the Deputy Foreign Minister of Armenia to say that Armenia never had problems with territorial integrity of Azerbaijan. It's good to hear that, but for some reason, for 30 years almost, Armenia refused to implement UN Security Council resolutions demanding immediate, complete, and unconditional withdrawal of Armenian forces from the occupied territories of Azerbaijan. So it took 28 years of failed negotiations and also 44 days of war to force Armenian armed forces to withdraw finally from the territories of Azerbaijan. But it's good that it took Armenia 30 years to realize that respect for sovereignty and territorial integrity of states is important value. Third, it was Azerbaijan who, after the conflict in 2020 in November, offered Armenia a peace, to sign a peace treaty and to normalize relations, despite of 30 years of occupation, despite over 1 million refugees and IDPs and unhealed wounds. So we have now 3 tracks, basically working on signing a peace treaty on normalization of relations, delimitation of the border, and opening regional communications, especially between western regions of Azerbaijan and its Nakhchivan Autonomous Republic. I cannot say that we have progress on all these 3 tracks. progress is limited due to mainly, in my view, zero-sum game logic still prevailing in Armenian foreign policy, specifically as regards to Azerbaijan. Earlier it was mentioned not only by Deputy Foreign Minister but by Minister, situation in Karabakh region of Azerbaijan. It was Azerbaijan who ensured free, safe, secure and regulated passage through Lachin Road from Lachin to Khankendi. So we implemented our part within the trilateral statement. It was Armenia who was abusing the road for unlawful purposes, including military, rotational personnel, landmines, transportation to the Karabakh region of Azerbaijan, and extraction and transportation illegally of natural resources from Azerbaijan to international market. So Azerbaijan did what it had the right to do under international law and its national legislation, which is to establish a checkpoint at the border, at the entrance of the Lachin Road, while keeping the regime of the functioning of the road intact. So the road was functioning until 15 June when Armenian armed forces opened fire and wounded a border guard of Azerbaijan and threatened by the whole situation ICRC staff and also civilians crossing that road. But even today, as we speak,
Ambassador, please, with due respect, come to close.
Even as we speak, ICRC and also local Armenian residents are crossing the road freely. So my question to Deputy Foreign Minister of Armenia, if you think there is difficult humanitarian situation, why the Armenian side backtracked on agreement to use multiple routes to supply goods to the Karabakh region of Azerbaijan? The agreement was reached early August, and it was supposed to open through Aghdam-Khankendi road to deliver larger volumes of goods to Karabakh region of Azerbaijan, but because of objection from the Armenian side, it never happened. So either there is no humanitarian situation, or it is weaponizing.
Can you clarify what do you mean saying Armenian side?
So let me enter here into the discussion. We will come back to it. Maybe I collect one more question if there is urgent need to ask over there. Gentlemen.
Hello, thank you for the discussion. Roman Ochiuniu from the International Republican Institute. I would like to ask you about the European political community, and especially the perspectives from Armenia and Georgia, which are represented here, and maybe a sub-question for Mrs. Tikhanovskaya. Do you see any possibility for you to be maybe invited as a representative of Free Belarus? Thank you.
Good, so maybe let's start with civil society question first. And why not with Georgia? The role of civil society in your country.
Yes, thank you. As I understand, we are talking about the role of civil society referring to EU integration or generally. Answer in the end is still the same. It's first of all, it's very important. The civil society in Georgia is quite developed and quite vibrant. And when referring to the EU integration, we have the concrete institutionalized way to deal with this, and they are part of this process. We have a civil platform for Eastern Partnership, where, if I correctly remember, around 250 NGOs and research centers in Georgia are part of, and this is a platform within which nearly all the issues of EU integration, and before it was created, actually before after the association agreement was signed, referring to the EU issues, there is different dimensions. We discuss all this with this, and they always are part of the discussion of any reform which is staged in Georgia. The organizations who are there, they are not only organizations who are dealing with human rights and so, but there are organizations who are dealing with the regional issues as well, which actually means that even the regional context and regional angle of our EU integration process or approximation with the European Union is part of that discussion. So when referring to the EU integration, civil society is always part of any discussion which is happening in Georgia, and it is happening through this institutionalized way.
Deputy Minister Kostanyan, the same question.
Thank you very much. The strengthening of civil society and CSOs is one of the pillars of Armenia-EU SIPA agreement as well. But regardless of the fact that we have some obligations according to SIPA, etc., this is our belief, the belief of our Armenian government after 2018 revolution that happened, that civil society has a very important role to play in decision making. And this is, and we are exercising it every day. We have special formats of discussions between civil society and parliamentarians, between civil society and different ministries, etc., etc. And maybe the most important for civil society is that they are free and they can exercise their rights, starting from right to assembly in our country. And the voice of civil society is very heard in Armenia.
Madam Tsikhanovskaya, what is the space of civil society at all now in today's Belarus?
Actually, why Lukashenko's regime tried to ruin civil society in Belarus, because civil society is the driving force for changes. Now civil society that mostly in exile now, at the moment, they are playing a huge main role in the process of changes in Belarus. All the educational initiatives, human rights defending initiatives, cultural initiatives are done by civil society of Belarus. And we are trying to politicize civil society, and that's why we have Coordination Council as representative body for Belarusian people, where almost 100 organizations are participating, and they're working on reforms, they're working on vision of future of Belarus. So that's why I think we are trying to build democratic society, and democracy is strong only when civil society is strong.
Let me mention that my organization, German Council on Foreign Relations, is coordinating a think tank network on the future of Eastern Partnership that we started. There was also a German EU presidency some time ago. With the support of the European Commission, we can see how vibrant think tank scene you have in some of your countries, especially in Georgia, but also Moldova, also those Belarusian organizations in exile. And we are looking forward to continue on this differentiation, also hopefully with the new commission after next year. But we have 9 minutes left. There was comment on Karabakh issue, and I have, if I may, I would suggest that you, Deputy Minister, address only the launching part of the. We can spend a lot of time.
As our panel is quite interactive, interventions, this kind of questions, etc., etc. Can I suggest to have more inclusive Eastern Partnership format to Ambassador of Azerbaijan also to respond to the question on civil society, and because I guess this is important for audience, and later I can comment on Nagorno-Karabakh.
I'm not sure I understand. Are you asking to comment on civil society?
The role of civil society
in Azerbaijan?
Yes.
Well, I would say that Ambassador of Azerbaijan is not part of this panel. There are hardly any think tanks in Azerbaijan, not to speak about civil society. And if you look at the Council of Europe ratings, then Azerbaijan is one of the most difficult and problematic countries in terms of human rights and democracy, but that's not the point. We are talking about the future settlement and the open issues and the humanitarian crisis in Karabakh and the access to Karabakh. You were talking about 120,000 people. For audience that is more knowledgeable about the Western Balkan issues, if you compare it to North Kosovo, which is the pinnacle of the crisis there, it's 3 times the population of Northern Kosovo than in Karabakh. So I think this is a ongoing crisis situation. The access road is still closed. What if you want, you can comment
Thank
that.
you.
But
Thank
I would like to also.
I would like first to comment on having quite shorter interventions by ambassador to compare with the ones that he's usually having with in OSCE, but the narrative is the same. But the standing question remains. The Nagorno-Karabakh and people living in Nagorno-Karabakh continue to face humanitarian crisis, and they continue to be in siege. Here, it's not about politics. This is about the humanitarian issue to be addressed, and this is about the international law to be respected. And when I say international law to be respected, and when I talk about values, I should here refer to the order of International Court of Justice, who ordered Azerbaijan to ensure unimpeded access in both directions for people, goods, and vehicles through Lachin corridor.
And let me close this here. I want to pay respect to your tone, this passionate tone from both sides. This is something that our friends in Serbia, Kosovo can learn from. They are not always able to discuss this in such a sort of rational way. But please leave it aside now, because the end of our panel will turn into Azeri-Azerbaijani dispute. So in an attempt to bring other panelists on the same issue, I think you just finished. I was waiting for your full point, full stop, to interrupt you there, because
it was a deep breath.
We have only a few minutes remaining. So if I may, the Czech Deputy Minister, do you think that the renewal of the war between Azerbaijan and Armenia is possible? Is this a scenario that your ministry is concerned with?
A nice, easy question. No, Milan, I think we are here. I mean, Czechia and the EU is here to help both partners or both interested sides, or we are ready to provide humanitarian assistance. We are ready to work on conflict solution, people-to-people contacts. Charles Michel has been doing a great job. And Czechia is ready to help both partners. We are interested in good relations with both on the bilateral level, both with the current situation, both with reform, both in getting closer to the EU. Is this diplomatic enough? And I saw some hands over there as well.
Deputy Minister Darsalia, as a neighbor, yes. Can I ask for your view on the role of other powers in diffusing the tension between Baku and Yerevan, especially the United States? They were hosting foreign ministers before a round of meetings at the leaders level hosted by Charles Michel. There is a role of Turkey behind Azerbaijan, a role of France behind Armenia. Others are involved. This is not only a bilateral conflict. What do you see as crucial in actually coming to a settlement?
Yes, I think here was mentioned several times the Rosa engagement. I think this is key, that in the region we can and we are thinking in a way that to deal with these issues in a win-win through the win-win approach. And to develop this thinking, I think that is what is more important. There is always international law, there is always the humanitarian issues, and I think there is possible to find a solution which will answer all the questions. Georgia is just supporting the peace process, definitely. Georgia is supporting that this peace process is led also our important strategic partners, United States and the European Union, and we generally really hope that this process can deliver. Despite of these difficulties we have today, through Georgia itself also initiated Peaceful Neighborhood Initiative, the key idea of which is to try and to find the positive agenda, maybe find it regionally, find it in bilateral relations, and we really hope that that approach will deliver today or tomorrow. But today we have very difficult situation, we all see, but there is still space for win-win approach, I am sure.
And on this question in the panel, Denis Mančević, in a provocative way, does Slovenia have a clear position on Azeri-Armenian tension as a future UN Security Council member?
Well, like I said, I'm not an official, so this is more to Ministry of Foreign Affairs to answer. But based on my knowledge, is that definitely it's up to two states to find a peaceful solution, to avoid the conflicts, to stop any kind of hostilities, and to find and to negotiate the peace, which will be long-standing peace, and not which will be like a frozen conflict, and will be re-established after a couple of years, like we have seen in the past.
I see that the time for our panel is almost up. We have 2 more minutes, and there were some more interest. If the organizers will give me more time, I'm happy to take your comment. But unless we have to end at exactly at the time given to us, I have to close. We have to. Okay. So the very last question to all of you. Charles Michel yesterday mentioned 2030 as a prospective date where the EU will be ready to open up to new members. What does it mean for your country? Starting with Georgia. One sentence, please.
Thank you for the question. This was something I really wanted to mention myself as well as a final comment. We really welcome this statement of very strong and very important, and I would say very timely statement of President Michel. And just saying what it means for Georgia, I started today's panel in my part talking about the strategic importance of the presence of EU as a strategic actor in a region. And I would say that 2 years ago we had a bit different reality when Russia was trying to make the perception that it's the only country who can project power in South Caucasus, and they were capitalizing on this. Today the reality is different. We see, just 10 seconds, we see that there is kind of vacuum, and for Georgia it's important that this strategic vacuum is filled exactly with its strategic partners and presence of the United States through the NATO enlargement process and the European Union through the EU enlargement process. And the strongest asset our partners have in Georgia, in a region, is Georgia and our partnership. Despite all these issues we have today, Georgia is the strongest asset the European Union has in region, and I hope this will be duly reflected during the end of this year.
With this, I have to close the panel. Please let me ask for a round of applause for our speakers, Lasha Darsalia, Vahan Kostanyan, Svetlana Tsikhanovskaya, Jan Marian, and Denis Manchevich. Thank you. Have a very good day.
Hello, hello, hello. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, R. I'm drinking water. Everybody's went home. Everybody's gone home.
Okay, we start in about 3 minutes.
All right, sure. Hello, everybody, including my speakers. This is how the Mediterranean panel looks like. So, please take your seats. Hello, everybody. Good afternoon, almost evening. I hope you still have got some energy left. Thanks for coming to us and not going to the 3 other panels. We are in some kind of a competition this afternoon. My name is Burak Ünveren, and it's my great pleasure to be moderating this discussion. It doesn't happen often, actually, that I get to moderate a panel about a topic to which I have personal ties to. I was born at the Mediterranean, raised at the Mediterranean, socialized at the Mediterranean, and it is my extraordinary pleasure to be here today moderating this discussion. Now, I couldn't have asked for a more knowledgeable panel to navigate us through this difficult discussion. We have distinguished representatives from different parts of the southern Mediterranean, different coasts, if you may, who all have a different relation to the EU. I'm very happy to welcome Mr. Tiago Antunes, the Secretary of State for European Affairs of Portugal. It's a pleasure to welcome Mr. Senen Florența Palau, who's the executive president at the European Institute for the Mediterranean, Mr. Wadi Abu Nassar, who is the director and founder of the International Center for Consultations in Israel. And last but not least, we have a guest from the Aegean Sea, Mr. Gabriel Haritos, who is a research fellow at Ben Gurion Research Institute for the Study of Israel and Zionism and Hellenic Foundation for European and Foreign Policy in Greece. Welcome to all of you, and thanks for joining us. Without losing any time, I would like to dive directly into the discussion and start with Mr. Florența. The Mediterranean goes beyond Europe. When you look at different coastal countries at the Mediterranean, you see a diverse spectrum of political and cultural identities. Mr. Florența, can we speak of any Mediterranean commonalities, maybe similarities in terms of foreign policy? What brings us together and what separates us?
Okay, so thank you very much, really. I appreciate it's an honor to be here with all of you, although it's a complicated point in time because we have a strong concurrence. Right, the other side is on Ukraine, so I have to accept that people really think that Ukraine is a much urgent need. Anyway, I would like, obviously, to thank the invitation to be here and, well, present my deepest sentiment for the floods that have been incurring here in Slovenia. Going to your point, well, the Mediterranean, it has been always an area of complicated history, very diverse, but it's an area of communication as well. In terms, for example, of the difference between North and South, there is a factor of about 10 times higher income per capita in the European Union than in Northern Africa. And we have tried to overcome that in the last years, especially since '95, when the European Union finally launched a big operation, launching the Euro-Mediterranean Partnership, the Barcelona process, which is a very complex but complete framework of foreign policy that's participated North and South, creating this association. In fact, there is, well, this has been reinforced from a bilateral side of the relations with each country through the European neighborhood policy since 2004, and then since 2008 with the creation of the Union for the Mediterranean. And in fact, beneath this whole arrangement, well, there is an economic side of it. The European Union has been devoting roughly 1 billion euros per year of grant funds from the European Commission, plus 2 billion of loans from the European Investment Bank, plus, well, the economic and technical assistance to bring about reforms in South Mediterranean countries. And this was the commitment from both sides, so that the European Union would open its markets and to the exports from the South to help them develop, etc. And the South would introduce, with this assistance from the European Union, the necessary reforms. Now, the point is that neither side really accomplished what had been committed, because with 1 billion, it is clear that you cannot draw about the historical evolution to bring about development, to bring about a process of democratization, etc., with 1 billion for an area of 300 million inhabitants. And from the other side, well, and the markets never really opened except for industrial products, but it didn't, free trade area was not extended to agriculture, nor did it was extended to services. And from the south, they didn't really introduce the reforms. They introduced some reforms, but really not the necessary reforms to bring about the modernization of their economy, their society, their institutions. Finally, the populations of these countries themselves took it at hand and brought about the Arab Springs. Well, they have failed, and now we will see that with the invasion of Ukraine, for example, we are surprised at the votings at the United Nations, and to see how much they do not share the same preoccupations as the European side. And we wonder what is going on, why is it so? And it is because this immense, very complex, but very complete and thorough pact to, as it was stated in 95, to build around the Mediterranean an area of peace and stabilization, an area of shared economic progress, an area of intercultural dialogue and understanding, well, did not succeed so far. The project is extremely interesting and promising, even today, but the means that have been given for that have not proved to be enough sufficiently. And therefore, we are still to overcome this in a complex situation now, where we will have to take care of which kind of new world order we want to bring about. And for that, we have to take care that the whole of the Mediterranean area, north or south, stands together in the same side in this world order.
Thank you, Mr. Florence. You have touched upon very important points, including conflicts. We are going to come back to that later. And the development of the Euro-Mediterranean partnership. What we have now is the new agenda for the Mediterranean, which is supposed to promote a partnership-based positive approach. I think it's worth digging a bit deeper into it. Mr. Antunes, what can you tell us about the perception of the Portuguese government regarding its relations to the southern neighborhood? What kind of partnership does Portugal expect, imagine, want to have with its southern neighbors?
Okay, good afternoon. Thank you so much for the invitation. It's a pleasure to be here talking about this topic. I usually start with the disclaimer that although Portugal is not technically on the Mediterranean Sea, we are deeply Mediterranean. We feel deeply Mediterranean. We are Mediterranean at heart. And that's why we care so much about the southern neighborhood within the EU framework, and why we insist so much on it. And I will start by saying the obvious, that something in which we keep pressing, is that right now, obviously, the focus is very much on the east of Europe, on what's happening since the war of aggression in Ukraine started. This is very much understandable and inevitable, I would say. But let's not lose sight of the southern neighborhood as well. And so we need to keep our eyes, focused on the east, but also mindful of what's happening around the Mediterranean. And this is key. And that's why we believe it is important that the current presidency of the European Union, the Spanish presidency, is giving high momentum to this issue with a summit, a ministerial summit of the European Union with the southern neighborhood scheduled for the end of the year. And the focus on this new agenda for the Mediterranean and on its implementation. Actually, we co-signed a non-paper last May with the other Med9 countries. See, we are part of the Med9. And since the very beginning, this is the group of member states of the European Union, the southern member states of the European Union around the Mediterranean. And we co-signed a non-paper on the implementation of this new agenda for the Mediterranean. And indeed, there are a number of areas in which we can and we should do more, enhancing our cooperation with the southern neighborhood. And I'll just name a few. Food security and access, affordable access to foodstuff is absolutely key, particularly since Russia has been weaponizing food. And now, with them moving out of the Black Sea Grain Initiative, it is key to ensure to do everything in our power with solidarity lanes, with the whole range of actions the European Union has in place to ensure the flow of grains and foodstuff to the global south, and in this case, in particular, to the north of Africa, in our southern neighborhood. And this is key, obviously, for the stabilization of the region. Then on energy, we are so much focused now on diversifying away from Russia. And so we have to look at the south, obviously, and not only in terms of traditional sources of energy, but also renewable energy and the huge potential there is for that in the southern Mediterranean. On disaster risk reduction, for instance, and climate adaptation, there's a lot we can do, we need to do. And there are common challenges, of course, between the north and the south of the Mediterranean. And climate is the obvious example of that. It affects us all. And we should be ready to deal with these disasters, these natural phenomena, which are becoming more and more extreme. And we should cooperate more in dealing with that. And then obviously there's the issue of migration, but I left that to the end because it seems to me that everybody only remembers the southern neighborhood when they talk about migration, and always with a negative approach of let's stop them from coming. And I think we need a more holistic, a more broad encompassing approach of cooperation with the Mediterranean countries, not just merely focus on migration, and even when we talk about migration, not just this negative approach, but also thinking of we need more people, more workers in Europe. There's actually one of the biggest problems in European economies at the moment is a lack of workers, it's labor shortages. So we need to consider legal pathways for people to come. These talent partnerships are also a key factor, and we need to, I believe, look at the issue of migration in a more broader and more whole-of-government approach. So I'll stop here.
Thank you, Mr. Antones. Mr. Antones touched upon very interesting European issues that, I mean, the stuff that have to be taken seriously by the entire Europe. Mr. Haritos, you specialize in Greek, Israeli, Cypriot relations, and I think we're all eager to hear your opinion from your wider Mediterranean perspective. Do you think that there is a European foreign policy for Southern Mediterranean, or can there be one even? Or to put it more provocatively, if that was not enough, does the EU really have a common vision for Southern Mediterranean?
Thank you for this question, and thank you very, very much for inviting me here in this very interesting panel. As we have said before, historically, before the EU, the EEC was looking at the northern coast of Africa and southeast of the Mediterranean from a financial way, from an economical way only. And this was normal because we talked about a European common market, and when we talk about market, we talk about economy. Things got a bit more complicated when we have this transition from the economic aspect of Europe, and we are now in the political aspect of Europe. So the European Union is not only a factor of economy, but it is also a factor of policy making. I have the feeling that the shock that we all had of what happened in Tunisia should be a very good lesson to everybody in the European Union, and especially for the governments of the European South. I just want to remind you about the regime of Ben Ali in Tunisia. For many years, and the European Union, and especially France, was telling that Tunisia was the model of democracy in the Arab countries. Because it was stable, because there were elections, because all the percentages were over of 90, 95 or 98.9% for President Ben Ali. And at the end of the day, everybody was shocked when what happened in Tunisia. It was the start of the Arab Spring. So I have the feeling that the European Union did not understand until now how to read the map of the northern part of Africa and of the Eastern Mediterranean in a correct way. Especially what is happening in the northern part of Africa, I think that it would be a good case study what happened in Tunisia and what is happening now in Tunisia, that we see there that the democracy did not find its way yet, but of course it is in a good pace. From that point of view, I think the vision of the European Union has to be thought again in order to formulate some factors that have to be the criteria of what the European Union has to do or should not do. We never forget that many countries of the European Union were colonial countries, colonial powers with their own agenda. And I think that this is the factor that does not give the space to the European Union to have its own vision, because if you have contradictory agendas, if you have historical frameworks different from one another that are expressed by the important capitals of the European Union, then we end up letting to the European Union to say all the theoretical and nicely phrases and words of smooth, soft policy without any substance. And on the other hand, we see the capitals, some capitals of Europe, continuing with the agenda they have due or thanks to their history. So once we talk about a vision, I think what we see the last years and after the Arab Spring and even before that is that the European Union sees itself as a factor of financial aid and as a way that they want to give some encouragement to changes in the structural political framework of the countries of the North Mediterranean and of the North Africa and East Mediterranean. I think we should be more honest, first of all, between ourselves in Europe, to sit down and think, what do we want from our neighbors exactly? If we think that we should continue with the same way that the EEC was looking at the area, it is a decision. If it is not that, we have to be very, very precise, because I feel that our neighbors do not understand what is the European vision. Also, we have to discuss in a clear way and honest way between ourselves how the European Union wants the societies of the southern part of Europe. Do we want the migrants to stay in the societies of the southern European states? Or do we want to have them for some time until the political situation in their countries is normalized, and then we should begin their integration, their reintegration in their homelands? These discussions, I have the feeling that are not touched as they should. The societies in the southern part of Europe ask themselves what the EU wants from them, and also our neighbors ask themselves what the Europeans want from them. These are issues that are not resolved, and the sooner the better if we sit down in an honest way and direct way, talk between ourselves and then with our neighbors.
Thank you for your very insightful analysis, Mr. Haritos. You built actually a very good argumentative bridge for my next question to Mr. Abu Nassar. Mr. Abu Nassar, from your point of view in Israel, how do you see the role of the EU in the region? Are they contributing enough? Should they, you're laughing, should they just keep their hands off? What are they doing right or wrong in your opinion? Please turn on your mic.
In Israel, many people believe that the EU is an Arab League plus, a little bit more organized than the Arabs, but not much more. So anyhow, and EU is a payer, not a player. So, and this is how people treat the EU, not only by the way in Israel. You know, most friends in the Middle East, you know, treat the EU as a payer. You know, once I can tell you an anecdote. I told the EU heads of missions in Jerusalem, Ramallah, in the occupied part of Palestine, you know, that, you know, if I were a European taxpayer, I would put you on trial because you have been giving the Palestinians the largest amount of aid per capita in modern history. And there are two facts. Fact one, no horizon for ending the Israeli occupation. Fact two, the Palestinians are poorer than ever. So the European taxpayers' money is vanishing in the pockets of Israeli occupiers and Palestinian crooks. Anyhow, and this is, by the way, the Europeans are talking about Palestinian elections. It's fine, you know, but the only guys who want elections are the Europeans and the Palestinian people. Because Israel, Palestinian leadership, America, Egypt, and Jordan don't want elections. In the Middle East, we are more advanced. We like selection, not election. We cook the results and then we go to vote. So we are more advanced than the Europeans. So what I'm coming to say that in the Middle East, the four players are, international players, are committing grave strategic mistakes. EU and the United States are the fixers. They believe that we have the good things to give to the others, while not understanding that the others are not mature. You know, what it is democracy? Democracy is not only going to the ballot box. It is all sets of values which is not yet there. By the way, even not in Israel, though in Israel is another story. And there are the two hunters, the Russians and the Chinese, who are hunting opportunities and let the Middle East go to hell. So the most important to count opportunities. I do believe that there is a need of significant switch both in the European Union, but also in the various neighbors in Eastern Mediterranean about how to build relations built on mutual trust. So far, I define the relationship of mutual need and mistrust. I fear this would continue and would prevail for some time to come.
Thank you for your comments. I'm going to give the word to Mr. Florenza, but I want to mention something that I should have mentioned earlier. You can anytime catch my eye, raise your hand, make a comment, respond to something, criticize something. You're more than encouraged to do that. Mr. Florenza, please.
Yes. In fact, I think it's a question of the Europeans feel proud that we are helping some people around, for example, Palestinian people. The pity is that we have to supply what Israel should do as the occupier power. But anyway, we think that we are doing what we have to do to assist people in need there and elsewhere. Well, and I don't agree that much on that we have to think what do we want from the Southern Mediterranean countries, and that they have to think what the European Union wants from them. They have their own opinion, and they have their own priorities. And the point is that we have to really put the necessary means, because the way in which we agree is very broad and is very well established. And in fact, there have been, of course, these agreements with each one of the countries in this European partnership that is working. The problem is that it is not working enough. And now we come to a point where the international community is, well, entering into a period of having extreme tensions. And then we have to make an extra effort to bring on board these partner countries, because they have treaties signed with the European Union of partnership, of deep partnership from the commercial side, although it has to be completed into the services and further on in agriculture and so on. And we are extremely committed with them. This is what the Barcelona process is about since '95. Now the Union for the Mediterranean is a good place for everybody, North and South of the Mediterranean, to meet, to agree on what has to be done together, not what we think they have to do or that they have to imagine what do we want from them. No, no, we meet together and we had, now, as the Minister said, the European Commission and issued this new agenda. Well, what it is trying to do is to face the challenges we have, which are global. As you said, climate change, the necessary energy transition, the digital transition, etc., and to face these challenges together with the South, because we can do and benefit, for example, for the transition in energy. It is obvious that there are immense resources in the South, not only in gas and oil, but specifically for the sustainable energies in soil and wind, etc., that can be transformed into electricity or in the next future in hydrogen to be transported, etc. And there are many complementarities, and we have to work together on that as we have done. But really, we have to take it more seriously in the sense that we have to put more means. Now, there is the hope that this new European Gateway Initiative, which is going to put for once a big quantity on the table, 300 billion. But this is for the whole world. Well, but this is an important quantity, similar to what the Chinese Belt and Road Initiative. Now, what we have to do is to take advantage of the occasion to work together with the countries of the South to help them to do what we already agreed upon since '95, to build around the Mediterranean area of peace and stability, of shared economic progress and understanding and knowledge through intercultural dialogue. That's what we have to do. Now, with the urgencies that are much more important, with the outbreak of the war in Ukraine because of the Russian aggression, it is more necessary than ever, because we have to not only be together in Europe, as we have done already, but to bring all our neighbors, which is our natural area, together with us. And that's what is a challenge in this moment, because we have seen that in what's now known as the Global South, there are many different people, even in South Mediterranean. It's not the same thing, obviously, Morocco than Libya or Syria or Israel. But we have to work together to make a more harmonious neighborhood associated with us, because we deserve what they need and what they perceive that they need, and to bring together this place for the Euro-Mediterranean area in the new world order.
Thank you, Mr. Florence. So we have two voices from the audience, the lady behind there, and then you.
Hello, my name is Senada. I'm coming from Zagreb, from a public research institute. And I would love to address the question of Israel and Palestine, especially in the context of also the EU role. But I think, for me at least, the more pressing issue on thinking about migration and how we engage with Africa and how do we see the Mediterranean. And I really would like, you may not be experts, but you do know the region maybe better than some of us in other parts of Europe. I see that we are trying, as the European Union at least, trying to defend borders, create this fortress Europe or whatever we want to call it, and outsource migration responsibilities. And then we continue to pay, as you said. We just pay, because there is money still to pay. But one day there may not be money enough. And second, money cannot resolve all our problems. I think we rely too much on the fact that we can, manage somehow this very important human security, economic, and simply civilizational issue. The Mediterranean Sea is now the sea that divides us, and it's basically a deathbed for so many people. And I'm not speaking only from the humanitarian perspective, but also from security and economic perspective. So for the EU to engage really with Africa, which would be logical if you think of the future of multipolar world and where do we stand as the continent and who do we cooperate with and where is our potential resources and space to develop. I think the European image of Africa has to change. So is there any advice from your side? Is there something that we are missing? Or which are the countries that we can count on? Or who can we cooperate with in North Africa, for example, in order to go then deeper? But what are the first steps? That would be my question.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Haritos, and then Mr. Correa.
Thank you for the question. And I have planned it to talk about it because we already have the model of the trilateral cooperation, which is a new model, and for the Greek and Cypriot foreign policy, which both countries, until the revelation of the natural gas reserves, were focusing westwards. Now with the natural gas, they have to focus eastwards. I think that it's better now. So I fully understand your question, especially now that some kilometers from Sicily in Libya, we do not know which of the two governments is responsible for the country. And in Tunisia, as I said before, we have a crisis. In Lebanon, they have the difficulty with economy and social problems. And Lebanon also has an energy future that it is important and for Europe and for Lebanon. I think that the model, the new one, that we work on it and we learn from it day to day, year to year, since 2011 until now, the trilateral cooperation with the two European countries, Greece and the Republic of Cyprus, are implementing with our neighbors in the East from this model and the European Union, and countries that now are revealing and they are looking at themselves as Mediterranean partners, such as Croatia, such as Slovenia. It is a great opportunity to learn about what we have done and what we haven't done yet. There is not a recipe. You need a recipe. There is no recipe. Tunisia is different from Libya. It was always like that. And Algeria is different from Morocco. many ways. And Egypt, as you know, with the Suez Canal, it has a special role in the region that it is not the same with Libya and Tunisia and Morocco. What the EU needs, and I hope that, I trust you that there are, the specialists who know from inside those countries and the particularities of each of one. The EU should not do the mistake of the US to open them up and think that they have to deal with the region. It is simplistic. It is because they're far away, because they're used to see themselves as a superpower. China and Russia opens them up and sees a region. We, small countries, we know what nation is. Greece is the first nation state in the Balkans, the first nation state in the eastern part of the Mediterranean. 200 years of self-knowledge and knowledge of our neighbors. We are working on it, and we learned from it. It's a new model. Wait and see. Wait and see, and you as new EU partners, as a part of ex-Yugoslavia, which was a big lesson to everybody in the Western Balkans, I am sure that you have much to contribute on what we have learned or not learned yet.
Thank you very much. Before I come to the ma'am and gentleman, Mr. Florence, your mic, please.
Yes, I would like to answer the question, a very pertinent question that the lady down there has proposed, which is absolutely crucial, Africa. And I said that we started in '95 to take seriously the Mediterranean, although we have not made enough effort on that, because regimes in the south didn't accomplish their commitments to reform, but the northern side took it seriously, but not sufficiently with the appropriate means to bring about a change, historical change in the countries of the south. But this is nothing in comparison with what we need for the rest of Africa. The world in the future, anyway, will be in big regional areas. The world that we have been building is now cracking. And what will emerge on that, because it was going underneath in that direction, is a world, of course, interconnected. Of course, respecting the GATT or the International Commerce Organization, or World Commerce Organization, but to have free exchange areas in very big areas, Southeast Asia, the Americas maybe, or Latin America anyway, and our region has to comprise Europe, Mediterranean, and Africa. Otherwise, others will take care of it. And this means a huge effort that the European citizens have not yet realized. Some people in governments, maybe they start thinking on that, but the effort, and of course we'll have continued to pay much more and play, because we are playing. But the scale into which we have to make an effort in Africa has not yet been imagined. For example, migration. There is these days in the newspapers in different places, specifically, of course, in Spain, the results of a policy that the Spanish government has been following in the last 25 years already, having a strong, as Portuguese have done it for their side as well, a strong cooperation, financial, technical, and development cooperation with countries in Africa to tackle the origin causes of this migration. And through this, to have the agreements for them to keep the populations in their countries, providing them progressively with means to survive and to live and to progress, and even to accept back people who illegally are smuggled into the European Union. This is happening these days in different countries. this same week, thousands, because this addressing the deep roots of the migration has to be taken care of. And it has to be Europe that has to do that. And of course, we'll have to continue paying.
Thank you very much. Mr. Antonis wanted to respond.
Yeah, so on migration, I just want to say we cannot accept that the Mediterranean Sea is transformed into a burial ground. And it's quite shocking to me that we go from shipwreck to shipwreck, and it almost now seems it's business as usual. And it's sometimes there's even no reaction. And this cannot be. We cannot stand idle and watch this go on. So we need to address this. From a European perspective, what we need to do, the roadmap is clear. We need to finalize our work on the new pact on migration and asylum, and particularly on the external dimension of migration. That means working with origin countries and countries of transit and origin, and as we're saying, addressing the root causes of migration and supporting and helping out in the development of these regions. And this is what needs to be done. And also, as I said, working, it seems like this is easy. It's not easy. It's one of the most difficult issues on the European agenda. But this needs to be done. And we need to also consider opening up legal pathways of migration. We're very much focused on illegal migration, but one of the best ways to avoid the activity of smugglers and human traffickers is to create legal channels of migration. So we need to, this is something that we absolutely need to do, and we cannot just accept the current status quo.
Thank you for your response. When I was preparing for this panel, I found a very interesting, normally you don't come across many positive news coverage about the migration issue, but that Portugal signed about a year ago, please correct me if I'm wrong, with the Moroccan government that it would grant Moroccan migrants the right to stay and work in Portugal, which I found really interesting. I think...
I just want to highlight that it is wrong to generalize about migration. You know, especially nowadays, I would like to talk about 3 forms of migration. Now, for instance, in Israel, there are many Israelis who either left or want to leave, mainly because of our great prime minister is transforming the country into regime. So those who are leaving are not necessarily the blacks. They are looking for different kind, or they want democracy. The others, you know, our European and American friends help Christians out of the Middle East, especially in the past 20 years, allegedly to help them. They practically helped Daesh kicking out Christians. So, you know, I can tell you personally, in 2013, I visited Moscow with a proposal to have an enclave in Syria itself for the minorities, because I argued, and I still argue, that those who would leave the region will not come back. So, but unfortunately, I failed, you know. The third, nowadays in the Middle East, there is rebellious generation. I don't, you know, this Arab Spring is an American terminology. By the way, the Americans understand the Middle East as I understand Micronesia, maybe a little bit less. Anyhow, what I'm trying to say, you know, Arab Spring, it is not Arab, neither Spring, because it is not only Arabs. We have to say, and we can talk for hours, that it was not only Arabs. And it was not a spring, not necessarily good, and not necessarily a season. This is, I argue that the Middle East is now similar to medieval Europe. We are transforming from feudal regimes to a kind of democracy. It will not be copy-paste. Nowadays, we are in era of rebellious generation. But most of these generations, by the way, are human rights seekers, so do not be afraid from this. However, a small minority are radical Islamists. Radical Islamists, they believe that they have the entire truth, so they are troublemakers wherever they will go. As we have some radical right-wing Jews, as we have some radical right-wing Christians in the United States. So I believe it is wrong to generalize, and we have to study things more deeply.
Thank you for your opinion, lady. Yeah, I can finally turn to you. Just for a second. Thank you.
Gabriel Sinigoy. First of all, Mr. Forenza, I would like to know, you are with which city? Are you with Brussels? With your institute?
No. The institute is an academic institution. It's Spanish. It is in Barcelona. It's been specializing in Euro-Mediterranean affairs in the last 35 years.
Okay, perfect. What I'm missing on the panel is, you are on the northern side of the Mediterranean, all of you. Where are the people from Algeria, Tunisia, Egypt, Morocco? They are not on the panel. If you want to speak about the Mediterranean north and south side, you have to have the representatives here also. So the question is, how would the Israeli representative see Egypt these days, politically? How would Portugal see Morocco these days? How would Greece see the things going on between Greece and Turkey in terms of Libya? Okay? And how would you see Mauritania? Okay? Because what I hear from people in the North African rim of the Mediterranean is that the EU distributes a lot of money in form of a sprinkling rain, and nobody knows whether the money is going to be siphoned off in corruption. So what does the corruption index tell the EU on the case? Thank you.
Maybe one of the BSF colleagues would like to answer your question why there are not any representatives from certain regions. Mr. Florenza, you can start, and I think Mr. Haritos would talk about some part of what ma'am said.
I can give you my own testimony. I was living I've been working with the Arab world for the last 30 years, and I've been living there. I was a Spanish ambassador to Tunisia under Ben Ali, by the way, which was a difficult time, but in many respects, although the country economically went well. Don't bother, don't be preoccupied, because the European money is dealt with by the delegations of the European Union in each country, and it is surveyed as it is in Europe. Because when you see that in a public works, etc., financed by the European Union, that means that the European Union is taking care of how it is dealt with. So I am not a representative of the European Commission. I was not in Tunisia as a representative of the European Commission. I was a Spanish ambassador. But I can give you the assurance that the problem is not the corruption induced by the European Union. This is absolutely for sure. So be aware of that. Well, and I would like to have here some colleagues from southern countries, of course. I saw in the previous list that there were some of the people from different countries in the south that were to come. Finally, maybe, I don't know, there are Algeria and some others were to come, but this I don't know.
Thank you very much. This is your chance to talk about Greek foreign policy and Libya.
I agree with your. I have understood that you understand that there is what I have understood from your question is that there is not a clear vision from the EU, and what does the EU expect from the neighbors in the south. I agree with you, but also I will add something, a detail that you might not know. Italy has its past with Libya. Italy knows Libya. Spain has its past with Morocco and the Canary Islands and West Sahara, of course. Portugal is very near to what better than I do, that they have also the knowledge of what is going on in the northern part of Africa. Greece, after the end of the Greek community in Egypt, which was a very important factor of regional policy and choices of the Greek foreign policy and the Cypriot foreign policy of the Greek Cypriot community, because also they had a big community in Egypt. At the end of this community, when the regime of Gamal Abdel Nasser has decided that he does not want any foreigner in his country, you understand that Greece was never a colonial country, was never outside of its borders to impose their agenda, and always the foreign policy of Greece was focused on Turkey, the Balkans, Europe, the United Kingdom, especially in the 50s and the 60s, US and NATO, and nothing else. Greece looked westwards, not southwards. This, we paid it. We paid a price for that. When Greek foreign policy was surprised of what happened with the Memorandum of Understanding on the maritime zones between Turkey and Libya. Turkey is a country, due to its Ottoman past, that can deal in a quasi-post-colonial ties with all the countries of the region, especially with Libya, which is, in a traditional way, pro-Turkish. We might have forgotten, in 1974, when the Turkish army invaded the northern part of Cyprus, the first leader of the Arab world who congratulated this thing was Muammar Gaddafi. Why? Because a year earlier he invaded, for the same ideological framework, north of Chad. So Turkey and Libya, it is a couple, it is an eternal couple. How this could be seen from Greece, what has passed, what is past is past. Our mistakes are our mistakes and we pay for them. Now it is the time, through the EU, to see what we are going to do in the north part of Africa. We do not have the know-how. As Slovenia is a small country, 2 million, and the diplomatic corps is small. It's normal. Also the Greek corps is small. And we do not have the experts that have this background that the experts in Turkey have, or in Italy have, or in Spain have. This is the time to see all the problems. It is late. It is late. But it is always late. That's it.
Thank you for your response. The gentleman over there wanted to ask a question.
Thank you very much. First of all, apologizing for missing part of the panel. To be on the safe side, I'm ambassador of Israel to Slovenia. And again, I didn't hear some of the panelists, so my point will be more generalized one in the context of what the EU and the EU countries could do, and in cooperation, in mutual cooperation with the Mediterranean basin countries. I don't know if maybe it was mentioned the Abraham Accords that Israel signed a few years ago with some of the Gulf countries and some of the North African countries. One of them is Morocco. The EU came with an initiative for trilateral cooperation between the EU, Morocco, and Israel, specifically on topics which Israel has added value, for example, in the field of irrigation and water. This could be an example of what the EU could do together in the trilateral context. I don't know, it was mentioned, probably the peace process is not in its best these days, but I think the hope for the region and for us and the Palestinians, the people-to-people contact. In that context, I think all of us, and I'm not speaking about as a representative of the government of Israel, we should do our best to encourage any people-to-people contact in various levels, because when the right leaders will come in both sides, I think they can have a boost for possibilities to review the peace process. Another thing, I think the EU has a leading role in some fields like climate, cooperation, energy, etc. Also, Israel does have a very unique role in energy, and maybe one of my colleagues here did mention it. It was a question what Israel could do with Egypt. Israel is cooperating very strongly with Egypt on liquidizing gas, that the gas is going to Europe. So this is the opposite direction. Israel has a unique cooperation with Lebanon. We are still in war status with Lebanon, but we did sign an agreement with Lebanon more than a year ago, which probably some of the fruits of this energy, when European companies are involved in that, will go to European destination. Europeans are very much involved in helping the Palestinians, and Israel is also fully cooperating with the Europeans of helping the Palestinians. I myself, as the deputy head of mission of one of the European states, I manage a one-man show to try to convince one of the friendly governments in Europe to review and send back assistance to the Palestinians in cooperation with Israel. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs, a special cooperation that we have in agriculture, health, etc., special courses that we made. Some of my colleagues know the name called Mashav. We managed to bring 2 million euros for the cooperation with the Palestinians in 2002. And the message from the Palestinians, we cannot accept it. That was lost of 2 million that would go for courses for the Palestinians that could take place. I think the fact that Israel is cooperating with almost every country in the Mediterranean basin, the fact that we have renewed our strong relations with Turkey is not at the expense of our relations with Greece and Cyprus, not at all. We're cooperating with both countries, and I think it's mutually benefit. And my last point, it was mentioned about Africa. Israel is very active in helping and having assistance in programs, assistance in Africa, in agriculture, health, etc. And I think the benefit is also, in the long run, also for the Europeans. Thank you.
Thank you. I think Mr. Abu Nassar would like to respond to that. You don't have to, but the mic, please. Thank you.
The ambassador partially touched the issue of Israel-Egypt. You know, I respect his stance, though I believe that the relationship between Israel and all of its neighbors is mutual need and mistrust. I don't see real strategic alliance. I see mutual need and mistrust. This partially because of the instability of the regimes and partially because of the lack of clear end to the Palestinian cause, especially under the current Israeli government, which is not even ready to talk peace to the Palestinians. I do believe that there is a need to invest more into people, but I really believe that there is a need to have, especially by Israel friends, to talk more to all parts, to engage, because I do believe that there is an essential need for a solution to the Palestinian cause. Because despite the relationship between Israel, UAE, Bahrain, Morocco, which are good, without solving the Palestinian issue, stability will not come to the region.
Thank you. The lady over there wanted to say something.
And EU member state money went to buy arms from Israel, especially now in the current war of Ukraine. How much money, billions, was paid for Israel for arm import, the arms that is currently being tested on the Palestinians. So inhuman, unethical, and how much money was invested in that. And I agree with you, the United States does not know anything about the so-called, by first the British colonization as the Middle East. They don't know us as people in the south of the Mediterranean, but they know our dictator regimes very well. Our dictator regimes that signed the gas agreement with Israel against the will of the people who are conscious about climate change, and they don't want these kind of resources of energy. They want renewable energy. But against our will, our dictator regime signed the agreement with Israel. How much money was put in that as well? And how much EU money was put on the arms from Israel? The arms that is tested on us, Palestinians.
Does any speaker want to respond to the comment of the lady? No. Excuse me?
Where are you from?
I'm from Jordan.
But from Palestinian origin, you must be, no?
Well, unfortunately, there's many stateless and undocumented Palestinians.
Yes, I'm aware.
Talking about the route of migration, how many Palestinians are displaced, yes. But no, I'm Jordanian, like born with a citizenship as a privilege.
No problem.
Okay, thank you. I will kindly ask everybody to stay on our topic. We are talking about Europe. We only have 15 minutes. There's one other topic I would like to touch upon, but I think Mr. Haritos wants to say something. Please be mindful of
The only, just to be attached with the reality, the trilateral cooperations that the Hellenic factor has, and with Israel and the Palestinian Authority and Egypt and Lebanon and Iraq are based they are based on energy. And also the Palestinian Authority wants, I would like to answer to the kind lady, that also the Palestinian Authority wants this cooperation, and Jordan and Egypt. And Egypt, as we all know, they have a pipeline that connects the Israeli natural gas reserves to Egypt, and from there to the European market. It is not a matter of dictatorship or not dictatorship, yes, but the fact is that this is the energy route that we are doing, and we try to do, from the eastern part of the Mediterranean towards the European market and its economy. Economy is the name here. This is what we talk about.
Thank you. I'm going to give you the word, Mr. Florenza, but I am going to add a little question to it. The EU is often accused of being way too transactional in terms of its relations to its non-European neighbors. What do you think of that? Maybe you can include an answer in your response.
Yeah. Okay. Well, we have seen, even in this session, that the Mediterranean, as I said at the beginning, is a very complicated area. And maybe we cannot solve in a couple of years problems of 2,000 years or more. But anyway, I think that we have now a great opportunity. And of course, the European Union has a big role to play. And as I would even say that this is an indispensable role, because even though the Arab Springs didn't succeed, or even in the places where they succeeded has been reversed somehow, except for some countries that took a reformist answer, as Morocco or Jordan, and they introduced some changes, or some countries who could finance the social peace because of the revenues of oil and gas, as it was the case of Algeria. But they need to go again and transform the countries in a positive way, and the only positive way they can do it is really in association with Europe, because Europe is their economic area. Depending on the countries, but 40% to 75% of their exports go to Europe. From Europe come the productive investment. Now from the Gulf comes some investment too, but it's mainly real estate and things like that. The productive investment comes from Europe. It's the place where migrants go to work and establish themselves. It's the place where the migrants' remittances come. It's an important point for Morocco and for other countries. It could represent 8 to 10% of the GNP which is an influx of foreign currency extremely important to finance the development of the country. So these complementarities is the most solid way to build really a common and shared progress. And now we have this urgency because of the global needs to produce the global goods, to take care of the environment and energy transition and so on. And we are lucky enough that these complementarities exist between North and South of the Mediterranean to overcome these difficulties, or at least a way to work together for the progress of both sides. So I think that we have a great opportunity to really continue and in a deeper sense succeed in what we have been working for so long to build this common area in the Mediterranean. And I repeat again what I said before. We have to bring on board the whole of Africa as well. As huge as it is, no other way. We need to do that. It is our own survival as a progressive society, because otherwise it will be so much kind of a chaotic way as we are seeing in Africa, that it will come to the prejudice of the whole of the world and specifically directly in Europe. And we have to consider the whole of Africa our partners and work together as them, and we have to be ready to pay and make a strong effort to do that.
Thank you.
And of course, corruption will exist, but we have to take care that what we do is not helping corruption, but the way around.
If you take in all of Africa, do you exclude South Africa, which is Chinese and Russian dominated?
We have to bring with us to all of them.
I think, Mr.
Just our offer is much better.
Just 1 second. We have exactly 9 minutes. I'm going to give, in the end, to all of you a chance to make a closing statement. And we have definitely one question. I'm not going to send you home before taking your question. Please, Mr. Abu Nasser.
Well, just one sentence. Solutions shall not focus only on economy. It has to be combined. Economy, politics, and security. Economy alone will fail. Lebanon is abducted by Hezbollah. Do you think that giving money to Lebanon will solve the problem? Israel is occupying the Palestinian territories. Do you think that giving money to the Palestinians will solve the problem? Therefore, we have to have political, economic, and security solution. Otherwise, economy is only illusions.
Thank you. Here you go.
Yes,
please.
thank you
Up
very
to
much.
2 minutes, I'm
sure,
kindly
I'll be
asking
very
you.
brief, because this was very interesting. It leads up to my question. And I just want to say that I absolutely agree with the panelists that Europe cannot close the eye to the rest of Africa. I mean, this is the issue that must be addressed. My question is to the panelists. So the South Mediterranean relationships with EU are going on since 1995. So this is a long time. And I would ask the panelists to say in 3 words, which are the benefits, in your opinion, of this relationship or these established relationships, and which is the biggest frustration? So very briefly.
Thank you for this interesting question. Who wants to respond? Please, Mr. Florenza.
I will try to give an answer very, very short. This Euro-Mediterranean partnership has produced progress, but not enough. That's the point. For example, take the case of Morocco, which was supposed to be the best pupil, le meilleur élève of the Euro-Mediterranean business. Along the 90s, they had like less than 1% growth. After, with the Euro-Mediterranean partnership, they raised it. They are making much better, 3.5% of growth annually. But to become a tiger, as in the West Asia, Southwest Asia, you need at least 7% or 6.4% for 15 years at least. And so they could not make the jump to become the tiger, but there has been some progress. The problem is that we do not see what would have happened if that Euro-Mediterranean partnership had not existed. Maybe the chaos would have been much greater. So there has been progress, but not enough, and not enough to the expectations of the populations. And this is why the Arab Springs revolutions came about, and this is at the same time why it failed. But the way is in that direction.
Thank you very much. Mr. Haritos, do you want to respond? No, then I misinterpreted it. Then I'm coming to the closing statements. No, I'm not actually. I want to ask a question to Mr. Antunes, because Mr. Antunes, you were in charge of the communications of the Portuguese government before your current role, and the topics that we are talking about. As I see, there is a very important component in it. If the EU conveys its messages successfully, if it's understood how it's perceived, do you think that the EU is successful at communicating its messages, motivations?
Well, we need to do it much better, for sure. There is obviously a communication side to it, and which is not, I mean, I would say it's not the central point here, but it's relevant, of course. We have to communicate better. We have to explain what we're doing, what we're trying to do. We have to, the whole issue of outreach with the region, engaging more, being more present, explaining our reasoning, not with a colonial or paternalistic approach, rather understanding and having a dialogue with the region. This is key. Also, in the current days, in the current geopolitical situation, to avoid that others occupy that space and to avoid the spread of Russian narratives, etc. We are seeing this not only in the north of Africa, but Africa as a whole and South America, well, in the global south as a whole. If we do not explain exactly what is happening in Ukraine, what is the European position towards this Russian aggression, then it will be the Russian narrative that will start being spread, and we need to avoid that. And for that, we need to do a lot more and a lot better in terms of outreach and communication. That's for sure. I believe everybody in the European Union is aware of that. Obviously, all the investment, all the money that we are putting in many of these countries, the investments through the global gateway are very important. But then we also have to explain our stance, our reasoning, and this is a challenge that we have. Clearly.
Thank you very much. I think we can survive a last question. If anybody wants to ask a question, I will wait for a couple of seconds. I don't think that anybody has any other questions, so we can come to the closing statements. I have a common question to all of you. We can start with you, Mr. Haritos. What do you think that the EU should change, should do differently in terms of its policy towards the Southern Mediterranean partners?
Differently. First of all, the EU has to decide after direct and honest dialogue between the South and the North of Europe, what is the vision and what is the goal once they talk about the Euromed policy and what they expect from our neighbors and what should it be, how it will be clear to our neighbors what we expect from them. The second is what kind of societies we want in the European South, multicultural, and vis-a-vis a more unicultural North. This has to be addressed in a direct way so that the societies and the citizens of Europe have to know what they vote for when they go to vote in the European elections. The third thing is that I have to say that the model of the trilateral cooperations is a model that it is new in the European Union, and it is cultivated by the Hellenic factor in the Eastern Mediterranean. Hellenic factor is Greece and the Republic of Cyprus. Very successful is the trilateral with Israel, which is under the aegis of the United States, with Egypt, with Jordan, with the Palestinian Authority. We had the visit of the President of Cyprus in Jordan and the Palestinian Authority in August, which was very important. And there are those moves for Iraq, Greece, Cyprus, Iraq. That would be a very good idea to think about how we can handle the situation in Libya. Why not a trilateral between France, Italy, and Libya? Why not a trilateral for the migration between Italy, Malta, and Libya? Why not a trilateral for France, Spain, Algeria? The EU can take this model, learn from what we have done, learn from what we have not done, and see what will be for the future. We have done the start. Let's continue.
Thank you very much. We literally have 30 seconds, and my colleague is asking me to finish it. So please, up to 30 seconds each, and then you're going home.
I will continue with the trilateral cooperation to insist on Africa. The real trilateral business in the next future and for many years will be to work together with southern Mediterranean countries to work together in the rest of Africa. This is being done already. There are many firms from France working with Tunisian colleagues to produce investments in Senegal or elsewhere. Spanish people who, with Moroccan people, go together in other countries. So the South Mediterranean countries can really be a bridge between Europe and the rest of Africa. We would help, therefore, to develop economically and to modernize the institutions, the mentalities, the society, etc., in Northern Africa in doing so. So we have to confront the future challenges of the transformations we need, as we said, in energy, etc., in Europe with them together, because there are complementarities, and then apply this trilateral game, so to say, to work together in the rest of Africa.
Thank you very much. Please, up to 30 seconds each, otherwise I have to interrupt you because my colleagues are asking.
Well, 2 points. First, that the EU and the EU member states has to use more coercive diplomacy, no free money. Second, there should be groups, not necessarily trilateral, maybe in some cases trilateral, some other cases 4 or 5, but there should be groups of working groups vis-a-vis some problems in the vicinity.
Thank you very much, Mr. Antonio.
Okay, just picking up on a previous question on how does Portugal view Morocco. We have a very old, amicable, and strong bilateral relationship and cooperation with Morocco. You mentioned earlier the labor agreement, and we have cooperation in many fields, economic, cultural, etc. The same goes for many other countries in the north of Africa and the Maghreb. So this is not the issue, our bilateral cooperation and our understanding of the region and our focus on the region. I would say that the challenge here is that this cannot be just a concern of the southern European countries. It has to be a concern of the whole European Union. And northern European countries must also have this focus and this concern in mind of the southern neighborhood. And this is where we still have work ahead, so that this is a major concern of all the European Union and not just the countries bordering the Mediterranean.
Thank you very much. As you can see, it's a difficult region, and that is exactly why we need more of these conversations. A big thank you to our panelists and the members of the audience. Have a nice late afternoon and evening.
Della? Della. Okay, let's start the panel slowly. Please close the door. And we will begin shortly. Okay, please close the doors. Thank you very much, and thank you for coming to this traditional last panel of the Bled Strategic Forum, which is, of course, the panel on the Western Balkans. I think no introductions are needed because, you know, with me are all old survivors of the enlargement process who have been with us through thick and thin in the last decades. So I would just jump into the discussion simply because we have 1 hour and 15 minutes and there is a lot of speakers. We have also 2 keynote listeners, Mr. Schmidt and Mr. Makovec. So I would just jump in with Alexandra Adam. Alexandra was an advisor to President Macron, also on enlargement. He was the one who was actually conducting the French positions on the Western Balkans and the whole enlargement process. But now he's not working there anymore, so he has more time to think, to reflect, and to also suggest ideas on how to move forward. Now, you know, in the past we have been always talking about this, long process without the end where nobody is being serious, neither EU nor the Western Balkan countries and so on and so on. But yesterday, we finally got a date. You know, Michel said that EU should be ready to enlarge in 2030, which means, vice versa, Western Balkan countries should do the necessary reforms until 2030 if they would like to join the European Union. On the other hand, Alexandre, we heard also Macron, President Macron yesterday, who was talking about multi-speed Europe. Now, you know, these are 2 different concepts which not necessarily go together because we always said that EU should in parallel deepen and also enlarge. Tell me your thoughts about the date. Is this something which is realistic? Is this something that can be done? Because we had dates in the past. We remember Juncker and 2025, so now we came to 2030. But because geostrategically changes in Europe came, especially with the Russian aggression on Ukraine, is this date now the date when we are going to see some of the Western Balkan countries enter the European Union? Thank you, Alexandra.
Thank you, Peter. I was actually thinking before I left the President's office, but I try indeed to think further today. You framed the debate also on your website in a rather different way, but between should we be pessimistic or optimistic about what's ahead. And having a look back on the past years on enlargement policy, it's in a way quite easy to be pessimistic, because being pessimistic, and it's really usually relates to a blame game. On the one hand, the EU for not having kept its promise, the Western Balkans for not having carried out the reforms that were needed. And so you have on the one hand the EU self-scourging, and on the other the Western Balkans self-victimizing. And it never ends. It never ends. And so I think that the sad reality is that the Russian aggression against Ukraine brought back the enlargement on the top of the political agenda. And this is really new. This is really new. And this means that this is happening. This is actually happening, that the 27 are serious about enlargement. And so that there's a need indeed for thinking. There's a need for new thoughts maybe about the process. And therefore the dates. Because in a way, if we have to draw some lessons of why the process has not worked until now, in the end it's about incentives to reforms. And you can have two ways to incentivize reforms that are actually not incompatible. I mean, the two. The first one is the gradual accession or the stage accession model and the date. And I want to say whatever works in a way. If a date works, let's have a date. And in this regard, President Macron in Bratislava last May, he said the question is not a question of the if. We said yes, this will happen. It's not a question of when, as soon as possible. It's a question of how we do it. And your two questions relate to actually to the when and the how. Charles Michel yesterday said when. He said 2030. Some years ago, I was actually not a big fan of the idea of an indicative date because I thought that this is disincentivizing. But I've changed my mind because I've thought about it since then. No, but I also thought about France, actually. France never had to join the EU, but it had to join the Euro. And I'm quite positive, sure, that if we hadn't had a date and a calendar to join the Euro, we would not have made it on 1st of January 1999. And because we had a very clear calendar of the reform that had to be carried out over 4 years and a half, we did it. But because we had this clear objective. So yeah, I'm in favor of 2030. I've seen the reactions that are actually, I mean, from Peter Sciarto, from the Commission snubbing the proposal by Charles Michel. I don't think that this is the way forward, to be frank. I really don't think. And I think that this shows one of the main shortcomings of the EU approach to enlargement, that is a very divided communication when it comes, for example, to the date. So let's just, if there should be one conclusion among many of today, let's just not kill the idea of a date, but trying to see what this means. And I think that there should be, that the 2030 date, there are actually two dates there. There's the 2030 goal for the EU to be reformed, to accept new members by then, but there's also the date to which candidate countries should commit before their public opinions, before the citizens, to say, yes, we will carry out the reform to be ready by 2030. Then what Emmanuel Macron...
Who is going to be ready? Everybody?
I don't know. How could I know?
I will ask them.
No, but yes, because I don't know. I'm not an expert of the legislative process in Albania. I don't know. But I'm sure that if the Commission and the Albanian government work together to have a kind of a multi-annual legislative planning and say, by that date, we can have closed X cluster, because by that date, we will have carried out the XXX reforms. Then, yes, in the end, you can be ready by 2030.
So we should also have intermediate date.
I think, yeah, because this is what we did with the euro, intermediate dates. This was not easy for France. We were actually quite late in regard to this program in comparison to Germany. We made it because of the dates. On multi-speed Europe, what actually President Macron said, it was related to how do we make match, how do we reconcile deepening of the EU, it's the, I mean, forever question, deepening of the EU and enlargement. And so what he said is, we should be ready, for those who want, or for those who want it, it's me adding, to have greater integration in certain policies, perhaps, the perhaps is important, with multi-speed Europe. This does not mean creating second-class members. I know too well the resentment that this creates, and I know too well for France actually also the political capital that we have to engage in such discussions. So it's not about two second-class members, but I think it's about two things. It's about the fundamental question, will we be able to decide with 35 members in the same way we are deciding today with 27? So, really tricky question. I know the question, I don't know the answer today. The second question, I think, it also relates to even more fundamental issue of the finality of the European project. Are candidate countries ready to commit to the ever closer union? And if they are not, should we force them to? For me, this is an open question that we should have, because this is a very serious issue on the way that future member states see what the project is about. So, should not see this as contradictory to what Charles Michel said yesterday. But the main message here is that there's a debate ongoing. There's a debate that was open, not yesterday, but let's say a year ago. And that in a way all ideas are welcome. And to finish, because I'm too long, whatever works.
Whatever works. Minister Fayon, we are here behind the closed doors. So you can tell us, if you can, a little bit, you had a lot of meetings also with the leaders of Western Balkan countries, together with our Prime Minister, with Charles Michel, also with other foreign ministers from EU countries and all over the world. What's your feeling? Are we serious now? I mean, is this pledge, which basically Charles Michel gave yesterday, is this something which we should consider as finalité, like Alexander would say, as really the date when this elusive enlargement is going to happen?
Thank you. I truly consider this a very important message from the Bled Strategic Forum. This is Bled Pledge 2030. I can say it's extremely vocal, and it's not only provocative or thrown in the air without some consideration in the back. And I believe we really have a unique political momentum. And that is why this date is important, to think out of the box and have political wisdom and creativity. It, of course, the message is EU shall be prepared by 2030. It's maybe a historic message if we think it that way, in an optimistic way. Because after the war in Ukraine, and not only after the war, even in the last few years, there is a different atmosphere in the Council. There is much greater awareness of the need to enlarge to the Western Balkans. And the situation we are today, the political momentum that we are discussing about the enlargement to the Eastern neighborhood, and that certain steps might be considered, an important one already this year, and these will be political decisions. That is why I say, let us think out of the box and do everything on both sides. On the side of the EU, we can use the momentum to reform internally to be ready, and on the side of the Western Balkans, to really give us arguments and speed up, because of course the readiness will be important. But I think if we don't grab the momentum this year, because next year there are European elections, and the Commission new will take place only in October, if we don't use the momentum this year, I fear there is a lot of time again lost. And for that reason, I believe this Bled Pledge 2030 and the message of Charles Michel is a very important one. I read today the news from the Commission. Already, this is, it's a process, it's a technical process, it's a lot of, words behind. But I think if we find certain governments, certain like-minded countries around, and there are a lot of friends of the Western Balkans, to work in this direction, to have this political pressure also in the Council and maybe skeptical countries, I think by December we have a good chance to do some important progress. If that is a gradual integration, we discussed a lot with the ministers this morning from the Western Balkans, with the leaders 2 days ago, and we had a very important brainstorming how to do this gradual integration For example, I believe we should really soon invite Western Balkan countries to be observers, to be part of the debate of the future of Europe, to watch the processes, maybe on the negotiation chapters where they do some progress, they are part of the discussions at the table with EU ministers. So this gradual integration or going to single market and to have tangible steps on the way to 2030 that the people can feel it, that it's not only technical process, now we have a political momentum because of a different geopolitical situation. That is why that requires us to think also different. And I think there is a good chance. The other is whether we are capable of realizing that. I can just say that I got very excited about the idea and we started hard working on it, and we will work with, as I said, with partners in the region and also with the countries around that are willing to go that direction.
Thank you, Minister. My only problem is that this year only has 3 more months, I think. we will have to be very, very, very.
Peter, think out of the box. You know?
Yeah, I'm not going to take linearly. You know, sometimes time flies differently in different regions. Minister Dacic, Ivica.
Can I just remind you, on Bosnia and Herzegovina, you might recall, people didn't believe that Bosnia and Herzegovina can get a candidate status. Maybe 2 months before, there was a lot of skepticism. But we really managed to convince, and it worked out. So why not now?
Why not now? Thank you, Minister.
I like that example, Tanya. That example is really good, like a Bosnia and Herzegovina.
Minister Dacic, Ivica, I hope the chair is a little bit better than the last time you were here. You know, I wanted to put a sofa, but we don't have enough room. Next year for sure. How does Michel's speech change, or is it going to change perception in Serbia regarding enlargement? Because you have been one of the countries who was most vocal, most skeptical in saying that enlargement is not going to happen anytime soon. I think even 2 or 3 weeks ago, Minister Vucic said that we shouldn't think about enlargement because it's not happening. We should basically target single market. Is this pledge now from Bled changing your perception in any way?
Pa ja pre svega želim da vas pozdravim sve. Nemam primjedbi na namještaj.
First of all, I would like to say hello to everyone, and I have no objections when it comes to my chair.
Ne znam kakvi ste, nisam bio na doručku, tako da ne znam da li ste malo, da li više niste tako škrti kao ranije.
I didn't participate in the breakfast, however, and I don't know whether you're no longer so cheap as you used to be.
Ali to je normalno, znate, najbolje se jede kod najsiromašnijih ljudi.
But it's a normal thing. You always eat the best with the poorest people.
Moje pitanje za Lajčaka glasi, da li... Moram da te pitam.
My question for Mr. Lajčak is, you are not a moderator.
It's okay.
Pa ja imam pravo, ja sam ovdje najstariji.
But I have the right, I'm the oldest here.
Da li Michel danas misli ono što je rekao juče?
Does Michel still think today what he said yesterday?
Odnosno, da li je on rekao kao on ili je rekao u ime Evropske unije?
That is, did he say it on his own behalf or on behalf of the European Union?
Da li sve države članice stoje iza toga?
Do all state members stand behind him?
Pričam potpuno otvoreno. Bio bih radostan da je to tačno.
Truth be told, and I'm saying this in an open way, I would be happy if this was true.
Ali isto tako moram da kažem da čini mi se da već sigurno 10 godina i 15 svi mi učestvujemo na jednom čuvenom, na svakoj konferenciji. Postoji jedna čuvena tema, a to je evropske integracije Zapadnog Balkana.
But truth be told, in the past 10 or 15 years, we have all been participating in different conferences where we always have a famous panel devoted to the EU integration of the Western Balkans.
Da ne bismo smetali drugima. Obično to smo samo mi sa Zapadnog Balkana.
And not to bother the rest of them, because usually only the ones from the Western Balkans are the ones who participate.
Da se zadovolji forma.
Simply to satisfy the form.
Pa i ovo je posljednji panel danas i juče.
And this is the last panel today and yesterday, I mean, of the forum itself.
Ko zna koji po redu na kojem učestvujemo.
And who knows which panel this is in which we are participating. There have been numerous.
I sada će uskoro da uslede međusobni napadi nas sa Zapadnog Balkana.
And soon the mutual attacks of us from the Western Balkans will follow.
Reći ćemo najgore jedno o drugima.
We will say all the worst, one against each other, about each other.
Tako da ovi iz Evropske unije će da zaključe da nam i nije ni mesto u Evropskoj uniji.
So people from the European Union will come to a conclusion that it is not our place to be part of the European Union.
Zaista mislim da više nema smisla organizovati ovakve skupove.
And I truly think that there's really no point in organizing these kinds of gatherings.
Šta, vi iz Brisela ne znate da mi hoćemo Evropsku uniju?
What you people in the Brussels don't know that we want to become a part of the European Union.
Bio bih radostan da ste ovoliko pažnje posvetili 90. godine. Pre rata, jer možda ne bi ni bilo rata.
And I would be thrilled had you devoted this much attention in 1990, before the war, because then perhaps we wouldn't have the war.
I da ste ponudili kao alternativu evropske integracije.
And that you had offered as an alternative European integration.
Zašto tada nismo organizovali ovakve skupove i međunarodne konferencije?
Why hadn't we organized these kinds of gatherings and international conferences at that time?
Pa i sada se priča posle rata u Ukrajini.
And even now we are discussing this after the war in Ukraine.
Nama ne treba ništa posle rata, treba nam nešto pre rata.
We don't need anything after the war. We needed something before the war.
Evropska ideja je mogla da bude supstitut, zamena za jugoslovensku ideju.
And European idea could have been a substitute for Yugoslav idea.
E sad, nismo se time bavili. Nismo se bavili evropskim integracijama.
But this wasn't something we had dealt with. We had not been dealing with European integration.
Zašto ne? Why not?
And why not?
Because you thought that the European Union is not serious.
Pa ne, Evropska unija to alternativu nije davala 90. godina na početku.
Well, European Union had not offered this kind of alternative in the 90s, in the beginning.
O čemu smo mi raspravljali 90. godina? Kako će ko da se osamostali i da stvori svoje države?
In the 90s, we only discussed how will certain republics become independent states and create their own states.
Čekaj, vi ste, ne znam, neki su stariji možda od mene, ali retki izuzeci. Ja se sećam da je Titova komunistička Jugoslavija bila kandidat za pridruženog člana Evropske unije.
I believe I'm the oldest here. Some are perhaps older than I am, but I remember that Tito's communist Yugoslavia was a candidate for a joint member of the EU.
Zašto?
And why?
Zašto? Zato što smo bili drugačiji od istočne Evrope.
Because we were different than the Eastern Europe.
Ivica, slowly.
Hoću da kažem da ne verujem da će se obistiniti ovo, ne zbog toga, jednostavno ne verujem zato što ne postoji politička odluka da to tako treba.
truth be told, I don't believe these prognoses will come true because I don't think there is a political decision that this is something that should happen.
Ne postoji, zato što postoje promenljivi uslovi.
Because there are changeable conditions.
Koji su kriterijumi?
What are the criteria?
Uradite jedno, oni vam postave drugo.
You regulate one thing and then they give you next criteria.
Ne poštuju se međunarodne, ne poštuju se potpisani sporazum.
Signed agreements are not being respected.
Ja sam pre 10 godina ovde gostovao kod vas sa Hašimom Tačijem i Catherine Ashton.
10 years ago, I was guest here with Hashim Tachi and Catherine Ashton.
Ja sam potpisao briselski sporazum.
And I was the one who signed Brussels agreements.
I šta?
And what happened?
Pa kakav je autoritet Evropske unije? Ko je garant tog sporazuma?
What is the authority of the European Union who was a guarantee of this agreement?
I opet se nalazimo na početku.
And we come back to the beginning.
Ono što vi svi znate o nama, mi se svi znamo iz Jugoslavije.
We all know each other from former Yugoslavia.
Pa nismo mi sada neki koji treba da se upoznajemo.
And we're not people who are supposed to be introduced.
I ja da vam kažem, kakvi god da ste vi što sedite pored mene, moji ste i naši ste i najbolji ste.
And no matter what kind of a person you are here sitting next to me,
narodi i zemlje druge kategorije u Evropi.
You are mine, and for me you are the best because we're not peoples and nations from different categories.
Da poštujemo više sami sebe.
But I think that we all together should respect ourselves a bit more.
I ja sam spreman da mi radimo zajedno šta god možemo da uradimo. Mi bismo bili srećni da Michel ispuni ono što je rekao.
And we are ready and happy to work together, and we would be happy if Michel could fulfill what he promised.
Okay, thank you, Ivica. Miroslav, you had a question from Ivica. Is he right in being skeptical that also this time this pledge is not serious?
Well, let's be clear. What President Michel said yesterday was an official statement in an official occasion, and he spoke in his official capacity as the President of the European Council, and therefore it is a formal statement which was delivered on behalf of the European Union. At the same time, he said, let's be clear, European Union will be ready by 2013. Does not mean that it's now the responsibility of the European Union to deliver the Western Balkans by 2030. If you are ready, we are ready. That's really important. It takes two to tango. It's a big thing, and I fully agree with everything Minister Fayon said. We did not have this before. We have the momentum, and for me, dealing with this region for more than 20 years, I don't remember a situation when EU was more ready for the Balkans than the Balkans were ready for the EU. We now have this momentum. The momentum never tries forever. Use it. We need to turn this momentum into a new quality, new process, and the parameters were broadly defined. Gradual, de facto integration, being in the room, not only when we speak about the region, but being in the room when we speak about European priorities. So these processes are not mechanical. These processes are political. There are better times. There are more difficult times. There are moments when the European Union has to deal with huge issues such as financial crisis or Brexit or migration. Obviously, it would be naive to expect that enlargement will be the priority. Here we are back, full focus on the enlargement, and the message for the region is don't miss this opportunity.
Miroslav, maybe just to go a little bit deeper, what does it mean, which also Minister Fayon discussed, I mean, in your opinion, what does it mean that this year Western Balkans, which means until December, needs to take this opportunity? I mean, what exactly does it mean for different countries of the region? For example, what does it mean for North Macedonia, for Albania, for Kosovo or Serbia?
Well, there was a feeling of complacency on the side of European Union. There was a feeling that the region can wait. We could hear voices saying we need to put our house in order first and then we can deal with the issues of the Western Balkans, which is profoundly wrong because it's not our issues and your issues. These are all our issues. And paradoxically, if there is one good thing out of this terrible war, Russia's aggression against Ukraine, it was that it brought a wake-up call, understanding that we have unfinished business, that we need to be serious about the region because we may lose the region. And one can say that last year was a very successful year for the enlargement because Bosnia and Herzegovina got the candidate status, North Macedonia, Albania invited to start accession negotiation, completion of the visa-free regime with Kosovo. Why there is no excitement in the region? Because this was not a result of the work of the region, this was long overdue decision on the side of the European Union. So, but we found the courage to deliver this decision. European Union found its geopolitical moment, and as I said, the moment will not last forever. So let's use the moment. That means we will not be blurring the process. We will not be moving the goalposts. There is no tolerance for that. The simple rule of the process is, if you do your part, we will do our part. And I feel we have this moment after many years.
Okay, maybe, thank you, Minister. I turn to Minister Konakovic. Bosnia and Herzegovina. In December, there is a big possibility there is going to be, and this is not a secret, a big push for Ukraine to start negotiations. I mean, this is something that is already, being discussed inside of the European Union. There was always this feeling of dread from the part of Bosnia and Herzegovina that you are going to be left behind. This is why, also, as Minister Fajon said, we really worked closely with you and proposed that, geostrategically speaking, Bosnia and Herzegovina needs to be on the same train with Ukraine and Moldova. Now, do you think it's realistically to expect that you are going to be on this train also in December? I mean, right now, the way I see it, but really I'm not an expert on Western Balkans, you have 14 priorities, which you need to, I mean, it's pretty clear. It's not like Ivica said that we don't know what to do or who should do what. It's pretty clear. I mean, you have 14 priorities. You need to implement them. If you implement them, you move forward. Of course, they're not easy, especially for a country which is as complicated as Bosnia and Herzegovina. Is there a willingness on the part of political elites in Bosnia and Herzegovina to do something until December so that countries which believe that geostrategically it's important for this country to move forward on the enlargement process to jump on the train of Ukraine and Moldova?
Thank you. We must jump into the train. Actually, we have to do that, First of all, we were left behind for years, from European community also. But also, there is a sentence in Bosnia, we never missed an opportunity to miss an opportunity. We missed all opportunities we had in the past, all agreements, all April packages, Butmir's agreement, and everything, actually. That is our responsibility. Because we are aware of the situation and of the momentum, because the world has changed, not only enlargement politics and Adam's opinion regarding enlargement and actually the future of Western Balkans into European community. World has changed because of aggression on Ukraine. And Europeans now, they're afraid of Russian influence in Western Balkans territory and with arguments, and that is our advantage, actually. On the other side, I will repeat, we have to deliver something. We need to do something to prove that we want to go to European community. Today, I'm really optimistic regarding Bosnia and Herzegovina future inside of European community because we started. I'm still thinking about the introduction. You said enlargement survivors. That's really interesting. At the time when Thessaloniki summit happened, I was in the same place also, enjoying my life and playing basketball in this beautiful country. I'm new in this job, only 7 months. But I can recognize a chance for my country, So that is the reason why we created another approach to the politics in Bosnia and Herzegovina. It is really easy to create some conflicts, public fights. You can hide behind Dodik wherever you want. It's easy to hide behind him, You have a lot of reasons to hide behind him. Okay, that's Dodik, you cannot do anything, and that the story stops. But we have to change the approach, and I have arguments, I have proofs that it's possible. Tomorrow, there is a session of House of People, that's the level of parliament in Bosnia and Herzegovina. They will confirm, I'm sure they will because we signed, they are going to confirm 5 laws from these 14 key priorities. That never happened in Bosnia in last decade, actually. So we proved now we are really in complicated situation. Delivering European laws at the same time, politicians from Republika Srpska, they are flying to Moscow and avoiding Putin. You know, at the same time, there are political reality in Bosnia and Herzegovina, and we have to sit together. We have to negotiate. We have to deliver because of the future of my country. All citizens from all over Bosnia and Herzegovina, not only the parts or entities, you know. So I think it is possible. I think we have momentum now, not because of us, because of Europeans mostly, and unfortunately because of Ukraine. But we need to use this chance. We need to jump into the train, and we will do all we can.
Thank you, Minister. And I will, you know, I'm trying to be optimistic. I know. But, you know, you talked a lot about we need to, we have to, but will you? You know, it's three more months until December.
We delivered already, I told you, like these laws are adopted already in the Council of Ministers level and the House of Representatives level, and they will be confirmed tomorrow. Before that, actually, we elected the fastest ever elected Council of Ministers in the history of Bosnia and Herzegovina, confirmed in January, only 3 months after the elections. We also adopted program of reform some time. We solved the Europol contact point on time. Like, it looks different today. Even with the fact, actually, we have these big political issues regarding Russian influence. On the other side, we have European laws ready and confirmed. I hope tomorrow they will be confirmed. So that is not like we're going to do. We are delivering, you know, and you have to be optimistic. And there is no success without optimism, trust me. I know that.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, Minister. I will go now to Minister. We are from North Macedonia. You know, North Macedonia knows a lot about obstacles, a lot about promises which have been broken, which have not been kept. And again, you know, you did so much, more than it was asked from you. And still, you know, you are in position where you just need so little, but this so little is politically so hard that you are in a position where, you know, it's hard to expect that in the next 3 months until the end of the year, something is going to move. Or is it? Do you think that it's possible to do something until the end of the year?
Well, first it's good that Alexander Adam is with us here because he's one of the architects of the so-called French proposal. And this proposal that brokered the deal last year is based on some principles. On the principle that Macedonian language will be in the negotiating framework without any additions, and it will be official language of the European Union once we are members of the Union. A big no to introducing historic interpretations into the roadmaps, clusters, chapters, benchmarks of the negotiating process. A big no to any identity debate along the way. But a big yes to community rights, to minority rights, regardless of their size, since this is our hallmark. North Macedonia is known for its functional multi-ethnic democracy. So yes to constitutional changes, yes to introducing the widest package of privileges to all communities, including Bulgarian community, which based on the last census was around 3,500. So this was the principle on which we based, and though sometimes when we have different interpretations between us and Sofia, I say go and call Paris and Alexander Adam to explain, because these are the principles and these are important. So we are in the process of constitutional changes. The process, the amendments are not controversial per se. The environment is toxic because it has been, this moving target has accumulated layers and layers of frustrations without any deliverables to deflate this balloon of frustration. So now, even if you say a promising thing to people, they are afraid what they're hearing because they are not used to hearing good news from the process. But we are convinced, because as I said, we willingly shifted the pivot of the top of the subject from this historic identity debate into a human right, community rights, and this is the essence of the French proposal. And I'm optimistic that since we have opened the process a few days ago, we have set the agenda, that we will do it by the end of this year. But let me just comment on the pledge of President Michel, because that statement yesterday has resonated in North Macedonia and has helped this debate that we have launched there. And I liked how Tanya coined it into a Bled pledge 2030, at least puts your name on it, so you will have to fight with us. But I think it's important because we have been arguing, we have been asking this since it served Central European countries. I think 2004 was introduced way back before 2004 as a tentative year when the Big Bang will happen. It frames the debate, it frames the action plans, it frames the mindset, it adds an additional energy. Again with the chair. So I think it adds an additional energy that you cannot calculate in the, on your tables, and I believe that this is the right way. This is the right way to do it. And then now, after what happened yesterday, which I think to me is historical, now we can talk easily about what North Macedonia or what we have proposed as a way to handle the frustration in both sides, and this is integration before membership. So I don't know what's my time, but I would like to elaborate this this concept that we've been trying to present, but it has a meaning now, because it would have been promoted too much before yesterday. It would have been interpreted as an alternative trajectory to membership. After today, now we can easily talk about how to creatively fill the gap in between now and 2030.
But do you think that basically what happened yesterday with this date is going to help the talks between the government and the opposition in basically move away from the political games, which we all know, and they are in all of the countries the same? Do you think that this is going to somehow make them more ready to compromise in order for North Macedonia to move forward?
I think so. If you followed the news yesterday in North Macedonia, Charles Michel's statement was all over. Immediately in the afternoon, the version of President Macron's statement dominated the political scene. And it was presented as a cold shower, mainly by the opposition, saying, you see, we told you that there's no credible process. We are doing painful compromises without a clear perspective. So therefore it's important what Alexander Adam said today, what Minister Bon said today, that President Macron, when talking about Europe's in speed, talked about the real speed, the dynamics of membership, and not Europe in tiers, Europe in layers. And I think this is important because there is a battle of propaganda back home, and there is a shield that has been introduced, rightly so, and I absolutely don't blame people because they have gone through many, many painful processes, so it's difficult to present the real arguments, and I believe that this will provide some conducive atmosphere for the process.
Great, thank you. Minister, now let's turn to Donica, to Minister of Kosovo. you are basically way back when it comes to the whole enlargement process because of various reasons. We all know them. I'm not going to go into the details. You're going to get, at least this is the plan, on the 1st of January, the visa liberalization, which is a first and also important step in recognizing that Kosovo's future is inside of the European Union. But of course, you know, there are some other issues, some other things that need to be done, not just on the domestic front, in order for Kosovo to move forward. How ready are you at home when it comes to do your part of the work in order to catch this train, which we have been discussing about for the last 30 minutes?
Thank you very much. It is very important to mention from the beginning that when sovereign and independent states, they decide themselves about where they belong, with whom, and we have seen it in Ukraine. It's important to know that it's not the neighborhood or the region deciding that. Why do I say this? Because we in Kosovo strongly believe that we are ready and we are prepared to go in this journey. We have applied last December for the membership. That means that we are waiting for the next step from the side of the European Union, and we are very optimistic that this will happen soon. It must happen soon, because...
You are basing your optimism on what?
On the European idea and on the internal developments of Kosovo itself. Because this should be the first measure how to judge about countries and how ready they are to fulfill. You spoke about 40 priorities, and Kosovo is prepared and ready to undertake what is important and what is necessary so that we can join the European family. But I think there are 4 questions that we need to answer when it's about the integration of the Western Balkans in the European Union. The first question is where? This is the European Union. What is the European Union? Yes, it is an economic union as well, but in first place, it is a union, a political one, based on values and principles, on rule of law, open democracies, transparent political systems, in respecting human and minority rights, etc., etc. This is where. The question when, one answer was given yesterday, and I tend to take this answer very seriously, because 2030 is a goal with which we can work. We can prepare so that 2030, when the European Union is ready for that and does not change again the date, then we should be prepared as well. I understand that this is not a one-way street. The next question is who? I believe that in the European Union are belonging states that are ready to identify themselves with the values and principles that are the fundaments of the European Union. And the last question for me is the why. Why in the European Union? When we see that just as a source for getting more funds, financing and money, then I think that the European Union is the wrong place to go. If we are serious about wanting for our citizens a European Union as it is now, and not to go inside and try to change the European Union from inside, then we need to be clear about our motivation, why we want to join the European Union. So that's why for me it's very important this feeling of governments and people, the feeling of belonging to the European Union. And this will become very crucial the more we come near to the year 2030, when we need to be ready to join the European Union. So we should not underestimate one second aspect. It is political union, economy, this is the European Union, but at the same time, we have security challenges in our region. So that's why we ask our partners to think this in a in a parallel system. One side coming near to the European Union, and on the other side, making steps towards NATO for those who want and are still not member of NATO, so that security and economic development and political belonging go hand in hand.
Minister, just what does it mean? I have to ask this question because I'm interested in your answer. What does this date mean for the dialogue?
It depends not only
Is
on
this
Kosovo.
the date? Is this also a date when the dialogue will finally bring results?
I believe that we have good chances to achieve success in the dialogue even much earlier than that. And we are committed to work on that. The Prime Minister has yesterday from here mentioned the next spring. So let us work on that.
Miroslav, you agree?
I fully agree. We know what needs to be done. We have agreements from February and from March, and they can be implemented if there is political will and commitment within a month.
Maybe just
several months. So
Ivica, do you think next spring? But quickly.
Prvo da mi neko odgovori šta je sa prethodnim sporazumom.
Well, firstly, I would like for someone to answer me what happened with the previous agreement.
Koji sam potpisao pre 10 godina sa Catherine Ashton i Kašimom Tači.
I signed 10 years ago with Catherine Ashton
Šta
and
se dešava s tim?
What happened with that?
Ili to ne važi?
Or that is no longer valid.
Evo tu je Lajček, neka kaže.
Here, Lajček is here.
Učestvovao je u
Maybe he
svemu
can say
tome.
he participated in all of this.
Okay, Miroslav, yeah.
Yes, Article 10 of our agreement says that all past agreements must be fully implemented.
Okay, now we know that. Is next spring a viable date to actually achieve something substantial in dialogue? But quickly, please.
Taj dijalog je, kao što znate, to nije dijalog o statusu, to je dijalog o normalizaciji.
As you know, this is not a dialogue on status, but on normalization.
Naš svaki dogovor sa Prištinom je bio statusno neutralan.
And all of our agreements with Pristina was statusly neutral.
Možete vi da se smijete koliko hoćete neki u publici ovdje.
And you can
Niste vi živjeli na Marsu, nego ste živjeli u Jugoslaviji. I znate dobro da je Jugoslavija bilo 6 republika.
You did not live on Mars. You used to live in Yugoslavia, and all you well know that Yugoslavia had 6 republics.
Ne pričamo, znači, zavisi šta hoćete da kažete o dijalogu. Dijalog o normalizaciji ili dijalog o statusu.
Dialogue on normalization of the relations or dialogue on status.
Što se tiče nas, mi smo konstruktivni i hoćemo da učestvujemo.
When it comes to us, we are constructive and we want to participate.
Ali prvo zajednica srpskih opština. Prije toga ništa dalje ne može.
But Association of Serbian Municipalities
nešto što je potpisano pre 10 godina.
First, and then afterwards we can talk something that was signed 10 years ago.
Okay.
Well, how long can we wait more?
Understand. So maybe next spring it's going to be difficult to achieve. Donika, please.
But it's worth to try it. As you see, it's difficult. Because if you look for reasons why not to move, you can always find. The bad weather today could be a reason why we should not have this discussion today here. But if you want to overcome the challenges, then we are able to do that. And we are ready to do that.
Okay. No, you can, if you want.
Maybe one last thing about the different speeds of the European Union. I know that this is not a new discussion. It comes from time to time, it is the discussion inside the European Union and now with the integration of the Western Balkans as well. I really believe that if the European Union is serious about understanding not only the chances for the Western Balkans when we enter the European Union, but at the same time the benefits that the European Union would gain from democratic countries, from Western Balkan as being part of the European Union, then if we change a little bit, shift a little bit our mindset, both sides, then I really believe that this can become a fast and a good success story. But we need on both sides to work on that. No second-class European Union membership, full membership for democratic states who are prepared to join the European Union.
Thank you very much, Minister. Okay. Maggie, finally, Albania, you know, if you look around this panel, your road towards European Union is probably the clearest. You don't have any significant problems with your neighbors. Your political situation in the country is stable. You have more or less clear reforms and priorities that you have to do. So what's stopping you? Because, you know, your Prime Minister, whenever he came to Bled Strategic Forum, and we always like to have him here, he said that you are like a bride who nobody wants. But now it seems that European Union wants you. So are you ready?
I feel like I need to start off by talking a bit about the underlying theme that the esteemed panelists also mentioned about time and timing, whether we're supposed to use this good timing and momentum and the time that has passed. And you've also mentioned in the theme of this panel 20 years since it's Thessaloniki. You mentioned the promise. 30 years since Copenhagen criteria, which actually coincides with 30 years of Albania as a reborn democratic state after the collapse of communism. And now the Western Balkans in 2023 is a world away from the Western Balkans in the 1990s. It's changed immensely, Albania of course included. It's a more peaceful, a more stable, a more secure region. And of course, it's because of the transformation is precisely due to the European integration, the aspirations, and the hard work that's been put into. And of course, as Alexander mentioned, with this narrative of the pessimistic and optimistic view, but a pessimist would for sure say that it's for too long Europe has been reluctant to think about enlargement strategically, reluctant to think about enlargement geopolitically. But the process was never quite right. It didn't really fit. It was either too technical or it was either too political with bilateral issues, coming in between. But it's certainly changed. We can see from another optimistic view. For example, in Albania, we have a population's full support when it comes to EU integration. And
but you're happy now with the process?
The process is ongoing. The process is a lot of work. No one said it was going to be easy, and of course we're very ready to have the work. But I think at the forefront of it, it should be what the Council's President mentioned, Charles Michel mentioned yesterday. At the heart of it should be the people. It should be the future. It should be the future of of our future and our children's future. So it's not just about screening and the technical aspect of it. So I mean, really, if we need to take a minute, but just 1 minute, not too long, because we've wasted enough time, to really take stock of everything that we've gone through as single countries, but also together and with the EU and the ongoing and structured dialogue that we're having, Western Balkans and the EU. I mean, there's a few things that I would like to mention on that end and things that we can work on. First of all, the process should not be open-ended anymore. It should be more clear objectives and deadlines, as was also mentioned here as well. It should be a targeted work. Exactly. We should bridge the development gap between the Western Balkans that it has even with the newest member states of the Union. And that's also part of the convergence convergence gap that the Prime Minister mentioned in the panel yesterday as well, which is really widened, and it makes it very difficult to push through when it comes to EU integration. We hope that the EU will work with us on that, but also the enlargement back in the 20s, for instance, it gave a new boost when it came to the European economy, but as well as to the newcomers. So this is something that we're looking forward to having now as well. And stop putting bilateral agendas before our European agenda. And of course, we always welcome messages of support and encouragement from member states and from our partners, which of course should underscore the importance of a merit-based process. For Albania, because you asked very specific questions as well, given that it's almost September and the end of the year is coming soon. For Albania, we hope to have the first cluster, the cluster 1 fundamental screening in the framework of a second IGC within this year, within 2023, because the Minister Fayon also mentioned that next year, due to the EU elections, we could have a change in the situation of the EU institutions, but not just that, it's also about the very rapid change that we're seeing in the geopolitical landscape. So we really need to use this momentum, as I mentioned in these two points for Albania, but also as for the Western Balkans, it means advancing all together in our respective processes.
Thank you, Maggie. Okay, slowly, because I know you have a lot of questions and I would like to open to the audience. But before that, let me turn to Mr. Schmidt. You heard Minister Konakovic and his optimism. Do you share this optimism?
Thank you. You have to be an optimist to go ahead. So I would think basically I share the optimism. Should I
That's
continue?
not, no, I mean, if you share the optimism, no.
I would not like to answer to every statement I heard, but let me somehow, from my point of view, summarize. Coming to Konrad Adenauer, he once said, basically things are very simple. What are the simple things, or what is the white elephant in the room? It is not about all details which are important to be done. It is, in my understanding, and this links to Charles Michel in 2030, the decision of the population. Young population will be off this region if we're waiting more and more years. So I think this is the decisive commitment necessary. What are we doing to keep young people with their opportunities, with their knowledge, with their smart commitment in their own countries? Be aware, European Union countries, including mine, are tending to drain them, their brain and their commitment, because it's very easy to get, for example, from Kosovo, as I've read, every second day, one surgeon, one doctor, and 4 nurses, statistically from Kosovo, moving to Germany. Wonderful for Germany and its needs for a labor force, but disastrous for the region here. What is the commitment, not of European Union, but of the member states to deliver to their own people? I think this is the white elephant where I sometimes would like, with knowing about all these complicated issues and about, to talk a little bit more about this, and this could bring closer the political class to reality of the people where they are living. They want to get answers to this.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Schmidt. Let me turn to the director for Western Balkans at the EIS, Marco. Summarize for us your thoughts about the panel, and you have like 3 minutes. I know it's going to be difficult, but try.
Thank you very much. I'll try to maybe start with one sentence. EU is still the place which all people look for their economic and social security and freedom, which EU values enshrine. Now, I wanted to start with that because this is in the core of all this discussion, and that's also connected to the question, why now? Why not now? Of course, it should be done now, and the speech of the President of the European Council was really indicative. But that speech had many elements, not only the date, but also the fact that all the open issues should be resolved before entering the EU. He had played with some very important ideas about qualified majority, necessary to avoid bilateral issues blocking countries to enter the EU, and really reintroducing merit-based principle which we all stand for. He also mentioned several other things, among them also the ability of the EU to absorb new members. And this is what we will take as a commitment. This is what we have already started to work on the ability. We are looking into the legislation in order to make it easier and to make it faster for the new member states to enter. But there needs to be something else. There need to be reforms, especially on the fundamentals, which we all so much like to mention. Which are these fundamentals? These are the values we are all talking about. The values from the Article 2 of the treaty. Why we want them? Because we want you to all become members of the family. Share the values, that's what you're saying. And that's why the rule of law and the reforms are so much important. And that's why we have all these exercises called enlargement package and country reports and all these things. We have created methodology to scrutinize your work or your progress on the values which all we want to share together in Europe. I had a couple of very good other points that has been said here. But there is one more thing that I wanted to mention. This discussion also mentioned one thing. Sometimes the reforms are easier path. The open issues are much more difficult. And this is something that should be a lesson to all of us, to the member states of the EU 27 and to the partners from the region. How we can work together. And here, this is the perfect thing. And I liked how you phrased it, Mr. Dacic. This is something where we can work together to overcome it, to overcome the open and regional issues that has been created by succession in the 90s and the conflict that unfortunately happened and teared us apart a little bit. But there is a courage, enough political courage in the region to overcome them, to come together. And that's why I come to the last word, and this is reconciliation, so many times mentioned. But it's really one of the most important narratives that we need to all, first of all, follow, secondly, understand, and thirdly, implement in our everyday life. We will try to do our utmost in Brussels, and I hope it will be matched or reciprocated also from the side of the Western Balkans. Thank you.
Statement of both, so share this very much.
Thank you.
Okay, we had two keynote listeners who agree on everything, which is nice to see. We have time for, I would say, 3 questions, but they must be questions, not... Please, Mr. Radulovic, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Momchulo Radulovic, President of European Movement in Montenegro. I'm happy to see you again here year after year, and unfortunately most of the teams are repeating in a vicious circle. However, I hope that maybe next year we will have some moves in all directions. Regarding some of the aspects of the Mr. Charles Michel speech, yes, I would like again and again to believe this is the true, this is optimistic view. I'm just asking myself, and I'm asking you, who is going to make these decisions? You, now, this present session of the European Commission, the present President of the EU Council, the present Parliament? No, there will be somebody else. 2025, there will be completely different structure, or maybe to a certain extent different structure. So who is going to, what we can promise now, and what Mr. Michel can promise now in 2023 for 2030, how much commitment we will see again, what we will see, for example, what we will see from the Mr. Macron's side again, because when he initiated the change of the methodology for negotiations, we who are dealing with this subject on both sides, on Western Balkans and European side, the experts, we all said there is no need for the change. We lost 3 years in this change, and we know the purpose. It was a very political purpose. Now Mr. Macron, in the same day, gave completely different statement to what Mr. Charles Michel said.
Yep.
So who to trust and who is going to deliver this?
Thank you. Yes, Alexandre.
Thank you. No, but sorry, but I will have to repeat myself. It's not a completely different message from what Charles Michel is saying. They just talked about different things. On the one hand, you have Charles Michel saying this is the indicative date. Then you have President Macron saying, okay, then we also have to discuss about the other part. There is enlargement, there is the deepening of the EU. How do we deepen the EU with an enlarged EU? That's the question. And then he said there is perhaps the question of the different speeds. And again, this is not about having second-class members. It's about being clear for every single candidate country or future member state about their own wishes once they're in the Union, about the speed of integration. But saying that, this is extremely theoretical, to be frank. This is a very theoretical discussion. But the message as well is, I mean, like Mr. Fallon said, thinking out of the box. Because there is this political momentum, it really is the key message from those who are here and from the EU member states. There's a political momentum. There's a political momentum, so we have to seize it now. And on the new methodology, I'm glad that you're mentioning it because I drafted it. Well, not the new methodology, but let's say the French proposal of the methodology. And not because I'm smart, because actually I used the thinking of think tanks from the Western Balkans. Because there are a lot of inputs that can come from the region as well, and we are expecting that input for the process, but also for the reform of the Union. I mean, if Western Balkan countries are to join the Union, we want the input also of the view of the European Union for the future that you have. And so the new methodology, where I agree with you, is that, I mean, we had proposed with different elements. There was a communication by the Commission 3 months after, something like that. And it's only this year, unfortunately, that it seems to be becoming a bit more concrete with the President von der Leyen's speech in Bratislava last month. But I think that now, if we are all serious and we want to make it work, we need really to go faster in that reflection.
Thank you, Alexandre. Minister Fallon.
Just briefly, because I'm thinking quite often we are losing ourselves in so many questions, so many frustrations. We can be hours discussing what has gone wrong, what the time has been lost, what we missed as opportunities, what Charles Michel can do. We should put other question now. What are we willing to do? Are we willing to think out of the box, or we will lose another time for discussing what all went wrong? I think this is a wrong approach. Let us think different. Let us look to the future. We wasted here also a lot of time on discussing what has gone wrong. Why don't we switch our mindset and think what we will do better?
Thank you. Please.
Thank you very much. My name is Gabrielle Sinigo. I'm going to jump on the bandwagon of 10 years future. First to Alexandre Adam. Je voudrais poser la question suivante. You have probably after the elections next year a holistic reform of the EU, right? Let's say it is a reform of 180 degrees, volte-face. Do you think you still have people from Southeast Balkans geographically, not yet the West, in your boat? Or do you have only a few survivors of this enlargement and the rest has just dropped out? The second question to Mr. Dacic. Mr. Dacic, I have the following question. You seem to be very Eastern-oriented. Would you follow up on an invitation of Mr. Xi Jinping to join Shanghai Cooperation rather than the EU? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there another question? Before I... Please.
It's the last one, so make it good.
I will not disappoint. Hello, my name is Arnold. I'm working for the International Republican Institute, and I would like to come back to one specific day when I attended a meeting on the Western Balkans in Budapest, in the Budapest Balkan Forum, and it was on the 24th of February, 2022. Both think tankers, politicians, everyone from the region was saying, holy shit, what are we going to do? Are we going to benefit from it, or are we going to suffer from it? And I have the feeling that 2 years later, still don't have the answer. And that's a big problem. We can be against or in favor of what Mr. Michel said yesterday. I think it's a political declaration. Would you have the possibility or the capacity or the ability to answer collectively and politically this challenge? Would you, representatives of the countries of the Western Balkans, are you able to make a political declaration to say that we will be ready as well by 2030 or not? And do you have a strategy also to see how the Western Balkans, as well as Ukraine, Moldova, potentially Georgia, would be able to collectively think about the EU enlargement? Because this is not the case right now. And you cannot have competition because Ukraine strategically is much more important than the region, unfortunately. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. Okay, let's go to Ivica first.
Ne znam gde se baš setiste za Šangajsku organizaciju.
I'm not certain why did you remember Shanghai organization at first.
Vas pitam jednu stvar, u kom svetu vi živite?
Can I ask you a question? In
Vi
which
stvarno verujete
world
to
do
što
you
pričate?
believe in? Do you truly believe in what you're saying?
Vi stvarno verujete u te bajke da mi ćemo da pristupimo BRICS-u, Šangajskoj organizaciji? Pa idite onda i slušajte te koji vam pričaju bajke.
Do you truly believe that we will join BRICS or Shanghai organization?
Srbija je u Evropi i mi želimo da budemo član Evropske unije.
Go to those who are telling you such fairy tales.
To je valjda
Serbia is
normalno.
part of Europe and we want to be part of the European Union. It's a normal thing.
Ali čekajte, i ako ne bismo želeli, jel vi hoćete da kažete da Velika Britanija nije normalna?
But even if we were not to wish this, would you say that Great Britain is not part of Europe?
Što je izašla iz Evropske unije?
That it is crazy because it left European Union?
Nemojte tako olako da dajete kvalifikacije.
Please don't give such
Što se
easy
tiče
assessments.
istočne orijentacije,
When
ja
it
mogu da vam
comes to
kažem jednu
Eastern
stvar.
orientation.
Svi vi možete da pričate što hoćete u Srbiji,
You can say what you want about Serbia,
a vi iz zapadnih zemalja imate promet sa Kinom, Rusijom i ostalima sa istoka 1.000.000 puta više nego Srbija.
you can say what you want about the Western Balkans countries, but you from the West, you can say what you want about Serbia, but you from the Western countries have commodities exchange 1,000,000 times higher than Serbia.
Čekajte,
With
negde sam
China and
danas
Russia.
pročitao, šta sam pročitao? Ministar spoljnih poslova Velike Britanije u poseti Kini.
Somewhere I read today that foreign minister of the UK is visiting China.
Uveli ste sankcije Rusiji, a veća spoljno-trgovinska razmena sa Rusijom.
You imposed sanctions against Russia while your foreign commodities exchange with Russia has risen. It's
Austrija
higher.
nam deli lekcije za banke da ne mogu da rade, a Raiffeisen može da radi.
Austria is telling us that banks shouldn't work in Russia while Raiffeisen Bank is still
Srbija je
working there.
nezavisna i samostalna zemlja. Mislite vi šta hoćete.
Serbia is an independent state,
Mi vodimo računa o svojim nacionalnim i državnim interesima.
and you can think what you want. We are only
Osuđujemo
looking at our
napad.
own national interests.
Osuđujemo napad na Ukrajinu, naravno.
We of course condemn the attack against
Kršenje
Ukraine
teritorijalnog integriteta,
and the breach of territorial integrity.
kao što očekujemo da i vi osudite kršenje našeg teritorijalnog integriteta.
But we also expect for you to condemn the breach of our territorial integrity.
I kao kada vi govorite o zajedničkoj spoljnoj politici, evo tu je Marko,
And when you speak about joint foreign policy, here we have Marko.
a kada druge zemlje ne postupe skladno zajedničkoj spoljnoj politici Evropske unije, onda je to normalno. Tako?
But when other countries don't do in accordance with the joint foreign policy of the EU, then it's a normal thing.
Kad Priština
Nothing
otvori
happens.
ambasadu u Jerusalimu,
It's not
onda je to normalno, je tako?
When Pristina opens the embassy in Jerusalem, it's a normal thing.
Pa to ne kažete.
You
Kad
never
se
mention.
vijore zastave velike Albanije u Tetovu, to je normalno, vaš EAS ne daje saopštenja.
When you see risen flags of Great Albania in Tetovo, it's a normal thing, right? No one gives explanations.
Ja poštujem ali meni nije lako da se razumemo. Od 6 predstavnika Zapadnog Balkana, 4 su Albanci.
I respect everyone here, but out of the 6 representatives from the Western Balkans, 4 of them are Albanians.
Tirana, Priština,
Tirana, Pristina,
gospodin Osmani
Mr. Osmani
iz Severne Makedonije
from Northern Macedonia,
i Dritana Bazović iz Podgorice.
and Dritana Bazović from Podgorica, from Montenegro.
A vi pričate nešto o uticaju Srbije na Balkanu.
And you are speaking about the influence of Serbia in the Balkans.
Ivica, but the question
Izvinjavam
was...
se, i Tanja što je rekla, mi treba da uradimo nešto. Tako je.
And
Samo
Tanja
nam kažite šta treba to tačno da uradimo.
We should do something, but you should tell us exactly what should we do.
Well, I hope Tanja knows what to do.
Izvini, molim te, moram to da kažem.
I have to apologize.
Jer ja sam 20 godina
mentioned
u
this.
priču o evropskim integracijama.
I have been in the talks about the European integrations for the past 20 years.
100 puta sam slušao to.
And I have heard this hundreds of times.
Srušite Miloševića, okej.
You brought down Milosevic,
Srušite
okay?
Milošević. Šta je bilo posle toga?
And what happened next?
Uhapsite Miloševića.
You arrested Milosevic.
Uhapsite Milošević. Uhapsite Karadžića.
We arrested Milosevic. You should arrest Karadzic.
Uhapsite
We arrested
Mladića.
Karadzic. We arrested Mladić.
Kosovo i Evropska unija, 2 koloseka, to ste vi pričali iz Brisela.
Kosovo is one road, the EU is another. There are 2 parallel
just
things and
finish
they
the sentence.
don't go together.
A šta treba da uradimo? Samo to.
What should we do? Please tell
Jer
us.
vi mislite da je dovoljno to što ste napisali o kriterijumima za poglavlja? Pa nemoj da ste naivni.
Do you think it's enough to do what you wrote in the criteria?
Pa Albanija ima
chapters and
100%
classes?
pridruživanja, pa ne ide nešto najbolje.
Albania is 100% in accordance
Tako da
in accordance with the joint foreign
sada
and
neko
security
kaže
policy, yet no
Srbija
progress.
treba da prizna Kosovo da bi ušla u Evropsku uniju.
Now someone will
Čujemo, je
say
to uzrok?
Serbia should recognize Kosovo in
Ivica,
order to become part of the EU.
We need to conclude. I think we understood. I mean, the question was, is Serbia Eastern orientated or not? So, as I understand from your answer, it's not, and you would like to be members of the European Union.
Apsolutno.
Alessandra.
Nismo uopšte više opredeljeni istočno od Slovenije.
We are not more
Jer ovdje je Putin
East-oriented
bio
than
da otvara
Slovenia.
spomenike kod vas.
Because Putin was here opening monuments.
Je tako bilo?
Wasn't he?
Alexandra.
Da se sad stidite toga.
Or are you now ashamed of this?
Yeah. Alexandra, you also had some question or not? No, let's drop it. Let me conclude. This interesting panel, which I think showed one thing. There is still a lack of trust on the part of Western Balkan countries, and probably also on the part of European Union, that the reforms, that the pledges which are being made are serious. I think this conversation also showed, and I think it's a step forward, that all of the countries, even Ivica said that, are prepared to work to actually achieve this goal of 2030. And I think, looking back for the discussions that we had in the past at the Bled Strategic Forum, I mean, this one is also going to be on YouTube, so you can watch it in 2030 when you are going to join European Union. I think what we can see is just a little bit more optimism than we had in the past. we still have problems, we still have open issues, we still have, all the things that also Marco mentioned, but there is this tiny little light, there is this tiny little ray of optimism which I'm going to take with me. Despite everything what was said here, or wasn't said, I think this little ray of light maybe is going to bring us all closer to what we presumably all want. And this is that Western Balkans finally in 2030 becomes part of strong European Union. I would like to thank all the panelists. Before we let you go, I would just like to invite our minister, Ms. Fayon, to properly close this year's forum. Please, Tanya. Yeah. Okay.
Thank you very much. Also, in my name for the last panel, but a very important one, as every year, also very much visited one. And I would speak really out of my heart. It will not take much time. As a host of this 2 days, 18th edition of traditional Bled Strategic Forum, I have to say it was a great success. And I will finish on an optimistic note. Today, listening to Slovenian people, the word solidarity is really in our heart, deeper than ever. And listening to all our debates and panels in the last 2 days, talking to you, I very much enjoyed, because I felt that there is a great optimism and solidarity that we all are willing to share. And this is the note I want to take with us. We spoke about solidarity for global security. And I wish to say solidarity is either in our hearts or there is no humanity. And if we think that way, that with solidarity, working together, trusting each other, listening to each other, looking around the globe what is happening, extreme weather conditions, climate change, energy insecurity, food insecurity, poverty, inequalities, cyber threats. What else is more needed than solidarity? And in that context, this Bled Strategic Forum was a success. We addressed the most heart of the problem or the challenge or the topic that is there, and this is solidarity. We are living in a very complex world. We need allies, we need friends, we need partnerships, and we need optimism. As politicians, as people that are active in our societies, without optimism, will not deliver solutions. And without optimism, will not convince our citizens that we really wish them best. And our objectives, I believe, are the same. We want to do best for our people, for dignity in their lives, for safety in their lives, and safety of our societies. I'm very proud of our ministry, of everyone that worked on this project. I'm very proud of having you all here and of sharing your ideas. You are all inspiration to all of us. And I'm looking forward to next September that we meet again here and we'll work hard that we will deliver on many concrete ideas that were shared and also take some criticism with us, because with that we can better understand where we stand today and where we want to go. So thank you a lot.